Dreamscape presents Boss Man Bridegroom by Meghan Quinn, narrated by Kelsey Navarro and Connor Crace. Prologue. Wrath.
Rath Weston, my boss, my commander-in-chief, my Gucci governor.
I don't wear Gucci.
Go with it.
She winks and clears her throat.
Mr. Big Shot, barking britches, and irritable
Jesus Christ. I rub my hand down my face.
Will you do me the great honor?
She wobbles on her bent knee and clutches my hand to steady herself.
Will you?
She tears up, her voice becoming shaky.
I'm sorry, I've never done this before.
I sure as hell hope not, I say through gritted teeth.
And I didn't think I'd get emotional either.
On a deep breath, she finishes.
Will you do me the greatest honor of all time and be my bridegroom?
Christ, nothing is ever simple with her. Why did you say it like that?
Did I not do it right?
She mumbles to herself.
See, I knew I was doing something wrong.
No, why did you say bridegroom?
Oh, well, that's what you would be. You see, that's what they used to call men who are soon to be married. A bridegroom. But then somewhere along the way they shortened it to groom. But if you marry me, I would give you the dignified pleasure of retaining the honorable title of bridegroom.
Don't call me bridegroom.
Boss Man Bridegroom?
She asks with a cheeky grin. How the fuck did I allow myself to get in this position, with my quirky and sometimes annoying but mostly efficient assistant, kneeling in front of me, proposing to me. In a pair of belly-covering slacks and suspenders, hair pulled back into a tight bun like she often wears it, looking up at me through her red-framed glasses, her bright blue eyes shining past the lenses, begging me to go along with this ridiculous scheme I suggested. Yes, me. Like the goddamn idiot I am, I thought, hey, why not start an HR nightmare and have my assistant ask me to marry her? Confused? Don't worry. So am I. Where do I even start? Maybe from the beginning? Here's a quick rundown. My ex, who used to work with me, left me for bigger and better things. We don't talk about her ever because she took my heart with her. Instead, I buried myself in my work. I became a hermit in my office, firing one assistant after another because they weren't good enough, or their voice annoyed me, or they thought salt was sugar and gave me one bad cup of coffee that ended their career at Weston Enterprises. That mistake was on them. In my spare time, not that there's much, but when I do have spare time, I follow my two idiot friends around the city, helping them avoid fucking up their lives. But now that they're both in loving and committed relationships, one planning a wedding with my sister as the bride, I have much more time on my hands. Maybe they're to blame for my demise, for this ridiculous charade I'm now a part of. What does this have to do with my assistant proposing to me? Well, you see, I was in the market for yet another new assistant, and that's when one of my best friends, Bram, suggested I lean on his assistant, Linus, to help me find someone. Side note, Linus is a gift from God, and I've offered him huge pay raises many times to jump ship and join my company, but his loyalty lies with Bram, unfortunately. So Linus helped me find an assistant, and that's where it started to go downhill. The minute I saw her, I knew it wasn't going to be a good fit. Why? Because she's too goddamn beautiful. Because she's far too bubbly. Because with every smile and checklist she devises, she makes me want to bend her over my desk and make her mine. But since I clearly don't know how to make any decisions worth a shit, I hired her, right there on the spot. And that was the beginning of the end. Need to know more? Well, in case you are on pins and needles about my answer to her proposal, I said yes. Here's the story of how I became Boss Man Bridegroom.
Chapter 1. Charlee. My grandma once told me if I want to show someone my true being, my inner, joyful soul, I should surround myself with things I love. Meaning, if I want someone to see the best side of me, I should meet them in my most comfortable and jubilant surroundings. So if I like to cook, go to cooking classes. If I'm a reader, and I do partake in a historical romance once a week, bury myself in a library. If I find rocks particularly fascinating, help out at the quarry, or something like that. You get the idea. Now that I'm trying to meet someone at this point, since I'm unfortunately celebrating my 3-year anniversary of being left at the altar, yay, that was fun. But you never know when you'll have that special moment with someone. Therefore, I'm surrounding myself with the one true thing that makes me happy, that gets me high on life, that makes my toes tingle with excitement. Organization. Hands clasped together, I stare at the banner hanging above the convention center entrance. Second Annual Office Supply Con, NYC. I am home. Turning to a random stranger walking by, I say, "Pardon me, sir, will you take my picture in front of this magnificent sign? I love commemorating moments like this." Dressed in a finely tailored suit, a tie cinching tightly around his neck, he stares at my phone for a second and then takes it from me, huffing in frustration. Not hiding his irritation, he steps back and gets in position. "You don't have to if it will be troublesome," I say, giving him an out since he's clearly annoyed. "I have your phone, so just take the damn picture," he snaps. Sheesh. Clearly, he is not in his optimum space. Ignoring his obvious annoyed demeanor, I spread my arms wide and look up at the sign, a smile on my face. I count to 5 before I look back down. "Did you get it?" "No, someone walked in front of you." "Oh, okay. One more time." I do the same pose, and when I count to 5, I ask him again, "Did you get it?" "Another person." "Criminy." I chuckle and then do some traffic control. I put my arms out to passerby and say, "Please, hold for 1 second. I'm trying to take a picture under this wonderful sign. Thank you." Once the coast is clear, I give the angered man the go-ahead with a wink and an air gun. I commit to my pose one more time. "Here," he says, walking up to me and handing me my phone. I thank the people who are waiting and then ask him, "Would you like me to take your picture too? With your phone, of course. That would be weird if it was mine, unless we dropped images into our phones. We could do that. Then again, if you already have your phone out, I could just use that to take the picture. So, what do you say?" I wiggle my eyebrows. "Picture?" "No." He gives me a quick once-over and then looks around, buttoning his suit jacket. "Do you need help finding something? I have a map." "Of course you do," he mutters. "You don't have to be rude," I say, before I can stop myself. I might be nice and bubbly, but I also don't take crap from people. If you didn't want to take a picture, you didn't have to. You could have said, "Not right now," and kept walking. His sharp blue eyes bore into me. An intimidation tactic I'm sure works in the boardroom, but I'm used to the signature boss man look. I've dealt with my fair share of intimidating businessmen, so to me, it's the same stare a different day. "You bothered me, not the other way around. I don't need your attitude." "I don't have an attitude. You do." I shoot back, hands on my hips. "I just wanted to commemorate this moment, and you're ruining it." "You're at a goddamn office supply convention. What's there to commemorate?" "Everything." I wave my hands to the side. Don't you feel the excitement buzzing in the air? This is the mecca of all pens and paper. Products like the erasable pen were first found here, and whiteout tape? Don't even get me started. He blinks. Stares. Blinks. Finally, "You're deranged." Insulted, my eyes widen as I clutch my hand to my chest. "You're offensive." Standing tall, I take a step forward and poke the man in the chest. Poke. Flex. Poke. Yowzer, that's a strong pectoral. Shaking my finger out, I continue. Just because you seem to have a small-minded brain and rotten heart doesn't mean you need to extract the joy out of everyone else's life. If everyone here is so beneath you, why even come in the first place? We don't want your negativity bringing down the pure excitement of this day. So you're the spokeswoman now for the convention? He crosses his arms over his chest. As a matter of fact, I cross my arms too. I am. I hold my hand out. Gwendolyn Havishar. I know it's stupid to pretend to be someone else, let alone the queen bee of the office supply convention, but is this suit really going to know who she is? He clearly doesn't want to be here, so I'm sure he has no idea the organizer of the convention is none other than the beautifully wonderful and highly organized Gwendolyn Havishar. Anyway, he needs to be put in his place, and I'm ready to take on the task. He stares at my hand but doesn't take it. Instead, he looks at me, his brows narrowing. You're telling me you organized this entire thing? I smoothly take my hand away and stuff it into my pocket. Yes, I am. So if you don't mind, we would prefer for only excited people to be here. I point to the doors behind us. I'm sure you know your way out. As much as I would love to leave, Gwendolyn, I have a very important meeting to attend, and you've delayed me. You delayed yourself by arguing with me. You shouldn't have asked me to take a picture. My voice rises. Well, excuse me for thinking there are decent people in this world who will take a second of their day to help capture a moment for another human being. My breathing starts to become labored. Heaven forbid you ever need a favor or someone to lend a hand. I hope they don't treat you the same way you treated me, like a giant turd nugget. He doesn't react. The only reason I know he's surprised is the small, rapid blinking of his eyes. Are you calling me a turd nugget? The dignified Gwendolyn Havishar is calling me a turd nugget. Well, I brush my hand down my pants. We all have our low moments. Now, if you'll excuse me, since I'm the head of this convention, I have more important things to do than to stand around arguing with a peon. A peon. The corner of his mouth twitches, but I don't see the rest of that possible smile before I take off, leaving him in my dust. Self-righteous turd nugget. Pfft. It's men like him who think they run the world when it's really the people behind them who are pulling all the strings. Well, at least I have my picture, I say to myself as I post it to my Instagram feed with some very flavorful hashtags. Hashtag convention commemoration. Hashtag pen mecha madness. Hashtag be still my organizational heart. Pleased and attempting to move past Mr. Moody Pants, I keep my phone close in case I need to take any more pictures and walk through the arch into office supply heaven. Booths displaying the latest and greatest printers, paper, pens, planners, chairs, desks, pretty much anything you see in an office are scattered through the large convention center, giving me an overwhelming sense of excitement. I open my map and scan my highlighted sections. Since I don't need to look at the printers and computers, I avoid that section and head straight to the planners. I'm a sucker for a planner. Planners and notebooks. Planners with stickers. And pens. Oh my goodness, let's not forget about pens. Or post-it notes. Oh God, I need to catch my breath. Just thinking about all the different kinds of post-its I might see today has my pulse racing at an uncomfortable rate. Circles, and squares, and hearts, and cat shapes, and maybe a cactus, because the cacti of the world are trending right now. Whoa, I feel lightheaded. Settle down. Deep breaths. You have the entire day to explore and an empty backpack for the swag you'll pick up along the way. The last convention I went to, I brought a wheelie cart to haul my most prized possessions. But I got in trouble for having one because apparently in a crowded space, they don't want people tripping over wheelie carts. So this go-round, I decided to keep it simple, not go too crazy on free samples, and to only take what I absolutely needed. The bare essentials. And since I'm between jobs at the moment, I have business cards for prospective employers I might run into, and I have an envelope of cash to control the amount of money I spend. My last company was bought out in a merger. I received a very nice severance package that has lasted me 6 months. My old boss loved me. But with my severance dwindling at a rapid rate, thank you, NYC rent, I need to be conservative and find a job soon. That's why I decided on a set amount for today that will give me some freedom, but not too much where I'm regretting my decisions later. I follow the map around the kitchen supply area, which piques my interest because I can smell free coffee. But I'll catch up with those booths later. I want to make sure I get to the Daisy and Dot booth first. Daisy and Dot has the best planners you will ever use. Efficient, task-oriented, with stickers and fun clips to hold down important items. They're the only planner I ever want to use. And they have a new prototype out today. God, I know. How exciting! I blow past a few suits. My agenda's simple. Get the planner, then peruse. I can see their canary yellow and white polka dot branding with their cute cursive font, and I make a beeline. Eyes fixed up ahead. Oof. Clunk. Boof. From out of nowhere, I collide with a tall, lean frame sending me flat on my ass. My map scatters to the ground and then is kicked by oncoming traffic. No, that was color coordinated. On my hands and knees, I crawl to reach for it just as it's snatched from the ground. I look up in panic to find kind eyes staring back at me, as well as an outstretched hand. I'm so sorry. I didn't see you coming. I take the man's hand and smile politely. He hands me his map and says, I was so fixed on the new Daisy and Dot planner, I completely forgot all social protocol. I chuckle. Me too. I want to know what this new calendar print is all about. Their social media posts have been an absolute tease. Gah, I know, it's like, show us already, I say in an irritated screech. We both laugh, and then the man holds his hand out. My name is Linus, and I'm obsessed with office supplies. Taking his hand in mine, I say, Charlie, I'm borderline institute-worthy over office supplies. Charlie. He looks up at the ceiling and then back at me. Where do I know you from? Your voice is very familiar. You know, now that I think about it, I don't know many Linuses besides one. I tap my chin. Do you work for Bram Scott? Yes. Linus grips my hand tightly. You're Charlee Cox from Harold Danvers' office, aren't you? Yes, that's me. Oh my gosh, it's so nice to finally meet you in person. We give each other a hug. When I was working for Harold Danvers before the merger, I worked closely with many assistants, given our bosses were too busy to set up meetings. We're the ones behind the scenes doing everything for them. We kind of have a secret phone club where we chit-chat, getting to know each other before we interrupt each other's bosses' schedules that we've meticulously planned out. Harold and Bram did a lot of business together. Therefore, I spoke to Linus quite often. When I was with Harold, I would say Linus was in my top 3 people to work with when it came to scheduling. He was always so efficient. This is amazing, he frowns. Ugh, I was so mad to hear about the merger. especially when I knew I wasn't going to be talking to you anymore. I know, but the severance package as the executive assistant was quite rewarding. I'm sure Mr. Danvers adored you. He glances at the booth and says, "Want to go check it out together?" "Of course, unless, are you here with anyone?" "Do you really think there's anyone else who would want to go to this with me?" Linus asks on a laugh. "Same here." I smile. "If that's the case, want to be my date and take awkward pictures in front of some of the world's greatest office supplies with me? Sounds magical." He winks and links my hand in his, guiding us toward the booth line. We take our place and he turns to me while we wait. "So, what have you been up to?" "Nothing much. Kind of taking a break. You know how being an assistant can be. Crazy hours, hard work. Yeah, but the benefits are worth it." "That's if you get a good boss," I point out. Before Mr. Danvers, I worked for a witch of a lady. She was awful to me, and at least once a week I would walk in on her with some flavor of the week doing it on her desk. It got to the point where I think she was doing it on purpose. "She sounds like a treasure. Please tell me you stayed as far away from her desk as possible." If I ever needed to touch it for some reason, I had hand sanitizer at my desk. If only I had sanitizer for my eyes, I wouldn't have been as scarred as I was. Trust me when I say I can never look at a meatball sandwich the same again. He cringes. Do I even want to know? I shake my head. You don't. Even though I'd never tell, I almost wish I had some freak story about Mr. Scott. But he's as clean-cut as they come. Nothing that's even worthy of gossip. Not even with his fiancée? Not that I'm asking for details, but that's surprising. If there is, he's not doing it in our office. That is upsetting. Does he still get milkshakes to reward himself? Linus chuckles. Yep. I had to cut him off for a while because whenever he got a milkshake, I was required to drink one with him, and it was starting to show how many I was having. I chuckle. Mr. Danvers brought me chocolate every Friday. I had to kindly insist I needed a break because all my spare time was being spent in the gym when I'd rather have been practicing my hand lettering. Are you still doing that? I nod. Yeah, I've gotten into raunchy hand lettering. He laughs out loud, his head falling back. What do you mean by raunchy? Well, I started out with inspirational quotes because that's what all the books teach you. I like to write on blank cards and send them to people. Well, believe in yourself was getting boring, so I took up more raunchy sayings. You know how ladies are now cross-stitching swear words? Consider that me, but with a calligraphy pen. That's amazing. Tell me one of your favorites. We move forward in line as I think about it. Well, last night I made a sign for my bathroom, which reminds me I need to get a frame for it. It says, "Please don't do coke in the bathroom." Linus chuckles. That's a reasonable request. I sent a card to my brother that said, "Don't be a douche canoe." I drew a little canoe in the middle. He liked it a lot. There's just something special about using pretty handwriting to say rotten things. I think I might need to commission you to do something for me. I did one for Mr. Danvers. Seriously? Linus's eyes pop open. What did it say? Oh, it was boring. Something about house and home and love. I desperately wanted him to ask for something like, "Home is where no pants is." I think his wife might have had a stroke, though. She's very prim and proper. Such a wasted opportunity. We move up again. So close. Are you looking for work? I nod. I told myself today I need to find a job soon because I'm living on money fumes. And my grandma, who is my absolute best friend, is starting to fret over my situation. Mr. Danvers gave me one hell of a recommendation with cards to his personal cell for employers to call him directly. I know I'll be able to find a job, but I want to find the right one. Working with Mr. Danvers felt like a dream. He was so kind and appreciative. I want the same experience, and given how much weight his name holds in New York City, I hope I can get a job sooner rather than later. How do you feel about much sooner? He asks. Interested, I ask. What do you mean? Well, one of Mr. Scott's best friends is in desperate need for an assistant, and he asked me to help him find someone to fill the position. He trusts me, and since his last few assistants have been awful, he's relying on me to find a gem. Linus shakes his head. Since I have to work with them often, and I mean a lot, I've been looking far and wide for the perfect person for him because technically, his new assistant would be my coworker. It's really been that bad? Yeah, really bad. Linus cringes. Is he a tyrant? No. Linus shakes his head. He's really quite sweet. Always says he's going to steal me away from Mr. Scott. So why can't he find someone who will stay? He has high standards. He's incredibly intelligent, works long hours, and needs someone who can keep up with him. He owns multiple companies with varied purposes. New York City commercial properties, a mortgage brokerage, and his baby, his foundation that supports underprivileged children. His pay is... Linus blinks a few times. Phenomenal. Free health insurance, car service, optional apartment near the office if you want to move, gym membership, so many bonuses. And his retirement plan is unlike anything I've seen. Bram is always trying to match it for me, but instead, he apologizes with a key to his Hamptons house for the weekend every time he realizes he falls short. I chuckle. Well, I'm sure that makes up for it. It does. Seriously, though, if I were to work for anyone in the city, it would be for Bram Scott or Rath Weston. Mr. Weston. Oh, I've scheduled a few meetings for Mr. Danvers with him before. He was always nice. See? Linus says as we take one more step forward, one couple away from the new planners. He's a great guy, and I know you would be amazing for him. What do you say? Can I introduce you? New planner? Possible new job? Looks like this day is turning out to be better than I expected. Feels like I bumped into the right person today. I wipe my eyes and take a deep breath. I need to pull it together. Yes, you do, Linus says on a laugh. I'm sorry, but I was so nervous I wasn't going to make it to the booth in time and they were short on stock. I didn't know we were going to get the whole New Year package for free. I'm still in awe. I can't believe they knew you. Pretty sure Mr. Scott had something to do with this, Linus says, because they're taking money from other people. I look behind us and see them swiping cards. Seriously? You think he called ahead? Wouldn't put it past him. He's always doing little things like that to show me how much he appreciates me. Mr. Weston would do the same for the right assistant. Wow. I clutch the planner package full of new pages, stickers, and pens to my chest. The more I think about it, the more I'm leaning toward yes. I think I took too much time off, and now I'm at the point of borderline desperate. No need to be desperate. I can... Ding. Linus looks down at his Apple Watch and then smiles. Guess who's here? I pause and give it some thought just as my pulse skyrockets. Oh my God. Is it Mr. Erasable, the mascot for all whiteboard markers? Linus throws his head back and laughs. No. He shakes his head at me. You need to get out more. Mr. Weston is here. He had a meeting and has finished. Mr. Scott told him I was here. He wants to say hi. I can introduce you. Mr. Weston is here? Why does that make me suddenly nervous? I don't know. I glance down at my casual wear. I'm really not dressed to meet an employer. Please, he'll appreciate you're here. Dedicated to such things as office supplies. Shows how committed you are to our line of work. Not just committed, but love it. I say and then shift on my feet. You don't think he'll mind? Not at all. He's by the cafe. I sent him a text that we're on our way and that he needs to meet you. Let's go. I'm not taking no for an answer. but I'm not ready. Linus takes my hand and weaves me through the crowd of people toward the cafe, nerves blooming in the pit of my stomach from how quick this is all happening. I'm at the pinnacle of my happiness, surrounded by things like inkjet cartridges and the latest and greatest organizational holders for Keurig cups. And even though I should be my most happy, I'm feeling very unprepared and oddly scared. Maybe this isn't a good idea, I say to Linus, trying to dig my feet into the floor. I mean, I should really meet him in a more professional capacity. Mr. Weston is really casual, the least uptight guy I know. Trust me, this will be fine. Fine for Linus, but this feels like a recipe for disaster for me. Oh, I spot him, Linus says. And look, he's already grabbed drinks and treats for us. You know, I really think we should give this more thought. I try to pull my arm back, but he doesn't let go. Stop it. You'll love him. He's the best, and I'm sure he's excited to meet you. Oh, yep. These high-powered men are always excited to meet assistants. Now that I think about it, Linus might be high this very minute, and not high on office supplies like me. I try to look around Linus's tall frame to catch a glimpse of Mr. Weston, but with his height and the crowds, I can't see anything until we stop dead in our tracks at a table off in the corner, away from the crowd. Linus pulls me up front and says, "Mr. Weston, it's so great to see you." My eyes fall to the man in a tailored suit, crisp white shirt, top few buttons undone just enough so I can see a hint of muscle. His broad shoulders pull at the fabric of his suit jacket. Therefore, even though he's a busy man, he still finds the time to go to the gym. My eyes travel north to his firm jaw, full lips, chiseled nose, and sharp, angry eyes. Wait. Angry? Oh, God. I know this man. He's the man I argued with this morning. The man I lied to. The man I called a peon. The man oh God. The man I called a turd nugget.
Chapter 2. Wrath. Linus, yes, I'd love to meet up. And guess what? I think I have your new hire with me. Act cool, but she's perfect. Worked for Harold Danvers, comes highly recommended. While I waited for Linus and this prospective assistant to show up, I read his text over and over, excited over the prospect of having some help again. A temp has been running my schedule, and I'm 2 seconds from wringing the idiot's neck. It's why I'm here, at this awful convention, because he thought it would be fun for me to check out the up-and-coming supplies right before I spoke with Gwendolyn Havershire. The meeting lasted 10 minutes, because that's all the moron scheduled. I basically shook her hand, gave her a card, and told her to email me directly. Such a waste of a goddamn day. Not to mention I was verbally assaulted by an overeager office supply nut before I even stepped foot in the convention. I should have walked away when she asked me to take her picture, but because I'm a red-blooded male who saw a beautiful woman, I stopped. It wasn't until she was waving her phone at me to take a picture that I realized what she wanted. I should have turned away the minute she started arguing with me, but hell, her long blonde locks and brilliant blue eyes grabbed my attention. And instead of walking away, I stood there, outside of Office Supply Con, arguing with her as she spouted off insults at me. It was entertaining, especially when she stuck out her hand and naively introduced herself as Gwendolyn Havershire, the very person I was supposed to meet. Little did she know Gwendolyn doesn't hold a candle to the blonde beauty who was standing in front of me. And then, when she'd had enough and stormed off, I got a great view of her swaying ass as she made her way through the convention, map in hand. If I wasn't so terrified about her stabbing me in the neck with a retractable pen, I might have asked for her number. Might being the key word. The only good part of this asinine outing is I get to see Linus, The one and only competent person I know with a possible new hire. At least, that's what I thought until good old turd nugget, Gwendolyn, steps forward. And from the panicked look in her eyes, I'm guessing she wasn't expecting to see me. This should be fun. Linus, I take his hand in mine. It's nice to see you. Are you having a good time?
We are. We just got limited edition planners from Daisy and Dot. You know how I like my organization.
I thrive off it, I answer, glancing at Gwen, who is doing everything in her power to avoid eye contact with me. Looking at the ceiling, the ground, the intricate red gingham pattern of the tablecloth. I take that moment to give her a full once-over. Dark wash, skinny jeans, white tennis shoes, white t-shirt that frames her curvy body. A leather jacket wrapped around her waist and a red, worn baseball cap on her head. It's a cute outfit, not something to meet an employer in, but that's not what's stunning me right now. It's her eyes hidden under her red frames. Dark lashes flutter up, framing the brilliant blue of her irises, and I realize right there, she's too goddamn beautiful to be my assistant. Hiring her would be a huge mistake. I can feel it in my bones. That doesn't mean I won't have some fun, though. Take a seat. I got you and your friend a coffee and some mini cinnamon buns.
So thoughtful,
Linus says, taking a seat, while his friend stays standing.
What are you doing? Sit.
Linus pulls on her hand, forcing her into her chair with a thunk. Laughing nervously, Linus says,
Mr. Weston, this is the girl I was telling you about. Meet Charlee Cox.
Charlee Cox, huh? I ask, tilting my head to observe her. You look more like a Gwendolyn to me. I rub the side of my jaw. She smiles, but it's an odd one. Not a normal smile you would expect from a gorgeous girl like her. It's more like her bottom teeth are jutting out, and the corners of her mouth are driving down and under her chin. Not good. Not good at all. Gaining her composure, she folds her hands on the table and says,
About that. Wait, do you know each other?
Linus asks, looking between us. Eyes stilled on Charlie, I tap my finger on the table and say, No, but we did have a run-in this morning. Charlie...
Cox,
she fills in for me.
Like multiple penises, a bag of penises? Cock, but plural. All the penises.
Her face blushes bright red as she clears her throat.
Cox with an X, not C-O-C-K-S, not actual.
I get it, I say as she nods and slowly starts to become one with her chair, trying to mold into the wood and disappear. Charlee Cox asked me to take a photo of her under the banner outside of the convention. We got into a small disagreement where she called me... I tapped my chin for a few seconds. Ah, yes, a peon turd nugget.
You... what?
Linus asks, looking horrified. Nervously smiling, her lips practically shake as she speaks.
Well, you see, technically...
She holds up her finger to make a point.
I called you a turd nugget and then a peon. They were separate insults. That does not make it better, Linus chastises. Mr. Weston, I'm so sorry.
I hold my hand up. I've been called worse, but what I really enjoyed was her attempt to take on the persona of Gwendolyn Havershire and try to kick me out of the convention, even though I was late to my meeting with Mrs. Havershire, as Charlie here was holding me back. Her face pales. Her mouth falls open. And it really does look like she might have a nervous breakdown.
Why on earth would you do that? Linus asks.
We both stare her down, and even with the Inquisition waiting for her to answer, I thoughtfully observe her. She might look like she's in a state of panic, but what really intrigues me, besides her red-framed glasses and the beautiful eyes that are hidden under them, is the way she gains her composure, stiffens her back, and straightens her shoulders, showing me she's not about to take crap from anyone. Putting on a good face, she smoothly says,
I thought this man was being rude about office supplies, and he needed to be set straight before ruining the day for others.
Oh, God. Linus slaps his hand to his forehead and shakes it, probably humiliated at this point. But I don't waver. I continue to stare at Charlee, observing, taking her in, waiting to see if she cracks. Impressively, she doesn't. She holds strong, firm with her answer, and that's when I know without a doubt she's the girl I need. Unfortunately. I might regret this. No, I'm pretty sure I'll regret this, given the fact that my mind is warning me off from what I'm about to do. But sometimes my gut outweighs my mind, and right now, my gut is winning. She's the one I need. Standing from the table, I button my suit jacket and say, "You're hired." I doubt 2 words have ever shocked her more in her life.
What?
Her jaw hits the table. "What?" Linus asks at the same time while snapping his head up. Ignoring them both, I adjust the collar of my shirt and then the cuffs of my sleeve. Starting salary is $250. It's low, but I have yet to see you prove yourself. We offer a very comprehensive benefits package that will be introduced to you on Monday. Be at the office 8 sharp. Go to HR, they'll be waiting for you. I look at Linus. Thank you, Linus. It's always a pleasure to see you. Without another word, I take off, needing to get the hell out of this conference area and away from all things stationary. Thanks for meeting with me today. Bram, my best friend, my frat brother, my soulmate, steeples his fingers together and takes a seat at the round kitchenette table in his apartment that he shares with my sister. This past year, Bram started dating my sister after apparently pursuing her for many years. And when I say many, I mean 10. He was pining after her for 10 long years, and he finally made his move. It was a rocky start, and when I found out, boy, did I have words about it. I looked my sister Julia straight in the eyes, and I told her not to fuck anything up with Bram because he's the best man I know, and I wouldn't stand for her breaking his heart. Not what you were expecting, were you? Thought I'd be the overbearing brother who threatens any man's life who comes within 20 feet of my sister? Not this guy. I was Team Bram. I couldn't bear it if his heart was broken, not just because I love the guy, and I've seen him naked more times than I care to admit, but because when he's upset, he's a whiny baby. You can't get the dude away from you. A fucking Klingon. He has no ability to pick himself up, brush himself off, and move along. Instead, he's glued to the people he can rely on, which would be me and our other best friend, Rourke. "Will you get on with it?" Rourke asks, leaning back in his chair, a tumbler of milk in his hand. Yeah, milk. Rourke McCool, sports agent to all the megastars in the baseball field, basketball court, and football field. He used to bleed Guinness from his veins, but ever since he met his girl Sutton, he's changed. In a big way. He's still this surly Irishman with an accent thick enough that sometimes you can't understand a damn word he says. But now, instead of drinking a glass of whiskey in the morning, he's apparently switched to milk. "Before I get started, can I get you some more milk?" Bram asks, pointing to Rourke's half-empty glass. He swirls the white liquid, downs the rest like a shot, and then slams the tumbler on the table. "Do you have chocolate syrup to go with it?" Bram holds his finger to the sky. "You came to the right place." Turning to me, Bram asks, "Can I get the big man a chocolate milk as well?" Jesus Christ, when did this become our lives? Just a year ago, we were guzzling beer down, our fingers coated in Dorito dust while we screamed at the television, rooting for our favorite teams. We might be sophisticated and rich as fuck businessmen, but when we're together, taking a second to breathe from the fast lives we live, we slip back into our frat boy roles. Which I enjoy, but ever since 2/3 of our group started dating and became doting boyfriends, our dynamic has changed. We're still there for each other, but instead of sharing a family-sized bag of Doritos and clinking our beer bottles together, we're apparently going to look over tux options that correspond with wedding flowers while drinking goddamn chocolate milk. Giving in, I say, "Yeah, I'll take one. Because why not at this point? It's not like we're ever going to go back to the old days. Might as well enjoy our evolving friendship. That a boy. Bram walks over to the kitchen and starts pouring large glasses of milk. If I only had ice cream, I'd make us milkshakes. Ugh. He groans. Missed opportunity. That's okay, we'll make do with what we have. He fiddles around the kitchen. Linus told me you hired a new assistant. Starts tomorrow. You did? Rourke asks, looking shocked. I thought you were destined to having that idiot setting up your schedule in the worst way possible. I rub my forehead with frustration. Don't even get me started with the temp. He set up a meeting for me yesterday to talk with Gwendolyn Havershire for 10 minutes at a fucking office supply convention. I wanted to murder him, and I couldn't cancel, so I went. That's where you met your assistant, though, right? Bram asks, plopping a string of chocolate syrup into each glass. Yes, she was hanging out with Linus. Used to work for Harold Danvers. Oh, shit. I've worked with her a few times, Rourke says. I remember being super impressed. She's just getting a job now. I guess so. I shrug. I didn't really ask her many questions. You hired her based off Harold's recommendation? Bram asks, stirring each glass and then placing a red and white striped paper straw inside. The fact that she worked for Harold had me interested, but it was how she called me a turd nugget that really set me on fire to hire her. Rourke laughs while Bram hands us each a glass of milk with confusion in his brow. What do you mean she called you a turd nugget? How dare she insult my little wrathy bear? Don't fucking call me that. I sip my chocolate milk and hate to admit it, but damn, this hits the spot. I hide my reaction, though, because I don't want the boys to know. I'm apparently going soft as well. I explained to them how I met Charlee, our little dispute at the entrance of the convention, and her very mature name-calling. Sounds like my kind of gal, Rourke says, sucking down his milk faster than the rest of us. The best part of it all was that she didn't back down. Yeah, she called me names and she lied about being Mrs. Havershire. Which was a bold move, Bram says. But admirable given her love for office supplies and that you were being a piss parade and ruining it for her. Exactly. She didn't cower, she didn't duck away. She held strong and stood her ground. That's what I want in an assistant. Someone who isn't going to take any crap but still be nice while turning you down. Plus, her organization precedes her. Hell, she was licking her lips at the prospect of getting a new planner. And that has Maria Kondo written all over it. I roll my t-shirts differently because of Maria, Bram says thoughtfully. So much more drawer space. Rourke gives Bram an annoyed look and then turns to me. She starts tomorrow. That's good. A smarmy grin spreads across his face. Is she pretty? Why do you care, I ask. You have a girl. I'm aware. I'm asking for your own sake. Want to make sure you don't get yourself into trouble again. I work my jaw side to side, my temper flaring. Yes, I might have fucked my assistant before, and yes, it turned into a relationship, and then yes, she ended up breaking my goddamn heart and leaving me without a competent worker. But I swore I would never do that again. Ever. Charlee Cox might be gorgeous, and she might have the perfect hips to grab onto when fucking, but she's also completely off limits. I'm more mature now. I've learned from my mistakes, and that is one mistake I will never, ever make again. She's average, I say, a bold-faced lie, and both my friends catch it before they throw their heads back and laugh. Fuckers. I sip my chocolate milk while they continue to laugh. Bram is the first to calm down. Average. Okay, that means he already wants to fuck her. Easily, Rourke agrees. Dude, is that why you hired her? Fuck off. You know I wouldn't make that mistake again. I hired her because she comes highly recommended and held her ground when I challenged her. I liked that. And you probably like her boobs, too. Don't be a fucking moron, I say to Rourke, even though, yeah, they were perky. But that doesn't mean anything. Off limits. Are you going to test her out? Be a dick like you are to all of your assistants until they prove themselves. It's the only way I know how to test them. Or, Bram says, You can be nice and make them feel like they're appreciated. That's how I got Linus to be so loyal. I shake my head. That's not me and you know it. If I was nice to her right off the bat, everyone in the office would already think I was fucking her. Valid point. Rourke taps the table. Consistency is key. So this poor girl is going to be run through the gauntlet starting tomorrow? Bram asks. I nod. Look out, Charlie. You have no idea what you just signed up for. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Chapter 3. Charlie. Hi, Grandma. Oh, my goodness. Hi, Chucky. How's my beautiful girl? Chucky is the lovely term of endearment my grandma decided to give me at a very young age. My grandpa's name was Charlie, and of course, she used to call him Chuck. Therefore, I'm Chucky. I'm good. I wanted to let you know I got your birthday brunch invite. The old broad still has some beautiful cursive in her. She chuckles. Young broad, honey. Young broad. And thank you. How did I do on the raunchy factor? Every other weekend, we get together and do hand lettering together. When I started showing her my different styling of phrases, she was immediately hooked and has been carefully applying vastly inappropriate words and phrases on her correspondence, especially for a soon-to-be 80-year-old. What I love about my grandma, though, is that she's young in mind and body despite her age. She's hip, in with all the cool lingo, has a vast array of weekly activities, and is always keeping herself busy. She likes to call herself the Silver Queen of Long Island because she pretty much rules the seniors in her senior center, constantly leading them in aerobics classes, Jane Fonda style, headbands included. Walks around the island, as well as some serious puzzle competitions. I've been a part of a few, and I'm not kidding when I say my hand was almost gnawed off by the sharpest pair of dentures I've ever seen when I was being too slow with one edge. Thinking back to her card that read, "Brunch time, bitch," I say, it was a new feeling, having my grandmother call me bitch. Sparked something exciting inside of me. I knew it would. She chuckles. I focused on highlighting the B word. Ronald Gaffrey walked in on me at the rec center while I was outlining in green, and he sneered. When he turned around, I flipped him the bird. Ugh, Ronald Gaffrey is such a pill. A giant horse pill, Grandma replies. So, are you calling me to tell me about a new man you ran into at the convention? What did I tell you about being in your best light? Did it work? I ran into a man, all right. A brute of a man with a grumpus attitude who hired me while scowling. Can't feel better about that. I didn't meet anyone. Drats. I thought that was going to work. You know, I'm not getting any younger. I need to see you walking down the aisle, Chucky. I still think about how Chris almost tore my heart out of my chest. You weren't the only one, Grandma. Chris tore out everyone's hearts by not showing up at the altar, but instead, hopping on the plane to go on our honeymoon. Without me. When I finally got a hold of him to ask why, it was a simple answer. He didn't really love me and didn't know how to tell me. Yep. Stand-up guy, that one. I don't love you, but hey, plan the wedding, spend all the money, and then on the actual wedding day, I won't show up. Asshole. It would have been much simpler if he'd broken up with me instead of proposing. And cheaper. And less humiliating. But he felt the pressure from his parents to get married. And even though I hate his guts, I kind of understand what he meant. I feel the pressure from my grandma on a weekly basis. I know, but something good did come from the conference. Oh, sweet goodness, did you get a job? I knew she'd be excited. She worries about me all the time. And I know it's because she was one of the deciding factors for me staying in the city when I was let go. She took it personally as her fault. She's been trying to find me a job ever since through her contacts. The only interview I got was with her neighbor's son who is an anal doctor, and I couldn't. I admire anyone who wants to work with humans' asses for a living, but I am not one of those people. I mean, how do you address his patients as they leave looking like they've just had something stuck up their rear end? Hope you have an awesome day. I did. A really amazing one. Well, slap my arthritic hip. That's wonderful, Chucky. Tell me all about it. Smiling to myself, I sit back in my couch, cup of hot chocolate on my knee, and I say, well, it's an executive assistant job. What a beautiful morning. The smell of sewer wafts in the air as I walk to my new place of employment, enjoying a donut from the bodega around the corner. A new day and a new chapter is ahead of me. I called my parents Saturday night after I spoke with my grandma to let them know the news. They were ecstatic. Being from upstate New York, Schenectady to be exact, they're always worried about me living the fast-paced life in the city, and that worry increased with the merger. I told them not to worry, despite them begging me to come back to Schenectady where I could work for their podiatrist friend at the front desk. No, thank you. I knew what I was doing, and even though funds got pretty low, I never let them know. But now, nothing to worry about because my salary is, oh my God, good. Mr. Danvers loved me, but he didn't love me that much. And when Mr. Weston said it was low to start, I held back my scoff. Yeah, okay, that's low. Sure. How will I ever live? Sunday night, Mama bought herself a delightful steak to celebrate the night before my first day. And I got the truffle butter to go with it. I slathered that gooey yumminess and suckled on cultured cuisine's teat. It was everything I could have asked for. Now that I'm here, ready for a new day at a new job, I could not be more excited. I wonder what it's going to be like. Mr. Danvers' office was always so pleasant. Fresh flowers were always at my desk. I had many friends on multiple floors, and working for a man who appreciated me was icing on top of the cake. Casual Fridays were always a win. Plus, Mr. Danvers worshipped the ground I walked on and trusted my opinion. Hopefully, I can have an impact on Weston Enterprises like I did for Mr. Danvers. Before I walk into the building that I will soon call my new work home, I lick the glaze off my fingers from my donut and then quickly wipe them with a wet wipe from my purse. Clean and ready to go, I take my phone out of my purse and stop a lovely-looking lady who doesn't seem to be in a rush like the other people around me. "Would you mind taking a picture of me?" I ask her. "It's my first day at my new job, and I'd love to have a photo to commemorate the moment." "Of course," the lady says with a kind smile. "Congratulations. What a wonderful day to start a job on. The sun is bright and shining past all these concrete buildings." I was thinking the same thing. Smiling, I step back and hold on to my purse, giving the best side pose I can muster. "Got it." The lady hands me my phone back. "Enjoy your new job. Knock them dead." "Thank you." I wave to her, grateful for a pleasant New Yorker this morning. On the way up to the HR floor, I quickly post my picture to Instagram, tagging Weston Enterprises, of course, and then put my phone back in my purse. HR is on the 61st floor, but I'll be working on the 88th. Sounds so regal. From working with Linus and Mr. Danvers, of course. I already know Weston Enterprises isn't only invested in real estate, but multiple facets of different businesses that fall under the umbrella of the powerful conglomerate that Rath built at a young age. Investing his money consistently has brought him to the point that he has 10 different branches of Weston Enterprises, as well as a thriving philanthropic sector that Rath spends most of his time focusing on. The doors part. I tell everyone on the elevator to have a good day, and then I head straight through the glass doors, looking for a Mrs. Pepplebum. Reception greets me with a smile, and I say, "Hello, I'm Charlee Cox, and this is my first day. I'm supposed to report to a Mrs. Pepplebum." "Yes, she's in the conference room preparing for your arrival. Right this way." I follow the dear lady through many glass hallways to a conference room with tinted windows. The door swooshes open, and I'm announced. "Mrs. Pepplebum, Miss Cox is here." A lady in her mid-50s, short blonde hair, raises her head and gives me a charming smile. Hand outstretched, she walks around the table and shakes my hand. "What a pleasure. Please, take a seat. Would you like anything to eat?" She motions to some fruit and muffins on the table. I eye the cut-up pineapple and make myself a plate. Pineapple is a weakness for me. I can never pass it up. Me either. Mrs. Pepplebum makes herself a plate as well before taking a seat next to me. There are a few folders lined up in front of us, but she doesn't get right to work. "So, tell me a little bit about yourself. I heard you worked for Harold Danvers." "Yes, he was such an amazing boss. And then the merger happened, so I lost my job. I received a very nice severance package, which has given me some time off. Much-needed time off." "Oh, I bet. Where did you go to school?" "University of Albany. I'm from Schenectady, actually. I didn't travel too far for college, so I could live with my parents and save money. After I graduated with a master's in business, I came to the city, and I haven't looked back. I'm from the Adirondacks. It's so beautiful up there during the fall, but the winter months, no thank you." I laugh and nod. Yes, I'm grateful we don't get that much snow here in the city. Just crazy cold wind. And that's why scarves were invented. And taxis. We both laugh and spend a little bit more time talking, enjoying our pineapple before we get down to work. Once our plates are pushed to the side, Mrs. Pepplebum says, "Okay, I have your basic employment forms to fill out, and then we have the lease agreement for the apartment." "Oh, yes. I don't think I'm going to take the lease. I live in a nice place in Brooklyn." Mrs. Pepplebum shakes her head. "That won't work, unfortunately. You're going to need to live in Manhattan at least." "Oh, well, I guess I can start looking for a place." She laughs. "Not necessary. Mr. Weston owns many apartment buildings in the vicinity. He just had this apartment refurbished, and he said it was for you." Leaning forward, she says, "If I were you, I'd take it. I saw the inside. It's spectacular. Beautiful views and rooftop access." "Oh my. Okay." I bite my bottom lip. I just feel a little bad taking it. "Don't. It's a perk for working as Mr. Weston's executive assistant. There's also a driver assigned to you." She looks through the paperwork. "Joel is his name. He'll be at your disposal, and before you refuse his services, it's a requirement to use him when running errands for work." I nod. Mr. Danvers was the same. "So, then you're familiar. Joel is a lovely man. Grew up in the city, knows the ins and outs of every street, but has one of the thickest New York accents I've ever heard. Oh, I can't wait to meet him." For the next hour, we go over the rest of the benefits of working with Mr. Weston, as well as signing paperwork. And of course, an NDA, which I'm very familiar with. It's not uncommon to sign one when you're working with someone of such stature. Although, to be so accomplished at Mr. Weston's age is exceptional and surprising. Once the paperwork is signed and I gain a copy of everything in different folders, the organization already has me excited. Mrs. Pepplebum, or Renita, as she asked me to call her, stands and says, "With everything all set, it's time you see your new office space. What I've been waiting for. Can't wait." I take all the file folders under my arm and follow Renita to the elevator I didn't come through. She takes the key card and activates the button. Then she hands me the card and says, "There are 3 keys to this elevator. Security and Mr. Weston have one, and now you. It's your private elevator, so don't let anyone else have this key." Understood. Mr. Danvers had that, so I'm glad Mr. Weston has one as well. Will guests be allowed up by security each time? Those who security know won't be announced if Mr. Weston is in the office. He tends to call downstairs and advise if he's not to be disturbed. However, security will call through to you for business meetings and the like. Makes sense. He is the CEO, after all. Do you know if there are any specific tasks Mr. Weston wants me working on? He'll go over all of that with you. He has you scheduled in about 15 minutes to meet with him. Oh, wow, okay. I cringe as we ride up the elevator. Not to be a bother, but are there any notepads upstairs? There's an iPad at your desk, ready for use, as well as your phone and computer, all personalized for you. Wonderful. I gnaw on the side of my lip, wondering if there are notepads, though, because iPads are great and all, but I like making lists with pen and paper. Nothing to worry about right now. The elevator dings and the doors part to an empty top floor. I glance around, the space feeling like a ghost town. Dreary lights barely light up the space. Blinds cover all the windows. And there isn't one person in sight as we walk past a conference room and down a long hallway to a desk right outside a grand door. Oh, are we on the wrong floor? No, this is the 88th floor. It's just you and Mr. Weston up here. Wait, no one else works up here? Nope, Mr. Weston prefers his privacy. Okay. We make our way to the plain black desk where there's a new phone on top, as well as a brand new Mac desktop still in the box, and the aforementioned iPad. All waiting to be set up. No pen holder. No pads of paper. No pretty nameplate. No flowers. No color. Anywhere. The walls are a muted gray. The floors are a sharp black, and the blinds that cover the windows are black as well. A few chrome touches here and there. But other than that, the space is very institutional, with zero personal touch to it at all. Rather depressing. Well, that's going to change. Everything is here for you. You are to meet with Mr. Weston at 10:30. Just knock on his door. Until then, go ahead and set up your computer and iPad. Phone is already set to go. Will IT be up here? Renita shakes her head. Mr. Weston will give you instructions for a secure network he's on. He is the only one with access to it. He doesn't trust many people with his personal information, especially IT people. Okay, but what if I have a computer problem? Renita places her hand on my arm. Charlie, Mr. Weston is a very intelligent man. Top of his class at Yale. If there's a problem with his executive assistant's computer, he'll be able to fix it faster than someone from IT. And I just ask him for help? Yes, she smiles. He's a very nice guy. So I've been told. Okay, well, thank you. With one more pat to my arm, Renita says, "You'll be great. Welcome to Weston Enterprises." Renita takes off, leaving me to my devices. I take a seat in the very comfortable office chair and observe my desk. I open the drawers where I find one legal pad, yellow, yuck, and one pen with a company name on it. The bottom drawer is empty. Looks like I'll be hitting up Office Max after this and then my favorite stationery store in Brooklyn, because this desk is ill-prepared for my particular office flair. I'm in the middle of plugging in my computer and setting it up when the door behind me flies open and hits the wall behind it. I nearly fall out of my chair from being so startled when the figure of Mr. Weston steps out into the hallway. He looks at me sharply, and then at his watch. "You're a minute late." "What?" I ask, scrambling to stand. I light up my phone and see that he's right. I'm a minute late. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I was so caught up with figuring out which plug to use for each device that I completely—" "Just get in my office." He spins on his heel and heads back inside. What the? Grumpy. But, giving him the benefit of the doubt, maybe he's having a tough day, I ease up on my opinion, grab my pen and paper, and head into his office. With one look around, I can tell already that the man means business and nothing else, because there isn't one personal detail hanging on the wall or propped up on a shelf. Instead, his office is flanked by windows and covered up by a dark tint. There is one light on, and it's his desk lamp, casting a yellowish glow on the very bright morning. And instead of furniture in the very large space, he has a desk, an office chair, and 2 armchairs in front of his moderately sized desk. That's it. His office is bigger than my apartment, and there are 4 pieces of furniture inside. What the hell is that about? He sits in his desk chair and looks up at me when I just stand there, a few feet away. He robotically motions to the chair in front of him. "Take a seat." "Okay. Wasn't sure if you wanted me to make myself comfortable or not. Is this how you usually want me to take notes? Sitting in front of you? Or do you prefer for me to stand at your door?" "Either I'm good with, although the door is quite far away and the echo in here might make it hard to hear. But if that's what you want, then I'm totally sitting." He navigates through his computer with a few clicks of his mouse, and then starts feverishly clicking at his keyboard. I watch him, his brow narrowing, his jaw tensing, his fingers working speedily over the keys while his determined eyes keep track of everything he's writing. I've seen people invested in their work before, but nothing like the concentration Rath Weston has. If I wasn't so fascinated by the way he can fully zero in, I might be a little insulted that he snapped at me to get into his office, but then completely ignored me. After what seems like a few minutes, he finally leans back in his chair and stares me down, pen in hand. "Did you sign all your paperwork?" "Yes." "The NDA?" "That would be included in all the paperwork," I say, trying to make it sound more funny and less snarky. He doesn't seem to find my tone funny at all. Instead, he brings his capped pen to his temple, where he very slowly massages his sensitive skin. "The apartment. Did you get the keys?" Yes. It might take me some time to move in, but movers will be there tomorrow. Make sure there's nothing personal you don't want seen lying about." He sits up and goes back to his computer where he spends a few seconds reading something and then once again types out some sort of reply. His fingers fly so fast over the keyboard that I secretly imagine him as one of those keyboarding typing kiddies who wear ill-fitting shirts and bob their heads back and forth while typing. Thankfully, I'm able to hide the smirk that wants to peek past my lips from the thought just in time. He leans back in his chair and asks, "Is your computer set up?" Not quite. I plugged it in, though." I give him 2 thumbs up. Looks like I'm winning so far this morning. His lips twist to the side, his eyes falling to the pad and paper in my hand. "Where's your iPad?" "Where I left it, on my desk."
Why aren't you using it?
More of a pen and paper gal. I hold up the boring pen and paper. But I will say, I'm used to more colorful things and, my favorite pens are the Papermate felt tip pens. They come in all different colors and I love color coordinating with them. Do you have any? I glance at his singular pen on his desk. Guess not. Don't worry, I'll pick some up for the both of us. My treat. You know the saying, pen pals? We can bring a whole new meaning to it. Oh, Do you know what would be fun? If we had a color we used for each day, and then before every meeting, we tapped our pen heads together as an initiation to the meeting. That would be so great. I take a note. I'm getting supplies tonight. I'll pick some up and then write out a schedule for what color to use. And don't you even think I'm not going to let you get away with just manly colors. Oh no, Mr. Weston. You'll be using pink just like the rest of us. He doesn't say anything, just stares. Use your iPad. That's what it's there for. I'm thinking he doesn't want to use pink. Get your computer set up. You're useless to me without that. How am I supposed to go over my schedule and what I need? Useless. Wow, that's lovely. Can you hear the sarcasm? Well, we can always talk about your schedule. I can take notes, and then when we're done, I'll go finish with the computer. You really didn't give me much time to prepare. If you're working for me, Miss Cox, you won't have much time for anything. Get used to that. Well, isn't he pleasant? Was Renita talking about the same person who's sitting in front of me? He's a very nice man. Oh yeah, very nice indeed. No welcome. No hey, how are you? No first day on the job fruit basket. Not that I need one, but it's a kind gesture. Tapping my pen on my paper, I ask, "Did you have breakfast this morning? You seem a little crabby. Low blood sugar will do that to the best of us. Want me to call down for something? A good lox and bagel might do the trick. Or, are you a sweets kind of guy? Dare I say a donut connoisseur?" I ask with a smile. Are you always this chatty? Usually worse. I pose my pen. Now, was that a donut or a lox and bagel?
Chapter 4. Wrath. Pure desperation can do funny things to a person, like encourage them to make a spur-of-the-moment decision, like hire a new assistant without interviewing them, basing the hire off recommendation alone. I'm not a complete idiot. I called Harold this morning to make sure she was credible. The jolly man went on forever about how Charlee Cox was one of the best people he knew, and that I should be grateful to have her working beside me. Right about now, I'm questioning Harold Danvers' sanity. The girl's chattiness is unlike anything I've ever heard, and her candid remarks, with no filter whatsoever, are astonishing, to say the least. Asking about my blood sugar, calling me crabby. She really holds nothing back, even on her first day. And yet, she hasn't set up her computer, doesn't have her iPad, and is doodling absent-mindedly on her paper while I talk. Does she even realize her pen is moving? I want to say no by the blank stare she's giving me.
So, what will it be? She asks. Either way, they both have holes you can bite into, assuming you like holes.
She shakes her pen knowingly at me.
Oh yeah, you're a hole man.
Jesus Christ. I know she doesn't mean it in a dirty way, the way I seem to be taking it, but I still wonder, does she understand what she's saying? Not hungry.
That's fine, I'll order both. It's on me. Think of it as a first day thanks for hiring me surprise. Let me just text my friend real quick. It'll be here in less than 10 minutes.
She types quickly, then pushes up her glasses and focuses back on me.
Now, I have some questions for you.
Why?
Why?
She laughs.
Because I'm here to help you do your best work.
She shakes her head and chuckles.
Such a silly Billy Goat. Oh.
Her eyes widen.
That could be a fun nickname. I can call you Billy for short. How does that sound?
It's Mr. Weston. She taps her pen to her chin.
Billy just doesn't sound right, so I'll keep working on it. Don't worry, I come up with the best nicknames.
Mr. Weston.
Yes, and I'm Miss Cox. Like a bag of...
Yes, that doesn't need repeating. Seriously, what is with this girl? And what did I get myself into?
Oh, that's right. I already told you about the bag of penises at the convention. Sorry, I get a little nervous sometimes and just run my mouth, but let's get back to work, the heavy-hitting stuff.
She zeroes in on me, and with her pen ready to jot down notes.
How do you take your coffee?
These are her hard-hitting questions? You don't need to know that.
Are you insane? Of course I do. I don't need you snapping at me to get you coffee only for you to turn around and chuck it at my freshly pressed blouse. Ironing is a sport in my apartment. At least a half day on Sundays I spend ironing my clothes and watching reruns of New Girl. Have you seen that show? Who's your favorite character? You know, at first I was like, who's this Schmidt guy? And then,
Enough.
no, enough is not a character unless I missed an episode, which I know I haven't. 90% sure about that. But if I had to guess, I'd say you're totally a Winnie the Bish kind of guy. Am I right?
I rub at my temple. I said, that's enough. Enough chatter. Just go set up your computer.
Oh, dear. Do you have a headache?
She studies me, worry etching her brow.
Want me to get you some water?
She looks over my desk.
I don't see a water bottle in sight. Are you hydrating? Don't worry, I'll put it on my list of things to remind you to do. If you're going to run the world, we need you fed and hydrated.
Leaning forward, she whispers,
When you pee, is it clear?
Out, I shout, pointing with my finger. Out now. She startles back, clutching her pad of paper to her chest.
I'm sorry, but do you want me to leave?
Yes, for Christ's sake, that's what out means. Out!
Oh dear, was it something I said? Because honestly, I think we're on the brink of being productive here. If you would loosen up a little more, we would be able to really crack the code on this boss-assistant working relationship.
I swear to God himself, if you don't leave in the next 10 seconds, I'll have someone escort you out. I point again. Drop your things off and go.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
She stands and gives me a parting glance.
You know, your skin does look a little dry. A little more hydration might help.
You have 5 seconds. On an eep, she scurries away, leaving me with a sense of failure once again. Another one bites the dust, just like that. I assumed from my gut instinct she was going to be a good match. Apparently, she decided to flip her crazy switch this morning and turn into an obnoxiously loud and constant chatterbox. Unfortunately, that's not what I need, especially with the high volume she came at me this morning. Dehydrated. I'm not fucking dehydrated. I drink plenty of water. Pressing my fingers into my forehead, I let out a giant sigh. What the fuck had Harold and Linus taken to recommend Charlee bag of dicks? She is not the assistant I thought she was going to be. But then 5 minutes later, my security team brings me both a donut and lox and bagel. Without even thinking, I down them both. Not because she got them for me, but because I'm a depressed motherfucker who can't seem to find an assistant worth a damn. Harold Danvers just lost a whole bunch of credibility. Either you lost a deal, or the new assistant is already driving you insane, Rourke says, saddling up next to me at High 9, our favorite bar. Thankfully, Sutton is out of town, giving me free access to my best friend. Staring into my half-empty glass of Stella, I say, she didn't last past 10. What? He laughs. But Harold Danvers is a lying piece of shit, and I'm pretty sure he set me up. Rourke orders a Guinness, and I glance at him for a second, questioning his choice since he's a milk drinker these days. He shrugs and says, "One glass won't kill me." When it's placed in front of him, he takes the tiniest of sips, the foam sticking to his 5 o'clock shadow. She was a dud. She was annoying, wouldn't stop talking, called me crabby. Well, you are crabby a lot of the times when you're at work. You would be too if you were working with morons. I twist my beer with both hands on the bar top. He chuckles. I wonder what your employees would think if they saw you outside of the office. They wouldn't even recognize you. You're completely different. I keep my 2 lives separate. If they knew the frat boy in me, they never respect me. Respect you? Or fear you? Both. I sigh and wave down the bartender. When he comes up to me, I say, "Nachos, please, extra jalapenos." Sure thing. He takes off and Rourke asks, "So she wouldn't stop talking. Because of that, you conned her. Trust me, you would have too. I just didn't think she was a good fit. I should have interviewed her first. That's usually how conventional businessmen proceed with new hires, but then again, when have you ever been conventional? Rourke gives me some side eye and asks, "Are you sure it has nothing to do with you thinking she's pretty?" "Are you fucking kidding me with that?" He shrugs. "Just checking one last time. You act as if I'm some horn dog who can't keep it in my pants. Vanessa was a one-time deal, okay? Never happening again." He throws his hands up in surrender. "Okay, just checking." Jesus, you make one mistake and that's what you're known for. Vanessa was a mistake, a giant one at that. I hired her based on her qualifications, but late nights and her seductive and suggestive ways started to wear me down, until one cliché night of working late led to breaking the seal on the sexual tension between us. I got lost in her, and quick. To the point that when we broke up, I made it quite clear that no matter what, we never talk about her. Ever. Apparently Rourke has no problem bringing up my past, though. What are you gonna do now? Start from scratch again? Have Renita put out some feelers for someone new? Maybe get some recruiters involved. I can't be dealing with this shit on my own for much longer. Understandable. Rourke sighs and sits back in his chair. So, what did you think of the tux choices for the wedding? We both exchange a knowing look before I say, if he chooses brown, I'm going to be pissed. Rourke nods. Right there with you. The navy blue is sharp. The brown would make us look like little pies of shite standing at the altar. I can't believe Julia approved that color. I sent her a text earlier asking about the tux color, and she said she gave Bram complete control over the men's side. We just had to go with the wedding color scheme. I love your sister, but that was a stupid mistake. The nachos are placed in front of us, and we both reach out and scoop up a pile of cheese and jalapenos. Bram can be very persuasive, and you know him. He wants to be involved as much as possible. He's not a groom who just shows up. He's going to every single appointment with her and has a hand in every decision. He even went to get her dressed with her. Are you serious? I thought grooms weren't supposed to see that shite before the wedding. He went with a blindfold, kept saying how gorgeous she was even though he couldn't see. Rourke shakes his head in disbelief. Why are we even friends with him? I question that every day. I take another bite of nachos and ask, So, are you gearing up for another round of fantasy football? He nods. I've been doing my off-season studying. I'm going to annihilate you two motherfuckers. Yeah, we'll see about that. Thank God for fantasy football, high nine, and nachos. Right now, it's the only way I'll be able to cling to being human. Chapter 5. Wrath. I'm dragging this morning, more than usual. That's what happens when I fire my assistant before she can even finish turning on her computer. I stayed up until 2, reworking my schedule and sending emails from my executive assistant email so it looks like I have it together. There's so many fucked up things about what I was doing last night that it would take hours to hash out, so let's just leave it as I'm in desperation mode. On a yawn, I lean against my private elevator wall to hold me up and watch as the carriage climbs and climbs until it hits my floor. Pushing off the wall, I hold my bag close to my side as the doors part and I'm immediately hit in the face with sun. Everywhere. Blasting my retinas and melting them into nothing. My eyes are thunderstruck with sunshine, leaving me reeling back, feeling like a vampire struck by the brightness of day. Using my arm as a cloak, I block the light from my eyes and mutter, What the actual fuck? To my side, a cheery voice says,
Good morning, Mr. Weston. Gotta love that sunshine, really gets your mental juices pumping in the morning, doesn't it?
Squinting, I step out of the elevator and look to the side, where Charlie Bag of Dicks is standing with a pink and purple notepad in hand, purple pen poised, decked out in purple and pink dress, matching purple shoes, and purple glasses. Her hair is in a bun with some weird braid wrapped around the base of the bun, and her makeup matches her outfit as well. What the hell is happening right now? And why is she here? And why does it feel like my office was moved to the surface of the sun? Am I really that delirious from no sleep, acting like my own damn assistant last night answering emails?
Now, since you never told me how you take your coffee yesterday, I took it upon myself to create a coffee bar right here on our floor. I'm not a professionally trained barista, but my friend Doreen is, and 2 years ago she gave me a crash course on some very popular drinks. Right this way.
She takes my arm that's not blocking the sun and guides me down the hall until we stop at a decked-out kiosk, stocked with mugs, coffee, fixings, and a top-of-the-line espresso machine. On the front of the kiosk is a menu with a picture of Charlee smiling with a cup of coffee. Below her picture it says, "Please tip your barista," with smiles. Yep. This is a nightmare. It has to be.
As you can see, these are the variety of drinks I'm able to make narrowed down by my skill and the supplies we have. If you have a different request, please share, and I'll be sure to be trained by Doreen in the next day or so. And before you get your panties in a twist about wanting coffee from your favorite place, I assure you, this coffee will be just as good or better. I didn't go cheap. Plus, we'll save money, time, and the environment by making our own. Moving along?
She takes my arm again and drags me down the hallway. I'm speechless, confused. I fired her yesterday, right? That's what happened. I told her to leave. So why is she here looking like Miss Frizzle and acting like we're at freshman orientation? I peel my eyes open wider, looking around for a magic school bus just in case I'm truly having some fucked up dream. But instead of taking me to a large yellow vehicle, she continues with her tour, sending my mind into a tailspin of, what the fuck?
Over here, I had the company install a fridge, kitchen island with 2 hot plates, a microwave, and I just gathered the cookware from my house for now because I was reaching the limit on my credit card. I can manage with what I have at my place for now. The fridge is stocked. I wasn't sure.
Wait, I boom, squeezing my brow with my fingers. You put this on your personal credit card?
Yes, of course. I wasn't about to spend the company's money, so, like I was saying, I wasn't sure.
This is for the company, so why would you spend your own money? Why am I even asking? She was fired. She shouldn't be here.
Well, because it wasn't approved. So I figured, my treat, and I'll just pay it off in chunks. It's really not a big deal. Now, please let me finish the tour. We have a busy day ahead of us.
In a daze, Charlee shows me around the rest of our floor, where she sets up a meditation room with 2 yoga mats, a trickling fountain, and soothing music. There are also flowers scattered around the space. Every window is open, and her desk is all sorts of colorful with pens and notebooks and file folders and calendars on the wall. It looks like the office supply convention threw up in her space, and her desk is repositioned with an additional desk attached to it to form a mega desk, giving the presence of importance with the way she positioned it instead of right outside of my office. When the hell did she do all of this? Did she even sleep? I'm so confused. She heads to my office and flings the door open. Once again, light floods through the space and I have to blink a few times for my eyes to adjust. Nervous to see what she did to my office, I hesitantly step in and glance around. Not a pen is out of place. Not a piece of furniture has been added. It's the same besides one thing. What's that? I point to the 5-foot potted tree next to my desk.
That's a dragon tree, or Sir Dragomir of Westonville. That's what I named him. He's spiky looking, like you, and will offer remarkable breathable space and relaxation. He's all I could afford for now, but just you wait. I'll have some cousins for him soon. Plants offer a sense of peace in the office. Something you need when working such a high-powered job. I can help you position him elsewhere, but don't fret. He won't get much taller than 10 feet, so we have plenty of ceiling space. Isn't he magnificent? He spoke to me at the nursery, and I couldn't leave without...
How much did you spend? I ask through clenched teeth. I don't even know if that's what I should be asking. Maybe, what the fuck would suffice. She waves her hand casually at me and starts working around my desk, turning on my computer for me and adjusting a cup of coffee on the desk, as well as a blueberry muffin.
Doesn't matter. What matters is that we make sure you're fed, you're caffeinated, and you're addressed of your morning meetings. Now, I spoke with Renita, and she set me up with your schedule. Apparently, she's the only other person with access. So she kindly helped me out. We're up and running, boss man.
She claps her hands together.
I'll let you get adjusted, but I'll be back in 10 minutes to go over everything for the day. Busy, busy, busy.
With a smile, she takes off and closes my door quietly, leaving me in a fog of what the fuck with Sir Dragonmere of Westonville.
Mr. Scott's office, how may I help you?
Linus, it's Wrath. I need to talk to Bram now. Like, right fucking now. He's not answering his cell, and I know he's in his office because he sent me an email.
He's in a meeting, Mr. Weston.
Linus, this is red alert. Help me out. He pauses and then says on a sigh,
Okay, but I would only do this for you. 1 second.
I tap at my desk as my foot bounces up and down. 10 minutes. I have 10 minutes to figure out what to do about the office apocalypse that has happened this morning. This better be good, Bram says, getting on the line. What are you really doing? You don't have meetings this early. Julia is here. My spine shivers. Don't fucking tell me you're doing dirty shit with my sister in your office. No, we do that at her office. We're going over wedding things. You can't do that at home? You're wasting your time with these inconsequential questions. Are you going to tell me why you're calling me in a panic? He's right, unfortunately. Looking toward my door as if it's see-through, I quietly say, She's back. What do you mean she's back? I texted Bram last night to let him know what happened with Charlie, and he thought it was one of the best things he'd ever heard and was mad at me for sending her away. He said I needed someone like her around. The assistant. She's back. Wait. What? He chuckles lightly. After you fired her, she returned? Not only did she return, but she's dressed like Miss Frizzle from the Magic School Bus. Miss Frizzle always got my groin working. Loved the saucy redhead. Can you not, right now? I seethe. What the fuck do I do? She transformed my entire office. What do you mean? There's a fucking ficus staring at me. Like a plant? Yeah. Technically, it's some kind of dragon bush. I'm not sure. All I know is that she named it Sir Dragonmere of Westonville, and my fucking balls seized out of fear. I think she's insane. Slow down. It's a fucking plant, man. No, it's not. Come on, Weston, I've got things. There's light pouring in from every window. There's some fucking coffee kiosk outside, a kitchen, a goddamn meditation room, and don't get me started on her workspace. A rainbow had an orgy with 10 unicorns last night, and its progeny is scattered all over her desktop. She's coming back, and I check my watch. 7 minutes to go over the busy schedule I have. Dude, I didn't give her a schedule. What if she has me blocked out to do some kind of voodoo shit for an hour at lunch? There's silence on the phone, and then, you know, it sounds kind of magical over there, so maybe I'll call to schedule an appointment with her. Jesus Christ, man, I'm serious. What the fuck do I do? She's acting like nothing happened. Well, what exactly happened? Because if she still has her keycard and employee pass, then it sounds like she wasn't fired. What did you say to her? Did you actually say, you're fired? Yes. I mean, I think about it. Did I? Did I say it out loud, or did I say it in my head? I thought I did. Bram laughs hard. Shit. I drag my hand down my face. Now I can't remember. I definitely told her to get out, and then she was gone for the day. Yeah, prepping the space for Sir Dragonmere, so you did not fire her. Fuck. I lean back in my chair, staring at the stupid spiky tree thing. What do I do? Fire her now? Sure, if you want to look like an ungrateful prick who has no common decency. She clearly wants to make you comfortable in your environment. Why not give her a chance? Because she's beautiful, smart, funny, quirky, annoying. Because she's not right for the job. Seems like she's more right than you were ready for. Give her a chance and be nice. She's clearly invested in making things easy for you. I'm not being nice. Why? Because you're afraid she'll actually see that you're a good guy? I'm not that self-absorbed. I can't be nice. Not when I don't know her potential. Let me guess. You're going to put her through the ringer. I don't have an option, I say while flicking one of Dragomir's leaves. If she wants to work for me, then I'm going to make sure she knows what working for me entails. Christ, Bram blows out. Just promise me one thing, and I'm serious about this. What? I ask, checking the time again. 2 minutes. Don't piss on the welcome parade she gave you this morning. She clearly put thought into it. I think about how the office looks vastly different, and even though it's not my style, Bram is right. She obviously put a lot of time and thought into it, especially to make it happen this fast. I have no fucking clue how she got all this up here so early in the day. And, fuck, the security staff allowed some unknown to deliver the coffee cart? And a ficus? They don't know her. How did she get that approved? And she paid for it. Who is this girl? But then the businessman in me sees a spot of potential. She has connections, and that might be a good thing moving forward. Okay, I promise.
Chapter 6. Charlee. Linus. He called this morning, looking for Bram as expected. Charlee. Good. Thanks for letting me know. And thanks for the help yesterday. I wasn't sure the security team would actually let me up here. They obviously know who you are, Linus. Anyway, it means a lot to me. Linus. You're welcome. No way in hell are you going to be fired before noon. Not my girl. Keep me updated on everything. Charlee. I will. Time to go into the lion's den. P.S. I think he's taking a liking to Dragomir. Linus. I'm still snorting over the name. Rath Weston has no idea what he's gotten himself into. Good luck, girl. Charlee. Thank you. I set my phone to the side and take a deep breath. I'm not an idiot. I knew exactly what Rath Weston was doing yesterday. He couldn't handle me, and within the first interaction we had in the office, he sent me packing. Harold Danvers did the same thing, but never actually uttered the words, "You're fired." Therefore, I acted like it never happened. Yes, my personality can be a bit much at times. But what these powerful businessmen don't realize is that they need someone like me to keep them running. Someone bright and shiny. Someone who will respectfully refuse and decline meetings and events for them. Someone who knows their eating schedule, meeting schedule, and poop schedule. The puppet master. That's me. I make sure these men function while making tough decisions, and Rath doesn't know it yet, but I'm going to be the biggest asset to him. And when he does realize it, oh boy, will it feel so good. Pen and notebook in hand, I stand, straighten my dress, and walk straight into Rath's office, not even bothering to knock. We're the only ones on this floor. He didn't receive any incoming calls, therefore I'll walk right in. When I do, I find him leaning over his desk, his hand in his hair, a position I'm sure I'll be seeing many times. It takes monumental effort not to burst out into laughter. How I'd love to be inside his head right now, watching him try to make sense of his morning. I know he's confused, distressed probably, also maybe slightly relieved, which adds to more confusion. I'd be confused too if I fired someone and then they showed up the next day as if nothing happened. It was a risk, but one I was willing to take, because even though we didn't get off on the right foot, I know there's a good working relationship between us ready to blossom. I can feel the give and take. I can see the long nights, and I can sense his need for me. It's the only reason I didn't go home defeated. Instead, I strapped my purse tighter to my shoulder and made a to-do list, maxed out my credit card, and cashed in on some favors. I'm now hoping it all pays off. Uh-oh. Looks like you haven't touched your muffin yet. Can I make you something else? How about a breakfast burrito? He glances up at me as I approach and take the seat across from him. I'm not hungry. Did you eat breakfast? Feeding me isn't in your job description. Not specifically, but it falls under the category of helping the CEO. So, did you eat? I don't eat breakfast. I shake my head. No. That won't do. I take my work phone that I've already plugged all my contacts into, and I type out a text to Vincent, my go-to Postmate driver. You see, Mr. Weston, when they say breakfast is the most important meal of the day, they mean it. Your brain needs food. If a muffin isn't your thing, then we'll try something else. We'll have some options here in 15. I text away. Bulldog and Brute are aware, and we'll be bringing it up when it's done. Bulldog and Brute? He lifts his brow. Yes, your security detail. I roll my eyes. You don't call them by their nicknames yet? Such wonderful guys. Brute and his wife are expecting their third child soon. Father of 3. Wow. I can't even imagine. But that's beside the point. Let's get to work. From the pocket of my dress, I pull out a purple felt-tip pen and hand it to him. He doesn't take it. Here, go on. Don't be afraid. Tuesdays are for purple. This isn't necessary. Mr. Weston, I assure you this is very much necessary. Because once you start color-coding your days, you're going to notice a trend of when you're most productive. If you know what color corresponds with what day, the trend will grow stronger. Thursdays are my hardest days. You would think it's Monday, but it's not. Thursdays I struggle with. That's why I save green for Thursdays. I can see the intrigue in his eyes when he asks, why green? Because green is the color of money, and if I want money, I better get my ass into gear and make some. The corner of his lip twitches as he glances at his hands. Already hiding smiles. Gah. My favorite part of historical romances that I read during my lunch hour. The burly hero who has a stick up his butt and a chip on his shoulder finds the heroine to be entertaining, but he never lets on. Well, guess what, Rath Weston? I see you. Take the pen and let's get down to working. Reluctantly, after a few seconds of staring at it, he takes the pen from me and uses it to tap on his paper. Today you have... I'm aware of what's on my schedule. I don't need you listing everything off. Oh, competent in reading his own schedule. Understood. I write a note. When entering your meetings, would you like me to make notes about what they're pertaining to so I don't have to list them off to you? Notes and pictures of the people I'm talking to. I like to know what they look like, so if I see them in person, I'm not caught off guard. I tap my pen to my temple. Ooh, and that, folks, is how he gets ahead of the game. Noted. Do you need a brief bio? 2 to 3 sentences about their personal life or recent accomplishments? His jaw twitches. Yes, that would be fine. That would be fine, my ass. He's totally salivating over that idea. Not a problem. If you're set on your schedule, would you like to let me know what you need from me? Yes, I would. He slides a piece of paper across the table and says, I need all of those done by end of day. I pick up the list and don't even look at it, as I realize exactly what he's doing. He's challenging me to see if I can keep up with him and his ridiculous demands. And I keep my mouth shut about the use of paper. Mr. Better use your iPad. Please. Rath, this isn't the first time I've seen a high-powered alpha try to prove he was right. He could not be more cliché if he tried. The ominous list. The gruff attitude, the rumpled hair, and alpha attitude. Same personality, different man. It's sad that he thinks he's going to scare me away. Little does he know, this list is about to become my bitch, and it will be done by noon, not end of day. Standing, I give him a quick smile and say, when breakfast arrives, I'll bring it right in. Knock beforehand. Why? Do you get naked in here? His eyes sharpen. It's polite. Who's he to act like the polite police? Pretty sure he has yet to thank me for the office or any meals. But I keep my mouth shut. pick my battles. I nod and take off from my desk, leaving him alone with Sir Dragomir, who is a bitch to move, so I'll be interested to see if he attempts to change his position at all. Once back at my desk, I set my notebook down, take a deep breath, and look at his list. Written in stinging handwriting is a list I don't think anyone could accomplish, unless you're me. Number 1, pick up laundry from dry cleaning. Number 2, buy 5 more of those shirts I like. Number 3, talk to John, ask him about GP. Number 4, go to Maxwell lunch, apologize. Number 5, personally deliver Hoosier files by 10 a.m. There seems to be some decoding necessary, and it's already 8:30, so it seems like I need to enlist some much-needed help. The elevator dings and Brute and Bulldog walk in with breakfast, coy smiles on their thick faces when they see me. Just the 2 guys I need to recruit. All right, Joel, I'm buckled up, let's go. After handing Wrath his breakfast on a tray that was decked out like a room service cart, bud vase included with a pretty daisy, I told him I'd be out of the office, but if he needed me, to give me a call or shoot me a text. He's already sent me a text, asking me to have a rug delivered to his office so he doesn't have to hear my heels clack against the floors of his office. Isn't he a treasure? Then I enlisted the help of Brute and Bulldog to assist me in decoding the list, which they did. Such great men. I gave them each a fun-sized pack of Skittles as a reward. And then I went to Joel, who was waiting for me after I texted him that we were on the warpath today. First stop was the Hoosier files, which I dropped off at 9:30. Then we whipped around to collect the dry cleaning. From there, we checked the shirts and, lo and behold, found the ones he was talking about, because 4 of the 8 shirts that were recently dry cleaned were the same. And Joel remembered Wrath talking about them one day. Told him Tom Ford made the best shirts. I then ordered 5 shirts for him in his size to be delivered to the office and charged to his account. Done. Talk to John, ask him about GP. That was a little puzzling until Brute said there's a man in Wrath's building by the name of John, and he's the garage parking attendant. So we rushed over to Wrath's apartment, spoke with John, and thankfully he knew what we were looking for, which was for Wrath's parking spot to be repainted. That was done within the hour with a bribery of a shimmy wink and fun-sized pack of Skittles. And then it was a smooth downhill from there. Maxwell lunch. He was speaking of Gary Maxwell from High 9, Wrath's favorite bar. We apologized for Wrath skipping out the other day without paying, advising that he'd had an emergency and was extremely sorry. Gary was awesome. Knew Wrath would make good on it, and then I slipped him a pack of Skittles as well. After that, we went to the rug store, picked out a gunmetal gray velour-cut pile rug, perfect that my heels won't catch, and asked them to deliver it in an hour. We have half an hour before noon. Think we can make it? I ask, food in hand. We're 3 blocks away, easily. I'll drop you off in the garage that gives you access to his private elevator. Take it right up and then shock the shit out of him, Joel says, already on Team Charlie. I plan on it, I smile to myself. Also, I really appreciate you helping me out. This means a lot to me. Anything for a girl who wants to prove herself. I like your spirit, Miss Cox. Please, call me Charlie. I will wither away if you call me Miss Cox. Well, we don't want that, do we? I shake my head. No, because then who would hand out Skittles? It wouldn't be Mr. Weston, that's for damn sure. We both laugh, and then I lull my head toward him. I think we're going to have a wonderful friendship, Joel. I think so too, Miss Charlie. I guess I'll settle with that. I check the tray one more time, and then pick up the package of shirts that were just delivered, followed by the food. We stopped at the local salad shop down the road, got Wrath a steak salad with a Coke Zero and a sugar cookie. because I thought he might like the pick-me-up. On a deep breath, I knock on his door, and when he yaps at me to come in, I push through. The tray of food from breakfast is on the floor next to the door, and everything has been eaten. I hide the smile that wants to pass over my lips and head across the floor, sans shoes. My approach is stealth, and he notices. He looks up over his computer and down at my feet. "Where are your shoes?" I try to hide the sarcastic tone when I reply, but I can't help what comes out of my mouth. I didn't want your ears to bleed from the clacking of my heels, so I took them off before entering. Your new rug will be arriving within the hour, which will be perfect because in half an hour you're supposed to be in a meeting with finance, freeing up your office. He grumbles something and then goes back to his computer. Staring at the screen, he asks, "Why are you standing around? You have lunch with Maxwell." "No, that was already sorted." I place the tray on his desk with a smile and tap on the list he gave me with the added checks of buy rug and get lunch. "Everything is done. Here are your Tom Ford shirts you love so much. Your parking spot has been repainted, your dry cleaning has been sent to your apartment, and the Hoosier files were delivered at 9:30. Everything is done and taken care of. I also found you this delicious salad from around the corner with the thought that you didn't bring a sack lunch with you. Am I right?" He sits up, leaning back in his chair, staring at the list on the tray. "You spoke with John?" "Yes, lovely man. Parking spot is all taken care of." His jaw works back and forth, and I know it's stinging him that I not only decoded his list, but got everything done by noon. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some emails and phone calls to return." I start to walk away when Rath says, "There's a cookie on my tray. I don't eat cookies." "Try it," I say, spinning to face him and walking backward. It might help turn your crabby pants into something a little less crusty. His brows narrow as he says, "My pants aren't crusty." "Well, they're not smooth, that's for sure." I give him a wave. "Enjoy, Boss Man Crust Pants." I shut his door behind me and smile to myself. And the point goes to Charlee Cox. #winning.
Chapter 7. Wrath.
Good morning, Mr. Weston. Lovely morning, don't you think?
For the love of God. I shudder to the side as Charlie meets me with a warm smile. Wasn't ready for her greeting this morning, not after the gauntlet she ran me through yesterday. The list, the rug, the food, Boss Man Crust Pants. It's all still swimming around in my head in one giant blur as I try to comprehend what has happened to my life in the last 48 hours. I give Charlie a quick once-over as I catch my breath. Blue apparently is assigned to Wednesdays because she looks like a goddamn blueberry. Is this going to happen every day? A color theme? I pinch the bridge of my nose while taking deep breaths.
Breakfast is at your desk, fresh from the pot. Oatmeal with dates, raisins, apple, and cinnamon. I skipped the brown sugar because we shouldn't load up on sugar first thing in the morning. Those hearty oats, though, they'll get things flowing for you.
And so the barrage begins. Flowing? I ask, walking to my office.
You know, digestively. Which reminds me, I established your bathroom to be the one in your office. I added a candle and some light reading material. You know, for when the mood strikes. The bathroom out here in the hallway is mine. Please don't use it unless you want to stare at a basket of tampons when you're taking a leak.
Jesus Christ. It's way too early for this shit.
We have a lot to do, so best we get to your office and get to work.
She takes me by the arm and guides the way.
You look tired. Are you sleeping well? Do you need...
What the fuck happened in here? I ask when we walk into my office.
Oh.
She lightly laughs.
Just a few things I picked up to make it more homey. Honestly, your office was like an asylum for the insane, and how you got work done is beyond me. And the chairs I have to sit in when we're talking, they were incredibly uncomfortable. And don't get me started on the lack of lumbar support. Don't worry, I stuck with your dark, dramatic theme when picking out some new chairs, but also took it upon myself to add a few special touches here and there.
A few touches? Is she insane? What I'm staring at is not a few touches. It looks like a goddamn jungle in here.
Oh, now, don't we like to exaggerate? Noted. But no, it's not a jungle. I told you Sir Dragomir had some cousins coming. I got you a few bonsai, as they're very good for finding peace of mind. You can trim them how you want and name them. They can be your friends when you're stressed.
I don't want them in here.
That's a problem because they love it here so much. Just give them a chance.
They will die from thirst before I even consider looking at them. I sit down at my desk and look at the oatmeal she prepared. Shit. I hate to admit it, but it looks really good and smells like heaven, but I'll be damned if I eat it in front of her. From my briefcase, I hand her a list and say, "Done by noon, don't dawdle." She snatches the list from me with glee and says,
I would never dawdle. Oh, and when you're done with your dishes, please be a dear and put them in the kitchen area. I may be your assistant, but I'm not your maid.
She takes off and closes my door. Out of all the people I had to hire, then fire, then, I guess, rehire, she had to be the kind who lives in a land of cupcakes and unicorns. I lean back in my chair and take in my office. Little trees are scattered all over. A side table is against the wall with a sign, "Rath's Pruning Tools." I drag my hand over my face, wondering what all my business associates would think. Bram would love it. Rourke would laugh in my face. As I look around, all I can think is, when the fuck does she sleep? I pick up the spoon that's next to the oatmeal, dip it in the bowl, and scoop up a decent mouthful. I plop it against my tongue and my eyes immediately fall closed as I relish in the delicious and blending flavors. Damn her for tantalizing my taste buds.
Well, would you look at you?
I step out of the elevator, still not used to her greeting me with sunshine and such cheeriness that I feel myself scowl right away. Being an introvert, I've developed a solid routine in the morning, and it doesn't include chit-chatting with my employees before my first cup of coffee at my desk. My mornings are supposed to be my time to collect myself at my desk for at least an hour before I even consider talking to someone else. That way, I'm mentally prepared and sharp on my feet for when questions are fired at me. Now it feels like I have to prep on my way to the office when I'm usually looking at my sports feed to relax. But Charlee has changed that. Not sure I'll ever get used to being bombarded right when I get off the elevator. Wondering why she's grinning like a lunatic, I glance at her outfit and immediately realize the colossal mistake I made this morning. We're both wearing green. Fuck. Not wanting to hear her highly probable over-the-top statement about my clothing, I take off toward my office, but she catches up quickly and elbows me in the side.
Thursday. Am I right?
She opens my door for me and continues.
Got to make that money.
I loathe myself right now.
Let's not let Thursday slow us down because tomorrow is Friday, and do you know what Friday means?
2 days away from you, I mutter even though it's not true. We have to work this weekend.
A joke! Look at you lightening up.
Not a joke.
Friday means it's the weekend, and the possibilities are endless. So let's plow through this day and make it great. What do you say?
I sit at my desk where a green smoothie stares back at me. What's this?
Power drink? It's Thursday, and we have to get our brain working. According to the dietary form you filled out for me.
Yeah, that was fucking fun.
You're not allergic to anything, but you don't like kale, so I put it in your smoothie.
If I don't like it, why would you put it in my smoothie?
Because you can't taste it, and it's such a good vegetable for you. Something a high-powered macho man like yourself needs.
She flexes her arms when she says that, and I feel like she's mocking me. Did you finish typing up that proposal yesterday?
Yes, it's in our shared file, which I organized for us, because having all those Word documents and Excel sheets floating around without a home was a nightmare, so I took it upon myself to divide them into appropriate files.
Something I've been wanting to do for a while, but I don't mention that. And what about this weekend? Did you book hotel rooms in Miami?
Of course. You're booked into the Royal Oceanfront Suite at the St. Regis Bal Harbor Resort. I believe that's where you've stayed on previous trips to Miami.
Singular? As in one room, I ask.
Do you plan on having company? A little lady friend?
She laughs. I lean back in my chair and fold my arms over my chest. What the hell do you think you're doing this weekend?
Having brunch with my grandma. It's her birthday, turning the young age of 80.
Send her flowers. You're coming to Miami. I turn on my computer.
I don't recall that being part of the job description or booked in our shared calendar.
She taps her green pen to her paper. Then you didn't read the fine print. Not only are you contracted to me for 2 years unless I fire you, you're also required to work extra hours as an executive salaried employee. You're coming to Miami, and I'd appreciate appropriate work attire, nothing too... I motion up and down her body. Flashy. She glances at her green dress and then back up at me.
How is this flashy? You're wearing the same color as me.
In a subtle way. She folds her arms as well.
You know, this is harassment.
It really isn't, and once again, read your contract. As an executive employee, you're required to adhere to a certain standard. I suggest you read things before you sign them, Miss Cox.
Fine.
She lifts her chin in the air and a wave of nerves trickle up my spine. When women say fine, it's never good. In any context. The word fine should be eliminated from the English language because all it does is cause stress and trouble.
I'll go with you this weekend, but I will require to be home by 9 Sunday morning. I'm sure you can manage since you have a private jet and you're to return Sunday anyway. That way my poor grandma doesn't have a stroke from me not showing up.
She leans forward, hands on hips, her voice sharp with me.
Is that what you want? For my grandma to have a stroke?
Casually, I unpack my suitcase and say, "You'll be home by 9 on Sunday." I take the list I made last night, finding it harder and harder to stump this girl after only a few days on the job, and hand it to her. You know the drill, by noon.
As if you even have to announce your demands.
She snatches the list and strides out of my office, slamming my door this time. Maybe Thursdays might be my favorite days after all. I stare at the smoothie, glance at Sir Dragomir, who I swear reports back to Charlie, and then I take a cautious sip. Fuck. Why is it so good? The oats were perfect, the rug, gunmetal gray, soft, and perfectly suited to my office. Perfect John, who can be a cranky ass, loves this sweet new assistant and thought her perfect. And her attention to detail? Perfect. Damn Charlie and her ability to be perfect at everything.
Good morning!
Charlie shouts at the top of her lungs the minute the elevator doors open, startling the fuck out of me. Motherfucker. I was prepared for her onslaught, but not for her to shout through a megaphone and scare the piss right out of me. On cue, she presses a button on a remote in her hand and Celebrate by Kool and the Gang blasts through the speakers of our office floor. Wearing a yellow skin-tight dress, leopard print glasses, and matching shoes, she does some weird jig in front of me and then twirls.
Come on, Boss Man. Yahoo! It's Friday!
She waves her arms in the air.
Oh yeah, it's a celebration!
Fucking hell. The music blares, she flings her body around and... Are those balloons? I focus and confirm, yep, those are in fact balloons. Balloons and streamers are strewn across her workspace. My office has turned into a goddamn circus. That's exactly what this week has been, a fucking circus, not a place of business. And yet, instead of taking a pen to the balloons and a Gianni shoe to the speakers, I walk past the dancing blonde with far too much energy for 8 in the morning and head to my office, nervous to open the door. So nervous that I hesitate to open it, which, of course, she notices.
You act like something is going to pop out.
She laughs and pushes the door open for me. I glance inside and see everything is normal. For now. That is, until I walk in and Brute and Bulldog, as they will be referred to now, pop out from the corners with signs that say Happy Friday. Together, my barrel-chested security detail dance with Charlie, all gleefully excited about it being Friday. They hold signs. Charlie is holding... Wait. What are those? Pop. Jesus Christ, I yelp, startling backward as confetti shoots from the tubes. Pulse on overdrive, I clutch my briefcase like a life raft as I take in the spectacle in front of me. Confetti strands dripping down my forehead.
Celebrate good times,
Charlie sings, bopping her head back and forth, looking like a Peanuts character with two giant men on either side. What the actual fuck? The music finally dies down and she hands out high fives to Brute and Bulldog who jog off, patting me on the back on their way out.
Oh, wait,
Charlie calls out. From her cleavage, yes, her fucking cleavage, she pulls out 2 fun-sized packs of Skittles and tosses one to each of the boys like dog treats.
Thanks, fellas. Your rhythm was on point.
They bid her a goodbye and shut the door behind them, which finally gives me a second to catch my breath.
Aren't you energized? Told you we just had to get past Thursday, and we did it! We are Friday fans in this office.
She waves her arms in the air, snapping her fingers and still sidestepping. Hell, what the fuck do I even do with her? Clearly not in the mood, I steam past her, my heart pacing at an alarming rate from being startled and bombarded so much this morning that I take my seat immediately and try to slow down my pulse with deep breaths. No person should have to work under these uncertain conditions. Erratic behavior, unexpected surprises, awkward security men spontaneously jumping out at me. It's a fucking whirlwind of terrifying events, one after another. On a deep breath, I stare at the pancakes that are smiling back up at me. Yep, a fucking circus.
They're protein pancake smileys.
Charlie steps up, a little out of breath from her performance.
Packed full of the protein you need in the morning with a bit of charm. I stuck blueberries in there for some antioxidants, and then I made another kale smoothie for you since you seemed to suck yesterday's down so fast. Only a half serving, though, as we don't want you bloated from breakfast. We need you fitting in those trousers.
Finally gathering myself, I say, please tell me you're not going to do that every Friday?
The balloons? No, because there's a helium shortage, but we will be dancing every Friday. Next week, you get to pick the song. Can't wait to hear what you pick, and there will be no judgment, so if you get your boogie on to the Judds, then let's do it. I'll need your song choice by Wednesday to prepare.
I snag the list from my suitcase and wave it at her. Just take this and leave. Please just leave.
Okay, I get it. A little overwhelming. Totally reading the room. Don't worry, boss man. I'll tone it down.
Thank God, because my head is about to explode. Knock, knock.
Mr. Weston?
Charlie pokes her head through my door.
You have a beautiful visitor here to see you.
Beautiful? Who on earth?
Your sister!
She squeals and flings my door open. Together, Julia and Charlie walk arm in arm toward my desk. Oh, God. That can't be good.
Can I just say she's one of the most delightful humans I've ever met? What a charming young lady. I would say the same about you,
Julia says, patting Charlie on the hand. Great. Just what I need. My sister and my executive assistant becoming best friends. All I need now is for Bram to get involved, and then I'm done.
I'll leave you two to it, but Julia, I'll send that spaghetti squash recipe your way. Thank you.
Charlie takes off, but before she shuts the door, she says,
Ordered some high tea for you two, and it will be here shortly. A little snack for the afternoon.
When she shuts the door, Julia takes a seat and beams at me. Please. I press my hand to my forehead. Don't say it.
Love her,
Julia finishes, looking back at the door.
Oh my God, Rav, she is so much fun and so vibrant and sweet. Completely different than anyone you've worked with, and look at your office. It's so full of life. I bet you get a lot done.
I don't want to admit it, but I've been able to get more work done this past week than I ever have before. She is fun, but I'm still not sure I can deal with the morning overtures. I mean, fuck. How does she manage to get here before me and have everything set up? Food, people, music. When does she sleep? Does she sleep? How the hell is she getting all this shit done on my lists? I'm being as evasive as possible to challenge her, stump her, and she keeps one-upping me like a goddamn A-plus champion by finishing the lists and adding some kind of decadent sweet to my lunch. It's infuriating. And she seems to know exactly what kind of afternoon sweet I need at the right time. It boosts my spirits, makes me think of sprinkles and cupcakes and itty-bitty kittens. Hell, she's making me say words in my head like itty-bitty. Therefore, she's fucking with my head in all sorts of ways. She has completely obliterated my plan to overwhelm her, having passed every challenge thrown at her, and I'm left on the back foot more often than not. She shouldn't be able to do that to me. The chaos I've worked with for so long has been traded in for something crazier. Yet, I'm on top of my work. I shake my head. We are Friday fans in this office. Christ. She's efficient, I say, leaning back in my chair. What's up, sis? Everything okay? She nods.
Everything is great. I wanted to talk to you about the wedding.
What about it?
Well,
she twists her hands in her lap and I'm immediately on high alert. What's wrong?
It's just, we moved the date and it's your birthday weekend.
So?
The wedding would be on your actual birthday. It was the only day we could book, and I feel awful, but we didn't want to lose the venue.
I smile and say, Julia, you matter more to me than any birthday. I want you to have the best wedding.
Me? Or Bram?
She asks with a raised brow humor in her voice. Both of you. I smile. Having your wedding on my birthday will only make it that much more special. Seriously, don't even bat an eyelash about it.
Bram said he wants to have 3 cakes at the wedding. A wedding cake, a cheesecake for good luck.
I laugh out loud and say, he once had cheesecake before an exam he never studied for and wound up acing it, so now he thinks cheesecake brings good luck. He only eats it before some of the most important events in his life.
Is it weird that you know more about him than I do?
It will soon change, which will burn my soul, but hey, that's what happens when I hand my best friend over to my sister in marriage. She rolls her eyes and says,
Well, the 3rd cake is a birthday cake for you.
Absolutely not. I shake my head. I will not take from your day. I can celebrate some other time. Or not at all, because I'm a grown-ass man and don't need anything special.
Try telling that to Bram. He was distraught about it. It's why he sent me to tell you to soften the blow. He said he couldn't even look you in the eye.
He's such a drama queen. The door to my office opens and Charlie rolls a cart inside. You'll be fine, I whisper before Charlie sets a pot of tea in front of us, along with teacups and a 3-tier display of scones and treats. Where the hell did this come from? And why haven't I had this every day? Fact. I have a weakness for baked goods, besides muffins, and will eat any baked goods set in front of me, like one bite gobbling. Bram and Rourke both know this and always tempt me with donuts and croissants and danishes, pretty much anything with gluten in it that you would find on the breakfast table.
Charlie, this is amazing,
Julia says, taking in the display of food. Yeah, okay. She did a good job on this. Very thoughtful, even though it's painful for me to admit.
Thank you.
She stands tall after setting everything down and says,
Bottom tier has scones baked fresh from Jenny's Bakery around the corner. Second tier has petit four in a variety of flavors. And then the top tier is your jam and clotted cream for the scones. I've paired it with a lovely afternoon English breakfast tea. Lemon and honey are on the side. Enjoy.
She went to a lot of trouble to make this happen, and I feel bad she doesn't get to enjoy it. The words are on the tip of my tongue asking her if she wants to stay, but before I can offer, Julia says,
Why don't you stay and have some tea with us?
Charlee glances at me and then smiles kindly to my sister.
That's awfully kind of you, but I have some things to attend to. Family time is precious, and I'm sure you don't get much time with your brother, so I'll leave you to enjoy your high tea. Let me know if you need anything.
She gives me one last look and then walks away. I find my eyes trailing after her as Julia digs in. With one unexpected tea party and altruistic words to my sister, she found my weak spot. I'm not sure if I'm entirely comfortable with it. She's gone above and beyond all week to not only get the assigned tasks done, but to predict what I need next. I've never had such an efficient executive assistant before. But what I worry about is what she's doing to my very protected, very hidden heart. Because I know that her actions aren't just those of an efficient assistant. They're just Charlee. I like her. Somehow, some way, she's chipping away at my protective walls, and I can't allow that. But how do you stop a girl who organizes a Happy Friday dance and a high tea for my sister?
Living in luxury, Julia says, biting into a scone. Does this happen every afternoon? Because if it does, I know where I'll be daily at 3 o'clock.
No, I shake my head, still staring off at the door. This was special for you.
Chapter 8. Charlee. I zip up my suitcase and then flip it on its wheels, ready to go. I take one last look in the mirror at my traveling outfit and feel pleased. I went with leggings for comfort, but paired it with a denim button-up, brown ankle open-toed boots, and a straw fedora with a black ribbon around the base. We're headed to Miami after all. I slip my brown satchel bag over my shoulder, check for my contact solution and backup glasses one more time before grabbing my suitcase and taking off. Joel is downstairs, and I don't want to keep him waiting. I turn the lights off, give my giant apartment one last glance, still not moved in, still not used to the fanciness of everything, and lock up. The elevator ride is uneventful as I check my pale pink lipstick in the mirror and then head out the door to the black Lincoln SUV waiting by the curb. Joel greets me with a kind hello and a cup of coffee. "Good morning, Miss Charlee." "Oh, Joel, you're too kind to me." He takes my luggage and opens the door. I duck in, only to be startled backward from Wrath sitting on the other side, engrossed in whatever work he's doing on his phone. "Sheesh," I laugh. "A heads up that you were going to be in here would have been nice." He looks up from his phone and gives me a slow once-over. He doesn't say anything, but I know that look in his eyes. Appreciation. God, he must think I'm a total freak when it comes to clothing. To be honest, I went extreme this past week because why the hell not? If I was already fired, what would be the worst thing he could do? Fire me again? My goal was to see how far I could go with this man, how far I could push him until I hit his breaking point. He might think he's testing me, challenging me, but I'm actually doing the same to him. I need to know his limits, what he can handle, what will make him far too angry to stay focused on work. And I think I found out yesterday. The surprise confetti tube was his limit. He also doesn't like to be startled, not even in the slightest. He scares easily, which makes me giggle because he presents himself as this alpha male head honcho with sculpted muscles under his suit jacket, when in reality, he scares like a cat whose tail just got mysteriously bumped. Just because I'm a good EA, I took note of his startling, and then I laughed to myself, replaying his scared face over and over again in my head. Classic, ugly scare face. "Why are you chuckling?" he asks as I strap my seatbelt on. "Good morning to you, too. Yes, I slept well, thank you. The mattress on that bed you insisted I have is like a cloud. Do you always treat your executive assistants this well?" He shifts in his seat and turns back to his phone. It's standard. "Well, If that bed is standard, please don't ever give me a raise in a mattress because I don't think I would ever get to work in the morning. Which I'm sure he wouldn't mind after yesterday's morning greeting. I chuckle some more as I recall him saying motherfucker under his breath after the confetti tube. I sip my coffee and lean my head back against the seat, the leather sucking me in more deeply. We had an early wake-up call this morning, and I'm feeling it along with all the hard work I put in getting the office set up and making sure I beat him to work every morning. "Are you falling asleep?" he asks, his voice sharp. Nothing gets past him. Define falling asleep. Closing your eyes. Then yes, I am. I tilt my hat over my face and start sliding down the seat only for my hat to be flicked off my head. We need to go over the schedule. Thought it would be nice to have a mile-high meeting. You know, up in the sky. I float my hand around like a plane. I have business to work on when we're in the air. Schedule now. Jeez Louise. Let a girl have a few sips of her coffee before you start barking at her. I sit up and then give him a once-over. Wait, did you eat breakfast? Doesn't matter. Mother of God, I whisper. It sure as hell does. You are more pleasant with food in your stomach. Muttering and digging through my bag, I say, I swear to God, it's like working with a child. I dig some more. Where is that? Aha! I pull out a Bobo's bar and hand it to him. What's this? A Bobo's bar. Absolutely delicious. Full of the nutrients you need and with a delightful lemon poppy seed flavor. You'll thank me after your first bite. He looks at it warily, but then opens it up and takes a bite. From the way his eyelids sink over his eyes briefly, I'm assuming he's a lemon poppy seed fan. Good, right? Yeah, it's fine. He clears his throat. Get your pen and paper out so we can go over things. Ah, you said pen and paper, not iPad. No need to hear you rattle on about pens and paper again and the feel of the pen along the paper while you're taking notes. Smart, smart man. We're meeting with the Hoosiers this weekend. We have a lunch meeting, he says, jumping right into things. I guess here we go. Yes, at Ricky's Grill, which I looked up already and saw that they serve a very wonderful salmon dish I'm sure you will like. He lifts his eyes from his phone and gives me a quizzical look. How do you know? Dietary questionnaire. Come on, keep up, Boss Man Salmon Pants. You'll want to order it without the capers. He clears his throat and says, thanks. Well, 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 would you look at that? I'm cracking him a lot faster than I thought I would. After that, we have time to rest, and then we're off to the black tie event. That's where I need you on point. I know most of the attendees who will be there, but I need to make sure I don't miss anyone. Do you know what this reminds me of? He sighs. What? The Devil Wears Prada. Would you say I'm more of an Andy or an Emily? I have no idea what you're talking about. But remember, you aren't here to talk. You're here as a shadow to me. Ooh, The Devil Wears Prada with a female suppression twist. Got it. I zip up my lips. They will be sealed unless called upon. His jaw works back and forth, and I can sense he's incredibly tense. Maybe a little nervous about bringing me along because, let's face it, in his eyes, I most likely seem like a loose cannon. He never knows what to expect, and I'm sure he's nervous I'm going to embarrass him. But little does he know, I might be a bit of a question mark, but when it comes to work events, I thrive. I shift into a completely different person and do the job the way the public eye would like to see me do it, with zero disturbances and very minimal interaction with others. I know my role, and I'm okay with that, as long as Wrath knows his role in the office. To ease his mind, I say, "Don't worry, Mr. Weston, I won't embarrass you." I wasn't thinking that. Yes, you were, and it's okay. I might be eccentric in the office, but when it comes to business associates and work events, I know where I stand and how to act. You have nothing to worry about. I brought a simple black dress for the event and a very eye-pleasing black tailored suit for lunch, and my makeup will be very natural. Charlie, he says on a sigh, you don't have to change who you are. I just ask that you refrain from doing an Irish jig out of excitement. Keep the jigs for our office. Our office. God. That pinches a happy nerve of mine hearing him say that, and then the way he looks at me. The sincerity in his eyes. It does something deep within my bones. Almost like he's reaching marrow. So unexpected. Strange. You don't have to change who you are. People have often asked me to change, especially Chris. I should have known back then when he told me to stop being so weird, to not go over the top, to just, for the love of God, be normal. That he didn't really have deep feelings for me. You don't try to change someone you love, Chucky. You open your heart to new possibilities. I know I'm too much at times, especially for the straight-laced wrath. But even with my eccentricities, he hasn't yet asked me to stop. He's always absorbed them and moved past them. There's a difference. A big difference. He's letting me be who I am. And that right there tells me something. Wrath accepts me. Which, in return, I will accept him. He's a tight ass. Has some dark hidden secrets hiding behind those compelling blue eyes of his, and is very much high-strung all the time. Any interaction with staff has been brusque and stern, uncompromising. He's never harsh, but he's never warm either. Open. I've been with him for a week, and the only moment I actually saw him take a breath was when Julia was visiting. There was this light air about him, something that triggered a deep-rooted happiness. Why does he conceal that? It's why I didn't join them for tea, though, because I didn't want him to have to hide that side of himself with his sister. I caught a brief glimpse, but I knew I wanted him to stay in that mood, to have a second to breathe. So I took off. That afternoon, when we were leaving, he gave me a small wave. It was the first time he did that. I thrived off that wave. I lived for that wave. And this morning, I sprang out of bed, wanting to see what else I could learn from the man whose respect I'm trying to earn in spades. And today, I get, you don't have to change who you are. I'm pretty sure this might be one of the best weeks I've had in a very long time. Would you like something to drink, Mr. Weston? The gorgeous flight attendant with luxurious long brown hair asks. Wrath holds up his hand, not sparing the girl one look. I'm good. And then he looks up from his phone to me and asks, do you want anything? Holding back my smile, I shake my head. I don't want to have to pee on the flight. His brow creases. The plane has a nice bathroom. And I have terrible aim. His brow furrows even more. Are you standing and peeing? Doesn't everyone? He sits back in his chair, the most perplexed look on his face that has me laughing out loud. I wave my hand about and say, I'm kidding. I would adore a Sprite with a splash of cranberry. I glance at her name tag. Thank you so much, Laurie. She smiles kindly, probably perturbed by my standing and peeing comment, and takes off toward the back, while Wrath just shakes his head in disbelief, turning back to his computer. I've tried a few times, you know. He lifts just his eyes, keeping his head tilted toward the computer. Tried what? Peeing standing. And I have to tell you, there's something about standing while peeing that makes you feel powerful. No wonder men walk around with a sense of accomplishment all the time. But trust me when I say, it takes a lot of factors to make it work for a girl. He chews on the side of his cheek, and I can see the indecision. He's curious to know what the factors are that make a good standing pee for a woman, but he also wants to stay as professional as possible. So, I make the decision for him. You have to go. Like, pee up to your teeth is what my grandma would say. So much pee that when you let it go, you have a stream that's going to blast the porcelain off the toilet, or else it drips down the side of your leg. And the proper clothing is needed as well. Dresses with no panties are ideal. Rompers are a big no-no. Unless you're willing to stand in the stall completely naked with it wadded up in your hands, and then at that point, what are you really doing with your life? Just sit on the darn toilet. I watch him swallow hard as he says, "Dresses with no panties is risky in NYC." Right. The whole Marilyn Monroe factor, and guess what? It's happened, and you just own it. I pretend to talk to pedestrians around me. Yes, those were my ass cheeks. Yes, they're as white as the day I was born. Those globes don't get 1 ounce of sun. I wave. Thank you. Thank you. He stares at me, blankly, almost as if he can't believe what I'm saying. Laurie comes back with my drink. I thank her and take a sip as he still stares at me. I shrug and smile, and then open my Kindle to pick up where I left off in my historical romance. In a few seconds, I hear the click-clack of his fingers running across his keyboard, and that's when I peek and catch the frown in his forehead. I smile to myself and turn back to my book. I'm going to break him one of these days. Just watch. "Oh, Tessa," I laugh. "You clever minx, you." I set my Kindle down and laugh some more, swiping tears under my eyes. "Are you okay?" Wrath asks, tearing his eyes away from his computer. I chuckle a little bit more, catching my breath. Yes. Have you ever read a Tessa Dare novel? No idea who she is. Nonfiction? Blasphemy, I spout. In my eyes, she's the goddess of historical romances. You're reading a historical romance right now. Let me tell you something. I touch my Kindle and say, if you see me with my head buried in this magnificent device, it's because I'm reading a historical romance. They are a deep-rooted pleasure for me, and Tessa Dare is my master. I fall at her feet. He leans back and crosses his arms over his chest. Why? 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 I shake my head. Because Tessa Dare is the reason I breathe. You see, she takes these men of high society, real staunch gentlemen with sticks up their asses. Ring a bell? I smile and then say, they're ill-tempered, mild-mannered men, and she brings them to their knees with a fun-loving heroine. She puts them in odd predicaments, changes up their lives, all for a marriage of convenience or because, heaven forbid, they touch the heroine's wrist and now they have to commit to marriage for indecency. It's great. I gobble them up. He frowns. Is that his signature frown or his confused frown? And then goes back to his computer. Sounds boring. My jaw hits the table between us as I blink severely, like I can't lubricate my eyes quickly enough. Boring? He thinks my books sound boring? Oh, hell no. Pulse picking up. I start to breathe heavier and heavier until I say, how dare? Mr. Weston, we're 10 minutes from landing. Please prepare yourself. The pilot says, cutting me off. You, I say, but apparently have no effect on the man sitting across from me. Wrath robotically closes his computer and starts packing up his things, not paying me the least attention. So I point at him even though he's not looking and say, this isn't over. You hear me, Mr. Weston? This is not over. No acknowledgement. No fear. No nothing. Well, He has no clue the box he just opened. Mark my words, Rath Weston will be reading a Tessa Dare novel if it's the last thing I do.
Chapter 9. Wrath. I glance at my watch and then back at the bank of elevators. She has 2 minutes. I tap my foot, hating to wait for other people. She should have been here before me. What the hell is she doing up there? Perfecting her peeing while standing? Don't even get me started on that conversation. Not because it's probably one of the weirdest ones I've had, and that's saying something when it comes to Charlee, but I can't get the motherfucking image of Charlee in a dress with no panties out of my head. That should not be happening. Those images should not be forming in my brain, but they're there, strong and vibrant. The wind catching the edge of her dress so I get the smallest peek of her round ass. The rose on her cheeks from realizing someone caught her. Yeah, I'm really fucked in the head. And then the historical romance thing. I know what's in those books. Sex and lots of it. Carnal sex. Does she get turned on when reading them? Does she like how the men in those books take charge? I know one thing for sure. She likes how the women bring the men down to their knees because that's exactly what she's doing to me, with one insensitive conversation at a time. The elevator dings and Charlee walks out, wearing a slim-fitting black dress that barely kisses the floor as she heads toward me. Exposed, shapely shoulders, long, slender neck, and a small peak of cleavage. Motherfucker. Her hair is pulled to one side and in an old Hollywood style. She's wearing neutral makeup that makes her crystal blue eyes stand out, especially since she's giving her glasses a break this weekend, and the only pop of color is the light shade of red on her lips. She's positively stunning. This afternoon at our lunch meeting, she wore a simple suit, which was very appropriate, and she impressed me with her ability to hold conversation, but also back off when we needed to talk business. She was the perfect lunch companion, and I couldn't have looked better with her by my side. Tonight, though, she's going to turn heads. I know I said she needs to be my shadow, but that's going to be next to impossible with her dressed like that. She walks up to me quickly and apologizes.
I'm so sorry. I had a really hard time slipping my Spanx on.
She grips some fabric at her waist and snaps it.
New pair, got them a little tight, but I'm here and ready to go.
And it's shit like that, which is irritating because she's so goddamn real. It's playing with my sanity. What woman snaps her Spanx in front of her boss, let alone admits to them making her late? Only Charlee Bag of Dicks. Are you going to be able to breathe?
If I pass out, just reach up my dress and roll them off.
Not going to fucking happen. She better hold it together. Thankfully, the event is held in the ballroom of the hotel we're staying at, so we walk side by side toward the escalators that lead to the event.
You wear a tux well, Mr. Weston. Your pants are quite tight. You get them tailored like that?
I glance at my pants and scowl. They're not tight. They're perfect.
Oh, is that how the cool kids are wearing them and with no socks?
She leans forward, her floral perfume hitting me dead in the cock. Christ.
I can see your ankles. If you were a woman in a historical romance, you might be considered a whore.
We step off the escalator. Good thing we're in modern-day life, and I have a penis. The sentence slips past my lips before I can stop it, and I inwardly cringe while Charlee tilts her head back and laughs.
Oh my God,
she whispers, drawing closer and keeping her voice down.
You totally said penis at a work event. If you had a boss, I'd report you. I guess I'll just have to tell Julia.
Please, Jesus, don't do that. Ignoring her, I adjust my tie and head toward the entrance.
Hold on,
she says, standing in front of me and pressing her hands to my chest. It's the smallest of touches, but it's like she pressed a button to release a wave of heat to flow through my veins, only to bubble in the pit of my stomach. Jesus Christ, man. Standing about a foot shorter than me, she reaches up and adjusts my tie only to pat it.
There. You can't go in there with a crooked tie, as that would be ridiculous.
Yeah, totally ridiculous. Unlike the energy that seems to pump through my veins when Charlee gets this close to me. What the hell is happening to me? It's been a week. A fucking week of her dancing around the office, turning my bleak and dark space into the end of the rainbow. I should be annoyed, turned off, ready to send her packing, but instead, it's like this light is starting to turn on in the dark of my chest whenever she's around. And that's fucking terrifying because she's my EA. Get it together, Weston. On a deep breath, I turn back to business mode and say, stay at my side, and if you see me adjust my cufflink, know that's my cue for help.
Oh, wow, I like that. Covert communication. What should be my signal?
She taps her chin.
How about if I itch the side of my boob?
Of course, that would be her choice. Not necessary. We walk into the event, and something incredible happens. I watch as Charlie's smile turns from bubbly to businesslike. It tilts at the corners rather than stretches across her face, and her demeanor switches from lighthearted to serious but approachable. It's hard to describe, but it's as if she slipped past the door and put on a different shield of armor, morphing into professional Charlee. I'm not sure what to make of it, whether I'm impressed or sad. Let's grab a drink. Always good to have something to hold on to when talking.
Total power move, she whispers. An executive without a drink doesn't exude confidence. It means they're unable to control themselves. Even if they pretend their vodka is water, Mr. Danvers always got a club soda but pretended it was a vodka and club. He liked to be on top of his game, but also look like he's part of the crowd.
He's a smart man, I say, stepping up to the bar. 2 club sodas with lime, hold the straws. Charlee smiles.
Are you saving the turtles with the no straws?
I look to the side and say, yes, and one should never suck on something while talking to their colleagues. It shows weakness.
Ah.
She nods and then whispers,
represents that you're willing to suck ass. Totally get it. Well, guess what, people? Wrath Trevor Weston doesn't suck ass.
She stabs the bar top but then leans back and puts that fake smile back on her face. What the hell am I going to do with this girl? Also, she's right. I don't suck ass. For anyone. Also, my middle name is not Trevor.
You know, watching you schmooze people, it's a beautiful sight to behold.
We're sitting at a table to the side, taking down a few appetizers that Charlee collected for us while I was finishing up a conversation with a Chinese dignitary. And when I say a few appetizers, I mean a lot. It's like she ran down every server and created a mini tray for us. I'm grateful because I'm starving after the many conversations I've held so far. The philanthropic side of my business is my bread and butter, my baby, what I care about the most, helping children, the sick, the poor, the misjudged. If a child needs help, I want to be the one to lend a helping hand. They're why I go to these events, so I can score more money, more donations, more people to buy into my foundation. If it weren't for the kids, I would be at home, one hand down my pants with a beer in the other. Yep, frat boy. Are you lying? I ask, shoving a tuna tartare in my mouth in one bite.
No, I wouldn't lie about that. You're really good at it. Super smooth. You haven't needed to use me once. I'm kind of sad I haven't been able to scratch my boob.
Yeah, that's devastating. She playfully nudges me with her foot under the table.
Look at you loosening up. Take your girdle off for the event?
Just wore it looser. Her eyes light up, and for fuck's sake, I feel myself wanting to light up right back at her. Seeing her happy, joyful from a reaction from me, pulls at my groin, makes me yearn to do more to see it again.
I knew there was a lighter side to you under this impenetrable business appearance.
Don't go looking for it. It's few and far between.
Why?
She asks, a tilt to her head, her hair skimming over her bare shoulder.
Everyone in the office always says how nice you are, what a great man you are, but I feel like you're hiding that part from me. Why?
Not hiding, just getting the job done. The people who work for me, but under other supervision, need to know there's a heart upstairs watching over them. Our relationship is different. You work directly for me, therefore, we work and don't play.
Well, that makes sense. Depressingly. We can have fun every once in a while.
You can, I say, taking a sip of my drink. You are allotted your dance time and meditation time, but I will work. I will always work.
That makes me sad. You need to have fun too, Mr. Weston.
I have fun on my time off, but in my building, while working above my employees, I stick to the job because they're depending on me. I can't lose focus. I did once. Won't happen again. Charlee quiets and picks up a coconut shrimp, dipping it in some Thai sweet chili sauce before plopping it in her mouth. She observes the room and sighs. Once she swallows, she says,
I wonder if all these people have the same mentality as you. Work, work, work. If so, it's a rather depressing sight taking in all these beautifully decked-out individuals with the knowledge that if you peel back their designer gowns and bespoke tuxes, they're really black inside.
I look at the room too, seeing the people in a different light, and I can't help thinking how right Charlee really is. There's no doubt in my mind if these people were shed down to their skin, in place of a beating red organ would be a shriveled black heart. At least mine is only shielded, not soulless, but that's something she doesn't need to know.
If you're all work, what do you do for fun?
I sip my drink and think about ignoring her, but she almost seems sad right now, like I've let her down, and I hate the slump in her shoulders, the sadness in her eyes. My best friends, they're my fun.
Mr. Scott and Mr. McCool?
I nod. Yeah, we went to Yale together. Rourke was an exchange student, and Bram, well, he was the popular guy on campus.
And you were...
I wipe my face with a napkin and crumple it up on the empty tray. The smart one.
Ah, the brains, that makes sense. Let me guess, you guys got in a lot of trouble.
I shake my head. No, we just had fun. Too much fun, but never got into trouble. I lean back in my chair and stare at the crowd, unable to look Charlee in the eye when I talk about my personal life. Her reactions are so potent, I get caught up in them. We have a fantasy football league. Every year we make a bet, a big one, not monetary, but dares. Bram lost last year, and that was the beginning of his pursuit of my sister. He says he lost on purpose, but we don't entirely believe him. Then again, no one benches Russell Wilson on purpose.
Really? That's actually really sweet. So what's the bet this year?
I shrug. Don't know yet. Probably something stupid that we'll come up with and regret later, we always do. But we sign contracts, so we have to adhere to the bet.
That's...
She laughs.
Really intense. But I guess I wouldn't expect anything else from you and Mr. Scott. I'm unfamiliar with Mr. McCool, but I will say this. His Irish accent is quite lovely to listen to on the phone.
It's worse when he's drunk. You can't understand a thing he says.
And he's dating one of his clients' daughters, right?
I nod. Yep.
So you're the single one out of the threesome, unless... Oh, that was a horrible assumption. I just figured you were single since I haven't heard you making time for a girlfriend or anything. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to...
Single, I say, not wanting her to ramble on any longer. Easier that way.
Tell me about it. Single is so much easier than having your heart broken.
She nervously laughs and looks away as my gut churns. Heartbroken. Did someone break her heart? I couldn't imagine someone coming into her life receiving her heart and intentionally tearing it in two. Then again, there are horrible people out there in the world. I glance at her, taking in the small slump in her demeanor, the way she's looking at her hands rather than at me. There's something she's not telling me. Not that she has to, since it's her personal life, but oddly, I want to know about it. After a week of being bombarded with hellos, of being proven wrong every afternoon with a completed list, with being fed like a goddamn king, I want to know what makes this woman tick. What?
Oh, look, there's Mr. Flanderson. You wanted to speak with him, and he seems to have lost his crowd. We should go.
She stands, and I watch as she straps on a figurative shield of armor, showing me right then and there that talking about her love life is not going to happen. That's fine, I guess, because I'm sure if she shared about hers, she'd ask about mine, and my personal life is the last thing I want to talk about. Yes, I clear my throat. Good eye. I stand and button my suit jacket. Let's go. And just like that, we're back to boss man and assistant. And that's how it will stay.
Thank you so much,
Charlie says, biting into a veggie burger and then stuffing a fry in her mouth.
I needed food. Those appetizers barely did anything.
I take a bite of my own burger and dab my face with my napkin, observing her. Her lipstick is faded, her hair has fallen slightly, and there's a subtle glow on her face that women often cover with powder. It's a 2 a.m. look that I've seen on many women, but Charlie wears it well. She still looks radiant. It must be her personality and the way she carries herself.
What a great event, right?
She asks.
I really think we made some groundwork, some beneficial networking. People want to know more about your foundation, which is amazing, and Mr. Flanderson seemed to be quite impressed with you.
He did, didn't he? I ask, popping a fry in my mouth. He is a good man, one of few.
I really enjoyed speaking with his wife. She was wonderful, and I know you wanted me to stay silent, but she was asking me questions, so I thought it would be rude not to answer.
No, you handled the situation well. Thank you for talking to her. Charlie's face blushes.
Is that a compliment, Mr. Weston?
Raph, I say. Just call me Raph. Her eyes widen, and then she starts to fan herself while looking around the empty dining area. Here we go.
Be still my heart. Did I just earn first name privileges? First name privileges and a compliment? My diary won't know what to do with herself tonight.
Are you always this flamboyant?
Yes. Get used to it.
She winks.
Gosh, what a great trip. And here I thought going to Miami was going to throw off my weekend. But it's like we took a giant step forward and we'll still be home by 9, right?
I nod. Yes, we will. We have to wake up in a few hours to make it happen.
We should have left straight after the event.
Pilot wasn't available, or else we would have.
You're rich. Throw money at people to make it happen.
I shake my head. I don't work that way. I respect people's schedules. Technically, we were supposed to go golfing with Mr. Flanderson and associates tomorrow. Or, I guess, today, since it's 2 a.m. But I respectfully decline because you need to get home. I take a sip of my water.
Wait.
She sets her food down.
You changed your schedule for me?
I'm not the bastard you think I am, Charlie.
I never thought you were a bastard, Mr. Weston. Wrath? I guess I don't know what I thought.
I toss my napkin on my food and stand from my chair. It makes sense that she thinks I'm a bastard. I haven't made her first week easy. And yet she has been incredible today. Her ability to predict my every need has been uncanny, as if we've worked together for years, even though I've been me. It doesn't matter. I'm not nice, that's how it will stay. You were excellent today. I'll see you in a few hours, don't be late. I give her a parting nod and head to my room, pulling on the back of my neck the whole time. Fuck, I mutter. Why did I tell her that? Why couldn't you stay aloof, impenetrable? Maybe because I don't want someone like Charlie to think I'm an asshole. I want her to think I'm a nice man. Maybe because I want her to not hate coming to work, because then she'll hate me. Maybe because deep down I want her to see the real me. Except last time I did that, with Vanessa, I watched my heart be taken as she left.
Chapter 10. Charlie. The only thing that's sustaining me right now is the gum-cleansing toothpaste I brought with me that has awoken my mouth. And the gift I slipped into Rath's briefcase this morning when he wasn't looking. If it weren't for those two things, The pilots and flight attendant would be scraping my dead-tired body off the tarmac with one of those giant pizza flippers right now. I did not get 1 ounce of sleep last night, and I blame Rath Weston. I'm going to get all girly for a second because, how could I not? But, oh my God! He changed his schedule for me so I could go to my grandma's birthday brunch. He declined a golf invite so I could personally hand-deliver a card to my grandma that says, "Do your boobs hang low?" They do, in the prettiest handwriting I've ever created. And he didn't give me grief about it. Even Mr. Danvers wasn't that nice. He apologized profusely if schedules clashed, but business always came first, so he made sure I was at the event. I tossed and turned in my bed, trying to wrap my head around the man I talked to last night. The man who didn't believe money meant he could throw a pilot's schedule. He believed he'd been an asshole all week, and perhaps on the surface he had been. Never once had he said thank you or showed appreciation for the many accomplishments I achieved. Never once has he asked nicely, but simply demanded his requests be actioned. Asshole? Perhaps, but he made a small gesture that wasn't so small to me. Renita had been genuinely warm in her praise of Rath during orientation, and I'm finally understanding her sentiment. His friends are lucky. Julia is lucky. Because I think they're the only ones who see how much the man can give in kindness. He's a good guy, but he hides behind a tough front. To say his confession hit me hard is an understatement, because now, Rath Weston has a soft spot in my heart. Lifting my feet onto the seat, I curl into it, strap myself in my seatbelt and lean against the side of the chair, my body begging for some sleep. "There's a bed in the back," Rath says, catching my eye. "Oh no, you go night-night back there. I'm just resting my eyes." He lifts his briefcase to the table and says, "I'm going to be working." He rifles through his bag and then pauses. His brow pulls together and then he looks at me. He found it. I try to hold back my smile, but it's impossible. Pulling out a historical romance, he holds it up to me and says, "What the hell is this?" I chuckle. "It's your very first bodice ripper. I inscribed the front for you." He flips the front over and reads it out loud. "To Rath, the broody and tempered hero. Enjoy this riveting novel about how men like you can be taken down by a woman like me. Wink. Your assistant, Charlee Cox. Like lots of penises. Like a back of them." He looks up at me and then shakes his head. He tosses the book at me. "Not going to happen." Hey, I paid $6 for that and spent a good amount of time at the drugstore between lunch and the event picking out the perfect book. I toss it back at him. "You better read it and give me a report about your favorite parts." I don't read. CEOs apparently read 52 books a year. At least the successful ones do. "I don't read books like that," he states. "It might spice up your life. You said you were single." I tap the book. There are some good tips in there. Some real from-the-earth type things. His brows sharpen even further. I don't need tips. "Oh, of course not." I roll my eyes. "Let me guess. You're a magician in bed who can make a girl orgasm by only looking at her breasts. That's highly inappropriate to talk about with your boss." Ugh, snob. I stand and look behind him. "Bed is back there?" "Yes, with fresh sheets. Don't worry about drooling. They'll change them again." "I don't drool." "You did on the drive here," he says, opening his computer, not even looking at me. Uh-huh. I see how it's going to be. Mr. Nice Guy is gone, and in his place is the stoic boss man crust pants again. That's fine. No problem. I've read enough to know exactly how to handle men like him. Take them down 1 inch at a time. Easy. My alarm buzzes next to me. I didn't want to look like a deadbeat assistant, so I set my alarm and took an hour-long cat nap. And there is no drool. Standing from the bed, I look in the accompanying mirror and adjust my clothes, wipe at the mascara residue under my eyes, and pat down the flyaway hairs. For waking up at the ass crack of dawn after little sleep, I did a really good job with my hair and makeup this morning. And, of course, I put on a cute pair of white shorts and a blue blouse with my favorite Esperanza sandals. The perfect brunch outfit. Happy with the not-so-dead look I thought I was sporting this morning, I crack the door open to the main cabin and peek through the slit just in case Wrath fell asleep. He was looking tired, and I don't want to wake him up. But what I see instead of a sleeping Wrath nearly shocks me out of my contact lenses. Color me surprised. Sitting in his chair, leg crossed, he's reading the book I gave him. And not just reading it, but engrossed in it. I watch as his eyes bounce back and forth over the page, taking in every last word as if his life depended on it. Not what I read, my ass. Knowing he doesn't like to be startled, but not caring whatsoever, I count to 3 and then, I knew it! I scream, flinging the door open, startling the book right out of Wrath's hands as he grips the handles of his chair, his chest rising and falling, the terrified look on his face too comical not to laugh. "What the actual fuck, Charlie?" he asks, leaning his head against the headrest and taking a deep breath. Walking over to him with a pompous strut, I stand over the book and point at it. "You're questioning me when you're the one reading smut when you should be working." I tisk at him and pick up the book. Very daring of you, don't you think? Jesus Christ. He snaps the book from my hand and sets it on the table. Then he stands and towers over me for a few seconds, staring me down. Finally, he says, "Move." I nervously laugh. "Where are you going, boss man?" "To check if I have piss in my pants. Thank you very much." I snort and cover my mouth while he walks past me, his shoulder bumping into mine. As he walks away, I call out, "I have biodegradable wet wipes in my purse if you need them." The door to the bathroom slams, and I fall into my chair, my head resting against my arms as I lean against the table, unable to hold my body up from the giggles. That will by far go down as one of my favorite moments of all time. Heart attack. That was the esteemed Wrath Weston, ladies and gentlemen. Tears. I have actual tears. We pull up to my grandma's senior living center, feeling a little awkward since Wrath is dropping me off as if he's my dad. Well, technically his driver is dropping me off. I told him I could take a taxi, but Wrath wouldn't allow that. "Here we are," I sing song. Wrath looks up from his phone and nods, then returns to the device. He hasn't said much to me since the whole fright in flight incident, but I will say this, he did slip the book into his briefcase instead of pinning me between the eyes with it like I thought he would. Feeling a little bad, I say, "Do you want to come to brunch? I know you haven't really eaten anything and you must be hungry." He shakes his head. Is that a no to not eating or a no to the party? He shakes his head again, his head buried in his phone. What on earth is so important that... I lean over and take a look at his phone. Plain as day, I can see that he's reading the historical I gave him on his Kindle app. Oh my God, Wrath, you're reading again. He closes his phone and stuffs it in his pocket. Are you going to sit here all day and chastise me, or are you going to go to your grandma's brunch? I was asking you a question, but you were too rude to even acknowledge me. What were you reading? A sex scene? No. He looks out the window, and I can't help it. I glance at his crotch, trying to detect if there are any boners. What are you doing? He asks, snapping my head up. Was I really just leaning close to his lap? Fell asleep for a second. I clear my throat. Anyway, do you want to... The door whips open and the car fills with my grandma's cheering. Chucky, you made it! I've been worried you were going to miss the virgin mimosas. Wouldn't that just be orange juice then, Grandma? Of course. But it's fancier to think you're sucking a mimosa from a virgin. She leans her small and wrinkly body over mine and winks at Raph. Am I right? He says, not quite sure how to respond. My, oh my. Is this your new boyfriend? Grandma asks, giving Raph a once-over. He is a looker. Those eyes. You've always been a sucker for blue eyes. Raph lifts a brow in my direction as my face heats from embarrassment. Grandma, this is... Oh, and look at the way he's so crisply rolled up the sleeves of his dress shirt. It's like he used a ruler. So precise. And look at that. No chest hair, at least from what I can see. I don't have my glasses on. She horrifyingly pats Raph's leg and asks, Got any chest hair, son? It's trimmed, he answers, his voice sounding incredibly deep. For some reason, his answer sends a wave of heat through my body, causing a crash of sweat to hit my upper lip and forehead. Raph trims his chest hair. That's information I didn't want to know, because now I'll picture it whenever his shirt buttons puff open. The short little strands barely dancing over his thick chest. Yes, thick chest. I'm a woman. I've noticed. He has pecs. The kind of pecs that are noticeably defined in a button-up shirt when he takes his suit jacket off. The kind of pecs that pull and tug on his shirt fabric. The kind women beg to drag their nails over just like my grandma is doing right now. Wait, what? Grandma, stop that! I smack her hand away. This is my boss, Mr. Weston. Oh, that would explain why you're sitting so far apart. She speaks to Raph and doesn't bother to apologize when she says, Trust me when I say you are Charlie's type to a T. So imagine my shock that she's not hanging all over you. I get it. You're the boss. Well, I'll be turning in my resignation on Monday or dying from mortification. Smiling like the cat who caught the canary, he holds his hand out to my grandma and says, Happy birthday. What a gentleman. She tugs on his hand, pulling him so Raph's chest is to my back now. Oh God, what is happening? Come on, you're coming with me. She pulls on him some more until we're both out of the car and I'm brushed to the side. Grandma, Mr. Weston has a lot of things to do. He can't... My voice trails off as they happily go hand in hand into the community center. Well, isn't that just rich? I mutter, tossing my purse over my shoulder and stomping into the center closely behind them. You are positively a gas. My grandma laughs while placing her hand on Raph's knee. He's surrounded by the senior center women while the men are off watching some old TV rerun. Food has been eaten. Virgin drinks have been served, and I've become the designated cleanup girl, with the sole responsibility to make sure no dentures are thrown out with the plates. It's common knowledge in these parts that the residents would rather walk around toothless than have to wear a Super Bond denture cream. So when they eat, they take them out. Some are forgetful and neglect to put them back in their containers. While I'm over here, looking out for dentures, Wrath is having one hell of a time, chatting up everybody. Glad he's having fun. Glad they get to see him smiling, chuckling here and there, something I'm never privileged to witness. I consider shouting to all of them with a megaphone that he likes to read smutty books but think better of it. I'm salty, but I don't want to be fired. Ha, not like he would fire me. I'm too good to fire. I'm too valuable. I'm the teat that feeds him the nectar he needs. Need some help? He asks, coming up next to me. Irritated, I spin around and poke him in the chest, his trimmed chest. I am your teat. You better not forget that. Caught off guard, he blinks a few times. Am I missing something? It's been a week, but you're already suckling. Admit it. I'm your teat. He pulls on the back of his neck and looks at the ladies who seem to be whispering and staring at both of us. Charlie, what the fuck are you talking about? Growing more irritated, I say. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm afraid I can't help you. I turn back around and finish cleaning up before taking off toward the Serenity Garden. Taking calming breaths, I try to get my head on straight. Why am I so upset right now? Maybe because I was looking forward to spending some time with my grandma, and she's been fawning over Wrath the entire time. Well, that's not true. Not the entire time. I did get some good conversation in when we were sharing a cinnamon bun, but still, it seems like she likes Wrath more than me. That's a stupid thought. Of course she doesn't. He's just new and shiny, and she likes new and shiny things. You okay? Wrath's voice asks from behind me. I turn around to see him walking toward me, and my grandma's words hit me hard as he makes his way across the pea gravel. My type to a T. She could not be more right about that. But I've made a valiant effort of not acknowledging his devastatingly mesmerizing blue eyes that catch the light in just the right way to remind me of the Caribbean Sea, or that his face is unlike anything I've ever experienced in real life. Overwhelmingly handsome with an edge of mystery that has me questioning what he could possibly be hiding. Then there's his body. His tapered waist. His pecs. Already mentioned those. His biceps and forearms. He's all strength in a jacket and trousers, putting a new meaning to the term power suit. But I've been able to ignore all of that until now. Until my grandma ripped the veil right off my eyes and forced me to look at him in a different way. And maybe that's the real reason I'm mad. Because I shouldn't be looking at my boss like this. I shouldn't be having these butterfly-like feelings in my stomach as his eyes connect with mine. And I certainly shouldn't be having a shortness of breath when he asks me if I'm okay. Yeah, I answer, looking away because, frankly, I can't look him in the eyes right now. I'm too afraid he might see something in my face, that I might give myself away. Do I have feelings for him? No. But do I think he's extremely attractive? I would be stupid not to think so. You seem tense, and that whole teat thing. That was weird, huh? I ask, kicking dirt. Just a tad. He comes up next to me but keeps his distance. Your grandma is nice. I like her. She's pretty cool. He grows quiet for a few seconds before saying, My grandma, who I was close with, passed away a few years ago. Your grandma reminds me of her, so..." He shrugs. "I'm sorry if I've been hogging her this morning." And just like that, Rath Weston earns another piece of my heart. A small piece, but another piece at that. "You don't need to apologize," I say, letting the tension fall from me when I realize that he was enjoying my grandma's company rather than just being nice. "You seemed upset about it. Thought I should." He stuffs his hands in his pockets, and in this moment, he doesn't reflect the ostentatious businessman in the high-rise building. Instead, he looks like the everyday man trying to get from day to day. It's a stark contrast from what I'm used to seeing from him. I like it. A lot. "Well, thank you. I appreciate it, but an apology is not necessary." I nod toward the rec center. "You most likely made my grandma's birthday. She's young at heart, if you can't tell." "That's obvious." He chuckles. It's quiet, but it's there. And for the first time since I've known him, I can say that chuckle was for me and not for anyone else. "She's very vibrant. I see where you get it from." "You think I'm vibrant?" He tilts his head to the side. "You are undoubtedly the most vibrant person I know. And that's saying something because I'm pretty sure Bram shits rainbows." I tap my chin. "So if he shits out rainbows, what do I crap?" He shakes his head. "I have no fucking clue, and I don't want to know." TMI? Yep. Sighing, I start to travel around the small garden. Rath follows behind me, but still keeps his distance. I remember when they were putting this koi pond in. The residents were so excited, until they realized how expensive koi are. Rath glances at the pond. "There are no fish?" "Yeah, exactly. They just like to hear the sound of the water trickling, but there are no fish. The residents pretend they are there." Rath furrows his brow as he stares at it. "And do you see these rocks over here? They were supposed to be stone chairs, but budget cuts left them as rocks instead. So not many residents get to sit out here." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because," I say, rounding the circle and coming back to the entrance of the rec center. Despite the downfalls of their idea, I point to a little old man who's sitting in his walker with giant sunglasses over his face. There are still some residents that find beauty in the area. Just like my grandma. She might be a little crazy and forthright, but she finds beauty in everything. She taught me that. No matter the circumstance, there has to be beauty somewhere. I look up at Rath and notice how baffled he looks. Makes me think back to that first day in his office. It was a week ago, but feels so much longer now. Everything was dark, monochrome, lacking in beauty. You don't view the world like that, do you? He shakes his head. I view the world as numbers and equations. Someone is always calculating something to get ahead of the game, to screw over the next person. That's why I'm always working, so I'm never caught up in someone else's equation. Equations? I know you have to be shrewd to be a billionaire like Rath is, but surely there's more to life than equations and avoiding being screwed over. Unless that's why there is only equations and work. I give him a sad smile. Someone hurt you, didn't they? He looks to the side and then down at his watch. Avoidance. An excuse to bolt is coming. I can feel it. And just like clockwork, he says, I better get going. I'll send Joel to get you when you're done. Resigning to his unwillingness to open up, I say, it's his day off. I'll take the ferry. I'm fine. He doesn't fight it. I see the choice of flight form. One serious question and he wants out of here as soon as possible. I'll say goodbye to your grandma on my way out. See you tomorrow. He gives me a curt nod and then takes off. Bright and early, I say with a smile, but he doesn't say anything back. Instead, he makes his way through the rec center, and I huff out a sigh of frustration. Too much too soon, Charlie. Who could have possibly had the power to hurt him so significantly? Hey, Grandma. Yes, I got home safe. No, that's not why I'm calling, she says into the phone, crying hysterically, sending my entire body into red alert mode. I pop off the couch and start throwing on my shoes, forgetting I'm not even wearing pants. What's wrong? I'm on my way. Why are you on your way? Because you're crying. I'll take a sick day tomorrow. Whatever it is, just tell me what happened. Is it Earl? Is his heart okay? I might have become friends with some of the residents. They're family at this point. No, Chucky. It's the koi pond. There are finally koi in it. Wait, what? I pause, one shoe on, the other halfway hanging off my foot. There are fish in the koi pond? Yes, and that beautiful man of a boss you have donated them to the senior center in my name, along with 3 benches to sit around the pond so we can observe our new friends. They're being installed as we speak. He left me a card that says, "Happy birthday. Thank you for letting me spend your special day with you." Isn't that the sweetest thing you've ever heard? I fall to my couch, all the blood in my body draining away as my grandma continues. We're beside ourselves over here. We've already started making a list of names for the fish. We're going to be very particular about what we call them. But I can tell you right now, the most handsome of them all will be called Wrath. That's something I won't budge on. Wrath bought my grandma fish? And benches? My heart squeezes in my chest from the unexpected thought and gesture the rough and cold man made. The next 5 minutes is spent listening to my grandma gush on the phone. But it goes in one ear and out the other. Because all I can focus on is the contradictory soul I have to face tomorrow. How I have to act as if everything is normal. As if he didn't just crack me open and spread warmth and joy through my veins by such a considerate gift. He made my grandma cry. And whether that's from joy or sadness, it's still rare. She's going to name a fish after him. My boss. And that's why he's a man I need to work harder to keep emotional distance from. That man, the considerate, thoughtful man, is far too dangerous for my heart. When I face Wrath tomorrow, he can't know he has that sort of power over me. He can't know that if I wasn't this strong, he'd probably own 3 very small pieces of my heart. If I wasn't strong. But I am.
Chapter 11. Wrath. Prepared for an onslaught of who knows what from the Good Morning Brigade, I steel myself as the elevator doors open and wince, waiting for a blast of glitter to smack me in the face, or a serenade from a mariachi band to strike up. But instead of confetti cannons or music blaring, or a boisterous good morning from Charlie waiting on the other side, it's deathly silent. The blinds are pulled down, there's no bouncing blonde in sight, and there doesn't seem to be a speck of color anywhere in the vicinity besides Charlie's desk. What the hell is going on? I stride down the hall where I find Charlie quietly typing away at her desk. She's wearing a black dress and her makeup is done like it was this weekend. Natural, with no added flair. I thought I told her she could dress however she wanted in the office. Confused with the drastic change, I say, "What are you doing?" She stands and almost looks like she's ready to go to a funeral with her hands folded in front of her and a demure look on her face. "Is everything okay?"
Yes, everything is fine.
She answers, her voice flat and even. Dancing, boisterous Charlee is startling, but reserved, quiet Charlee is downright terrifying.
I held off on your breakfast, unsure if you wanted one. I didn't want to force it upon you.
She walks over to my office door and holds it open. The blinds are shut. Just the lamp on my desk is turned on like it was before Charlee came to work for me. My jungle plants are all next to the door and Sir Dragomir is still by my desk, but there's a wheelie cart next to him. What the hell is happening?
Movers are coming to pick up what I couldn't move this morning. I tried to get everything done before you arrived, but unfortunately, only a few people can be bribed by Skittles on a Monday morning.
Picked up. Moved. I rack my brain for what I possibly said over the weekend that would make her change the office back to the boring, bland space it was before Charlee. But nothing is coming to mind. "What are you doing?" I ask, greatly concerned with the change.
Putting everything back the way you liked it.
She holds her hand out.
I'll take my list now and we'll stay out of your way.
Utterly confused, you never know with this girl, I hand her the list and cautiously walk into my office. There has to be something I said to generate this reaction, turning her into a reserved mute of an assistant, not the woman I hired. It wasn't because I blocked our conversation by the koi pond, was it? Because I shut her down before she could ask about Vanessa? I know it was harsh, but it wasn't territory I would cover with her. Word travels around the office. There are gossips everywhere. I'm sure Charlee has heard something about the girl who broke my heart, but that doesn't mean I'm ready to divulge the details. But would she really shut down because of that? No. There was a shift between us this weekend. Not a bad one. More of an appreciative shift, one that brought us closer in a work sense, which I thought was a valuable move professionally. Hell, I even called her the most vibrant person I've ever met. I gave her another goddamn compliment that's outside her skills of work, things I shouldn't be doing, but something I know she deserved. It seemed like she appreciated the compliment. At least I thought she did. But would she really change over that? Would she alter her personality, the way she works, the way she brightens my day with her color-coded pens and her vibrant midday dance music? Not that I'd admit this to her, or anyone. Well, maybe Bram, because otherwise he'd sulk. I was looking forward to finding out what color Monday was. Once in my office, I set my briefcase on my desk but don't sit. Instead, I pace back and forth trying to come up with logical reasoning for her behavior. But with every pass of my desk, I become more and more confused, my mind drawing a blank. Shit. It's hard to concentrate when it's so dark in here. In a matter of 7 days, she's fucked with my entire process, making me crave the light rather than the dark. I go to the windows and start fumbling with the blinds, unsure how to open them. I graze the sides, look for a string or a lever, anything to get some light in here, but come up short. I go to the next window, and then the next, and then the next, until I'm so aggravated and irritated that I scream Charlie's name. "Charlee, get in here!" She rushes into my office and stares at me, eyes wide, a nervous jitter in her hands.
What's wrong?
"Why did you shut these goddamn blinds?" I fling my arms at them. She steps back, shock in her eyes.
Because I thought that's how you liked it. Dark, so you can focus.
"Well, I can't focus," I say, pacing my office now. "I can't focus now that I've had light in here. So open them up and don't touch them again."
I'm so sorry, Mr. Weston.
"I said call me Wrath," I roar, losing control. I grip my forehead and take a deep breath, steadying my racing heart. Christ, in the matter of seconds, I've gone from being nervous to leave the elevator to confused as hell to a raging asshole. All because of one girl. From my desk, Charlee easily flips a switch and the blinds open. On a shaky breath, she says,
The switch is right here, so you can control it from your desk.
Light pours in, highlighting her beautiful yet terrified face, and immediately fresh guilt because of my dickish temper consumes me.
Is there anything else you need?
She asks, taking a step back. Yeah, for you to not look at me with those wounded, puppy dog eyes. For you to be yourself again. For you to annoy me with your loud good morning and chatterbox mouth. Not saying what's blaring through my head, I nod and motion to one of the chairs she picked out from my office. Sit. Not giving it a second thought, she takes a seat and sits tall, folding her hands on her lap.
I don't have my notebook. Should I go grab it?
I shake my head. I need to talk to you. This isn't about a list or anything like that.
Oh, okay.
Still buzzing, I avoid taking a seat and rather place my hands on the back of my chair, gripping the leather tightly as I summon a controlled voice. What's with all the changes? My question comes out harsher than I anticipated. If you're going to create a work habit, stick with it. I like things to be consistent. I like routine. If that means you blare horns when I come off the elevator in the morning, then blare horns. But just stick with it. Whatever you choose. Nose cutely scrunched, she asks,
Do you like all the changes I made?
I mean, I push my hand through my hair and quietly say, they weren't bad. And just like that, her smile returns and her vibrancy brightens her face.
Oh my goodness, I had no clue.
She clasps her hands together in excitement, and even though I feel like I'll never live it down, admitting to liking her quirky ways, the tension in my neck and back ease when I see that beautiful smile of hers reappear.
I was turning everything back to the way you had it because I thought you hated my adjustments, and I wanted to do something nice for you since you did something so...
Her voice catches in her throat while her hand falls to her chest.
How you did something so kind for my grandma.
What the hell is she talking about? Kind, Oh, fuck. I should have known. Did your grandma call you? She nods, her eyes watering.
I'm sorry, I don't want to make you uncomfortable with my tears and emotions, but I can't seem to help it. She was so excited, Mr. Weston. She even named one of the fish after you.
I told you to call me Raph.
Right, yes, sorry, my mind is a mess.
She shakes her head and blows out a long breath.
I don't know how I can ever thank you for what you did for her and the community. You really brightened a lot of people's days, not just my grandma's. And I want you to know I didn't tell you about the fish and the benches so you would buy them.
I know you didn't. I finally take a seat at my desk, feeling uncomfortable from the grateful attention. Clearing my throat, I casually say, my grandma would have wanted the same thing at her apartment. Figured it's the least I could do. Think nothing of it. I try to brush it off as unimportant, but I should know better by now that Charlie won't allow that to happen.
Well, I thought a lot about it. I thought about how you selflessly made such a sweet gesture, one that brought a lot of joy to others. It was thoughtful and kind and incredibly giving. That's why I tried to return the office back to your normal, the way you liked it, all dark and quiet. I know I pushed you last week, and I didn't want you to feel tortured or uncomfortable because of me and my way of working. I can adjust to your routine, Raph.
Two things I fucking hate right now. The way Charlie is tiptoeing around me, and realizing I'll have to admit I like the way she set up the office. I'm going to have to suck up my pride, bite the bullet despite not wanting to give in, and tell her the truth. Oddly, Charlie seems to know exactly what I need in my life to do the best work I can, which includes an occasional historical romance. A romance I stayed up late last night reading because I desperately needed to find out if Lord Eric finally claimed his wench. He did. On a pile of hay as their mattress, carnal fucking. It was hot as shit. But back to the task at hand. I move a pen on my desk and steel myself for what is about to come out of my mouth. Unable to look her in the eyes, I say, the changes you made to the office were fine. You may proceed with them. Jesus, could I sound any more robotic? And just as I predicted in my head, a rainbow bursts out of her eyes from pure joy as she asks,
Sir Dragomir can stay too?
Without even looking at her, I can hear the smile in her face. Clutching the pen in my hands, I answer, We've established a bit of a rapport. He's fine where he is.
And the others?
I clench my teeth tighter and look up to see her positively beaming. Fuck. She's so beautiful when she smiles. Looking off to the side, I quietly say, Well, they're his cousins, after all.
Uh-huh.
She answers knowingly.
Well, who are we to split up a family?
Precisely. I clear my throat and pull out my laptop from my bag, wanting to end this humiliating discussion. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like some of that oatmeal you made last week. Because it was really fucking good, and it's what I craved all weekend. Chuckling, she nods.
I'll get right on it. And can I ask, future ideas to brighten up the office, should I run them by you? Or should I continue to surprise you?
Hiding my smile, I say, The surprises keep me on my toes. A good business practice.
Mm-hmm.
She answers, seeing right through me. She's positively giddy as she skips out of my office to make some of that heavenly oatmeal. And even though she's proven me wrong, I feel incredibly right at the moment. Until I think about what she said. I know I pushed you last week, and I didn't want you to feel tortured or uncomfortable. I can't help it. I laugh. Cheeky wench. Cheeky fucking wench, as Lord Eric would say. What do you think you're doing? I ask, coming up to Charlie's desk where she's reading and twirling a can of cherry bubbly in her hand. Not bothering to look me in the eyes, she holds her finger up just as an alarm sounds off. Huffing in frustration, she sets her Kindle down and gives me the stink eye.
I was reading and you totally knocked me out of the mood.
You should be working, I say, looking at her desk with 2 notepads full of to-dos. I really need those finance documents delivered. Sitting up in her chair, she folds her arms over her chest and says,
According to the employee handbook established by you, I get an hour for lunch to myself. During that time, I like to read and eat my salad. You cannot take that away from me, even for finance documents, which I sent to finance, had them look over, then brought them back up here and set them on your desk while you were out to lunch.
She motions with her fingers at my face.
I suggest you try to take your foot out of your mouth now.
I hate that she's so good. Most of the time, I hate it. What about my dessert? Did you pick it up?
Your pastry box is on your desk with all the specific pastries on your list, Your Majesty.
She bows and twirls one hand in front of her. Fucking sassy woman. Her actions make the corner of my mouth tick with humor, despite her need to bust my balls any chance she gets. Good. Come into my office. The word come feels dirty falling off my tongue, but I ignore the wave of heat that rolls down my spine as I charge into my office with a bag of supplies in my hand as she follows behind me. I set the bag down on my desk and start taking the items out. Sparkling cider, glass champagne flutes, dainty flowered plates, and of course, a mega pack of fun-sized Skittles. I pop open the sparkling cider and pour us each a glass. I hand a confused Charlie one as she takes a seat. Scooting closer. She does, and then I hand her a plate and pop open the box of pastries. The lemon Danish is my favorite. She glances up at me, those clear blue eyes of hers pinning me with lust that shoots straight to my dick. And for a moment, a pregnant pause forms between us, our eyes searching each other, before she reaches into the box and pulls out a cheese Danish.
I live and die for a cheese Danish,
she says quietly as if she feels the need to explain her choice. I take a lemon and then I hand her the bag of Skittles. She studies the bag for a few beats before looking up at me, head tilted cutely to the side.
Excuse me for being confused, but what's happening here?
It's been 2 full weeks, I say, before taking a bite of my Danish. 2 full weeks, and we haven't killed each other, nor have we slipped up on any work. We've actually become more efficient. She lights up. So, We're celebrating. The cider and the Danish are to say congratulations, and the Skittles are so you can keep bribing people. She laughs and then thoughtfully says,
Thank you. This means a lot to me.
Just know this doesn't happen often, and we're not becoming friends or anything.
Oh, of course not. Heaven forbid,
she says sarcastically. This is me, as a boss, appreciating his assistant. I don't know why I say it like that, but I'm feeling weird and oddly happy at the same time. After this past week and the hard work Charlee put in without even batting an eyelash, I knew I had to do something special for her. And yes, this might be very small, but it's at least something.
Got it.
She chuckles and shakes her head while peeling a piece of her Danish apart.
Wouldn't want to confuse our roles.
There's a sense of irritation in her voice, and I call her out on it. Don't be upset.
I'm not upset, Wrath, but you could get to know me a little. It wouldn't kill you. After all, I am the person who makes your breakfast and makes sure your panties are picked up from the dry cleaners.
I give her a get-real look. We both know I wash my own panties like every other normal asshole out there.
Positive about that? Pretty sure I saw some silk briefs in last week's batch.
Silk is suffocating. I clear my throat. But we're off topic. She perks up.
Wait, have you worn silk panties before?
Things we don't talk about. Panties. She rolls her eyes.
Okay, then since this is my 2-week celebration party, why don't we exchange questions so we can get to know each other better? We'll keep them very simple, nothing too deep, because Lord knows you'll flip your lid and send me back to my desk.
You act as if I'm a tyrant.
Did you, or did you not explode over blinds recently?
Irrelevant.
Completely relevant. You just about lost your mind. I thought you were about to have a heart attack right here in your office next to Sir Dragomir. He would have had to go to plant counseling, and I heard horticultural psychologists aren't cheap.
Fucking Charlee bag of dicks. You're obscenely ridiculous, you realize that. I shake my head at her.
Yes, but that's what makes me fun.
She tacks on a smile.
Now are you in? Questions?
I have a feeling she's not going to let this go, and even though I would never admit it, I'm curious to find something out about her that goes beyond the generic stuff I already know. Fine, but nothing too personal.
Yes, that was established.
She takes a napkin off my desk and pats her mouth.
I'll go first. If you could have any job in the world besides what you're doing, what would it be?
Good question. I lean back in my chair and take a bite of my Danish, thoughtfully considering my answer, as the tartness of the lemon dances with my taste buds. If I could be anything at this point, I would probably say a bakery owner that specializes in pastries and only pastries. No cupcakes, no cakes, no cookies, just pastries, like eclairs and bear claws and almond croissants and...
I get the point.
She laughs.
Who knew you had such a sweet tooth? Are you a good baker?
I shake my head. No, that's why I said own a bakery.
But that usually implies that you're the one who's doing the baking.
Unless you want stodgy and burnt pastries, don't ask me to bake for you.
We are going to have to fix that,
she says, logging away that information, which only makes me nervous. For some reason, I can picture coming in on a Friday to Charlee in a white pastry hat, the kitchen decked out, and an apron waiting for me with Boss Man crust pants stamped on the front.
Okay, your turn. Ask me your question.
My question has to be good. Something intriguing, something that will surprise me when she answers. But my mind falls short, and I can't come up with one good goddamn question. So lamely I say, if you had to do anything else for a living besides be my EA, what would it be?
Oh, come on, you can't ask me the same question, she argues, a giant roll to her eyes. I can when I'm the boss, I answer, crossing my arms over my chest. Pulling the boss card a little early? Fine, she sighs. I guess if I had to be anything other than the best assistant in the world, I would have to go with planner-designer.
Like an office supply planner?
Yeah. Daisy and Dot have the best planner out there, but I still would make some changes, little tweaks here and there, especially for people in my position where we're juggling a million things at once. I have a good eye. I think I could make a damn good planner.
Interesting. I nod and listen to her, and there's a lot to listen to as she's in Charlie's land of all things stationary, thinking of a new project that will probably blow her mind and also light up that smile. Charlie, can I see you in my office, please? I ask over the phone intercom. It took a few days, but I was able to pull everything together without her knowing. And now that the time has come to tell her, well, fuck, I'm a little nervous and far too excited. The office is back to its usual organized and colorful chaos. That's what I like to call it. I'm greeted every morning in the same way, but always somehow different. Sometimes Charlie is decked out in her color for the day. Sometimes she wears a print. Sometimes her look is more subdued. It all depends on the day, but what I have noticed and relied on as a constant of her unpredictability is that every Thursday, she always wears green and reminds me, we make the money on Thursdays. I now wear green too, and I work my hardest on Thursdays. How the hell did that happen? More than that, how did I not know how unproductive my Thursdays had actually been? We've established an easy routine. She greets me, quickly talking about anything important that I need to be advised of for the day. I hand her a list of tasks, and she tells me which healthy breakfast she prepared for me that morning. It's completely ridiculous that I still write up the list because, yes, I know how Dropbox works, but it's now our thing. I frequently roll my eyes as I'm writing the damn thing because she knows what's on it before I even give it to her. She's that good. But her smile. As I hand her the list each day, there's a certain cheeky grin that appears, and it only appears when she gets the list. We're a smooth unit, working harmoniously together, and it's terrifying how much I truly rely on her now. Not just her extremely hard work ethic, but I rely on seeing her cheerful eyes when I step off the elevator. I rely on her flowery scent to fill the office with brightness in the morning. And I rely on her quick-witted one-liners and droll comebacks to make me feel whole. In a matter of weeks, she's become indispensable to me.
Sure thing,
Charlie says into the phone and then quickly strides into my office, wearing a green dress that fits snug against her curves, flares at her hips, and looks far too good for the workplace.
What's up?
She takes a seat and props her green pen against her notebook, a notebook that she already needs to replace soon because she's on the last few pages. I have a new project for you, I say calmly.
Oh, fun. Okay, does it have anything to do with the new kale smoothie I made you? I know it was a risk adding the chia seeds without your knowledge, but they are really good for you.
It was a risk, but they were good. I enjoyed the new addition. Nothing like that. I steeple my fingers together on my desk. This is a new responsibility, a big project, actually, one that you'll be taking the lead and working with the art department on.
Really?
She shifts in her chair, perking up, pen poised.
I'm intrigued. What is it?
As you know, I had a meeting with the management staff 2 days ago. In the meeting, we discussed the overall organization through the different departments and the efficiency that everyday tasks were being accomplished. I explained to them the process we have up here on the 88th floor and how well organized and efficient you are. She fluffs her hair.
Do tell me more.
When she does shit like that, cute shit like that, it makes me want to do dirty things to her to counteract the cuteness. And that's something I've become quite aware of, a feeling I've been earnestly tamping down. Keeping my voice still, I say, I told them you have insightful ideas when it comes to organization, and I'd like to see those ideas on paper.
Okay, so you want me to do a PowerPoint presentation or something?
I shake my head. No, I want you to develop a task planner for the senior assistants to use to increase their day-to-day efficiency. I want you to work with the art department and create something inspiring, unique, something that will move employees to work harder. Not that we're having productivity issues, but I get the feeling that you're not the only assistant who prefers using pen and paper over technology. I'd always believed it would slow an assistant down, but it doesn't. Not for you, anyway. And I wondered if there were other assistants who'd work more efficiently with your system. My guess is the art department would consider physical planners and online planners to run through our internal network. She's silent. Completely silent. I blink. Charlie? Her jaw falls open, shock hitting her first, followed by a vast array of emotions as her eyes well up with tears.
You're kidding, right? This is a prank?
She looks around my office.
Is Ashton Kutcher going to laugh in my face while wearing a trucker's hat any minute now?
This isn't a prank. I don't joke about projects. I keep a steely facade. This is very much serious, and I hope you take it that way. I want a company-wide planner developed for all departments, and you're at the helm of the product design.
Oh, my God.
She waves her hand in front of her face and sucks in a deep breath.
Raph, I don't think you know how magical this is for me.
I shuffle some papers around, feeling uncomfortable from her overwhelmed reaction. I know it's a big deal for her and that she's grateful, but receiving thanks is not easy for me. Just make sure you do a good job, I say, feeling stiff and awkward. Get it together, man.
Of course, I'll do a good job. I'll do an exceptional job because you gave me such a wonderful opportunity. And don't worry, I won't let this distract me from my everyday tasks with you.
I know it won't, because you're good at prioritizing. I'd like to see a prototype next week.
Yes, of course. Eep.
She claps her hands and bounces in her chair. I divert my eyes away from her bouncing chest. Christ, when did I become such a pervert with this woman?
I want to give you a hug. Badly, I'm a hugger, but I know we don't do that.
She clenches her fists together.
Just envision me hugging you.
I can envision it all right, and that's the problem. I can envision her pert tits pressed against my rock-hard chest. I can envision the way her head fits right under my chin, or the way my hand casually rolls down her back until it hits the swell of her ass. I can envision way too much, and that's why I'm staying on this side of my desk and not giving in to temptation. Yes, well, why don't you go get started? I'll send you an email with the 2 people you'll be working with. Renita would also like to be involved. She's keen to get started.
Renita is lovely. I'd enjoy working with her. Before I go, is there anything else you need? Food? A drink? A pastry?
I shake my head. I'm good. She nods and stands, but before she goes, she clutches her notebook to her chest and she says,
I want you to know how much this truly means to me, Raph. That you're giving me this chance and putting trust in me to make something special for the company. It means the world to me.
She doesn't have to tell me. I can see it written all over her face, and it fills an empty hole in my heart, seeing the joy she's getting out of something I'm giving her. Don't let me down, is all I say as she walks away. Once the door is shut, I lean back in my chair and let out a long breath of air, and then smile. I smile like a goddamn fool.
Chapter 12. Charlie. Ah, Linus. I hop out of my seat at the restaurant and pull him into a hug. We decided to meet for lunch and catch up since it's been a few weeks since we talked. And because we're efficient, he told me his order ahead of time, and I already put it in for us so we can have more time to talk rather than hem and haw over what to eat. You look great, he says, wrapping his arms around me. Really amazing. Thank you. We sit down and I motion to our salads. Food just arrived. I like how you work. He unfolds his napkin and sets it on his lap. Okay, first things first. How do you like your new apartment? Is it in a killer location? Right around the corner from here. It's breathtaking. I feel kind of wrong living there, and I've yet to unpack everything, which is very unlike me. I didn't want to jinx it, you know? Well, especially after Rath's trigger-happy firing on the first day. He chuckles and moves his fork around his salad. I still can't believe you went back to work and acted like it never happened. It's one way to secure a job, I laugh. But yes, I should have you over at some point, once I figure out all the boxes and whatnot. Please do. I want to see what kind of living I've been missing out on by turning down Rath's job opportunities. If I were you, I'd be kicking myself in the ass. Don't wound me, he says, clutching his chest. But I could never leave Bram. He's like a brother to me now. I think he would drown and die a slow death if I ever left. Plus, it's great leverage for more money. So true. You're invaluable to him. I pause for a drink and then ask, have you ever thought of moving up? Doing something other than being someone's executive assistant? Sometimes. He shrugs his shoulders. But I don't know what I'd really want to do. I like my job. It might sound lame and like I have zero ambition, but I really like it. I shake my head and press my hand to his forearm. No, I think the same thing. I love being organized and helping someone keep their schedule. I like the unpredictability of what my day is going to be like, and how I have a hand in bettering the company by working side by side with the CEO. Could not agree more. I know people would probably judge that way of thinking, but who cares, really? It's what we like. Exactly, and... I smile so large that Linus halts the fork heading for his mouth. Last week, I was granted a new project. Really? What kind of project? Get this. I look around and then lean forward as if it's a secret. Rath wants me to work with the art department on a company-wide planner to improve efficiency. Linus gasps and drops his fork, then takes my hand in his. Are you telling me that you're designing your very own daily planner? I nod enthusiastically. Holy shit. I know! I squeal. It's like the office supply gods were listening and they granted me this one wish. Honestly, I'm beside myself. I can't stop smiling when I'm at work and I'm starting to look like a loon. I think Rath is concerned with my psychosis. Charlie, you know what this means, right? What? I ask, stuffing a giant forkful of salad into my mouth. This means you have job security. I've known Mr. Weston for a long time now, and I've seen his fair share of assistants. Never once has he ever done anything like this. Plus, he bites his bottom lip and looks away. What? Tell me. Ugh, I shouldn't say, but... Okay, promise you won't say anything. You have to swear. I swear. Secret vault, you and me. Nothing is said outside of this table. Okay. He sets down his fork and whispers. Mr. Weston was at the office the other day, and I overheard him talking to Bram about you. Shut up. What did he say? My mouth waters in anticipation. I only heard bits and pieces of it, but he did say he actually liked the changes you made to the office and that there is some book. I couldn't catch the title, but some book you made him read that really got his mind off things and helped him relax. Oh my God. I throw my head back and laugh, drawing the attention of other patrons. He did not say that. He really liked the book? Yeah. Why is it so funny? What book did you give him? Still laughing, I say, a historical romance. Stop. He laughs as well. And he read it? Apparently he couldn't stop. I tap my chin, which gives me a task for tonight. Looks like I'll be hitting up a bookstore for some more relaxing reads. Please tell me what you're going to get for him. What kind of assistant would I be if I didn't? Linus laughs some more and then asks, think I could get Bram into them? He's more of a softie than Rath. I think you could get him to read them easily, especially if Rath has been boasting about them. Linus looks at his watch and then says, think we can eat quick and hit up that bookstore before lunch is over? I accept your challenge. Good morning, Mr. Weston. He pauses right outside the elevator and lifts his brow. Rath. I know. But it just sounds more prestigious when I welcome the lord of the office by Mr. Weston first thing. Doesn't it get your blood pumping? No. He starts walking toward his office, and I follow closely at his side. It's always a question what kind of wrath I'm going to get in the morning. Sometimes he's lighter than usual, gives me a tick of the corner of his mouth in greeting, and then there are mornings like today, when he's the ever-sour asshole who replies monosyllabically. You seem grumpy this morning. Is there a reason for the grumpiness? Did you have a date last night that went horribly wrong? If so, do tell. I love dating mishaps. He pauses and looks at me. Do you really think I have time to date? Maybe. I don't know what you do when you leave the office. Are you not dating? I know it's a question I shouldn't ask, but I'm honestly curious. What does Wrath do after he leaves the office? Works out, that's for sure. But what else? Does he have a Rolodex of booty calls he refers to? Does he go home and cook a hearty meal? Does he have a special show he likes to watch? Or maybe he's a binger of comedy specials on Netflix. That one would be shocking given his no-nonsense attitude. No? Are you? He snaps back. I'm pretty sure he surprises himself with the question, because he clears his throat and walks into his office before he can hear my reply. I love when I can work him up into a tizzy this early in the morning. No, I call out after him. No, I'm not. So no need to worry about any crazy boyfriends coming into the office demanding sex on my desk. Or any ex-fiancés for that matter. I trail off, realizing my mistake the minute I say it. Crap. Of course, being the smart and observant man that he is, he says, ex-fiancé. From his desk, he quirks a brow in question. Nervously, I tuck on my peplum shirt. You know, if I had one. Do you? I wave my hand at him. That's neither here nor there. Avoidance, avoidance. I take a seat in the chair across from his desk and look anywhere but at him, because all I can feel is his unwavering stare, boring holes into me, his questions lingering on the tip of his tongue. He's not stupid. He can see right through me. It's been like that from the beginning. Impossible to hide anything from him. And the worst part of it all, he's so good at showing zero emotion and staying stone-faced most of the time that I can barely register what he's thinking. All I get are small gestures here and there that I attempt to decipher. A click of his pen, a tug on his sleeve, a clench of his jaw. His mood is unwavering most of the time, which makes it extremely hard to predict what he's going to do or say next. Blushing from embarrassment, I sink into my chair, pop open the cap to my pen and fold my notebook open, mentally pleading with Wrath to drop it and move on. Quickly, I glance up at him, and just like I thought, he's staring at me but with a furrowed brow. And for once, I can see it, the question hanging, ready to be asked. And just when I think he's going to question me, he grabs the correct color pen for the day and then holds it out to me. We cheers our pens like we do every weekday and get down to business. Even though I'm taking notes and paying attention to everything he's talking about, I can't help but focus on the fact that Wrath didn't question me. That he was able to see how uncomfortable I was and move on. It's a gesture I truly appreciate. He might be silent at times and it drives me crazy, but I know what he's doing. He's observing, taking in the person he's interacting with, reading their body language, and he makes his next move based off that. He let it go this time, but knowing Wrath Weston, I don't think he'll drop it forever. After we go over the day's tasks and he hands me the list, he says, I'm taking the weekend off as well. Oh, have any plans? Just some things with friends. Staying in the city, if you're wondering. Oh, so nothing exotic. No trip to Belize where you'll have a torrid affair with an islander only to take off Sunday night without a way to communicate with you? He shakes his head and picks up the smoothie in front of him. Those books you read are getting to your head. Don't you mean the books we read? I have no idea what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. I reach to the side of his desk and plop a gift bag on his desk. This is for you. He looks at it, but doesn't touch it. It's not my birthday. It doesn't need to be your birthday for me to get you something special. Don't forget the Skittles you gave me for my 2 weeks of surviving you. More like the 2 weeks I survived you. There's just the slightest bit of humor in his voice, but it gives me life. You know, when you make small jokes like that, it really gets my gears going. His eyes widen, and I realize what I implied and try to quickly recover. Not sexually. Not gears as in my lady loins, but more like brain gears. You know, you mentally stimulate me. Brain orgasm. I shake my head. Nope. Not orgasm. Forget I said orgasm. Just juices in my brain are flowing. I tap my chin. You know, even the term juices makes me cringe. This whole conversation is making me cringe. That's fair. That's fair. I wave my notebook over my face to cool down. Are your butt cheeks sweating too? When he doesn't say anything, just stares blankly, I say, just me. Okay. I nod. Maybe open the damn present and move the conversation along, huh? Bewildered, he opens the bag and pulls out a few of the books I picked out for him. And then his eyes narrow in my direction. What the hell are these? For your personal collection. I don't read these. Sure. Okay. I wink at him. Yup, you don't read them. I reach into the bag and pull out a book jacket. Here, this is so you can read them in public and not get embarrassed. You see, this is a book jacket and covers the racy covers so no one knows about the petticoat ripping books you're reading. And I got it in a space theme so it looks all manly, like you're reading science fiction or something. Sighing, he puts the books back in the bag and sets the bag on the floor next to him. Thank you, he says, as if it's the most painful thing he's ever had to say. Which one do you think you're going to read first? If it were me, I'd choose my fake courtship with the Scot. There's nothing more intriguing than a fake marriage. Am I right? He straightens the papers on his desk. We have work to do. That's okay. You can act all macho and uninterested in those books, but I know you love them, and I can't wait to get you to admit it. Never going to happen, he says, shuffling the papers around on his desk again. Oh, it will happen. Just you wait, Mr. Weston. He sighs, and I hold up my hands before he can chastise me. Wrath. He points to his door. Go. Yep, on my way out. Don't worry. I'll knock before I come in so you can have some privacy with your books. I give him a wink and then take off. My job here is done. Linus. How did he like the books? Charlie. Pretended not to, of course. I wouldn't have expected anything else from him. Linus. If only I recorded Mr. Scott's reaction for you. Charlie. Fill my lungs with air and tell me all about it. Give me life. Linus. His exact response was, oh, fuck yeah, these are those smutty books Wrath was talking about. Charlie. LOL. Oh, that's amazing. See, I knew he liked them. Linus. Mr. Scott wants to start a book club with Wrath. Charlie. Ha, never going to happen. Linus. Bet you it does. Charlie. Are you kidding me? Wrath would rather die than admit that he likes those books. Linus. And this is where we differ. Because the Wrath you know is not the Wrath I know. He's a lovable, fun guy who will pretty much do anything Mr. Scott asks him. They're practically married, those two. When Julia started dating Bram, he was more concerned about Bram than his sister. If Bram wants a book club, he'll get one. Charlie. Ugh. Why do I get stingy business wrath all the time? I want fun, exciting wrath. Linus. Yeah, not sure he'll ever show that to you in the office. Outside of it, maybe. Which, oh boy, I have an idea. Charlie rubs hands together. Do tell. Linus. Bram invited me to game night. Told me to bring someone if I wanted to. Charlie. Sweet baby piglets. Please tell me Wrath is going. Linus. Got his acceptance yesterday. Charlie. And are you going to invite me? Linus. I would love for you to be my date. Charlie. Have I ever told you how much I love you? Linus. Not enough. Charlie. Well, I love you. Linus. Music to my ears. But I do need to ask you something, and you can't get mad at me. Charlie. It's rare when I get mad, so no need to hold your balls while you ask. Linus. You're so different, LOL. I have to ask. This fascination you have with seeing Wrath outside of a business suit, acting like a normal person, is it because you're possibly crushing on your boss? Charlie. What? No. What made you think that? Of course not. No way. No. Nope. Not at all. No. Linus. Okay. Charlie. Linus, I'm not. Linus. He's really handsome. Charlie. Yes, and he's rich and has good taste in books and caring and one of the nicest people I know, but that doesn't mean I'm crushing on him. Linus. Uh-huh. Charlie. Linus, he's my boss. I'm not crushing on him. Linus. Pretty sure every person in New York City is crushing on him, including men. Charlie. Well, I'm not. Not me. Not this girl. Nope. No crushing. None at all. I hate Linus. Well, not really. But I don't like him right now. He put something in my head that wasn't true. And now it's all I can think about. Did I just look at Wrath weird? Like I'm crushing on him? Did I just smile at him because he said something I found funny or because I'm crushing on him? Did I just look at his lips because I thought I saw some leftover pad thai was on them from the dinner we shared? Or is it because I'm crushing on him? I'm not crushing. Get that through your head, Charlie. Ugh. Wrath tosses his pen on the conference room table we're sharing and leans back in his chair. He's rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, removed his tie, and undone the top few buttons of his shirt. His hair is ruffled from the hundreds of times he's run his hands through it since we've been looking over these growth charts. And the knit in his brow that's been permanent since we finished dinner shapes his eyebrows into harsh lines, highlighting his light blue eyes. Yes, he's handsome. That's undeniable. But now that he's rocking this broody businessman appearance, it really ups his sex appeal. Wait, what the hell am I doing? No, I'm not thinking about his sex appeal. Not at all. I'm not crushing. Damn it, Linus. I don't think I can look at one more spreadsheet. What about you? He asks, stretching his arms back so he grips the nape of his neck. My eyes float to his biceps that are testing the strength of his shirt fabric. Are those boulders in his arms? Has he always been this strong-looking? Why does it matter, Charlie? It doesn't. I don't want to know about his workout routine or his morning routine or what he looks like without a shirt on. Does he have tattoos? No! Linus is getting his nipple twisted when I see him next. Trying to look normal, I stretch out a smile that feels more like I'm squinting with my lips pressed flat together than anything. Yeah, all the numbers are swimming together. He sighs. I wanted to get this done before the weekend, but looks like it's not going to happen. His forearms flex as he grips the edge of the desk. Huh. Look at all that wonderful sinew. Sturdy grip. Wonder what else he has a sturdy grip on. Swallowing hard, I fan my shirt off my chest. I can get us some coffee, some pastries, create a sugar rush caffeine effect, and then tackle these. It's only 9. We have plenty of oil left to burn before the weekend. He shakes his head. I appreciate the effort, but you should go home. I really don't mind, Wrath. I like smelling your cologne. It's not like I have anyone or anything to go home to. He scratches the side of his jaw, studying me. Do you like your place? Oh, yes. It's very nice. Thank you. Is everyone treating you kindly there? Wonderfully. It's a dream living there. He nods. Good. And then he stares out at the city lights, a lightness about him. As if since he's mentally clocked out, he can allow himself to relax. His 5 o'clock shadow is heavy on his jaw, and his hair falls over his forehead, darkening his features, but oddly making him seem less intimidating. Any plans this weekend? He drums the table with his fingers as I'm slightly caught off guard from his question. We don't talk too much about our personal lives, so color me shocked with his interest. I do have plans, but I don't dare tell him about game night, because frankly, I don't want him to change his plans, so I keep that little nugget to myself. Going to see my grandma on Sunday. There's a puzzle tournament, and she's recruited me to be on her team, of course. She calls me Sharp Eyes when we're in tournament mode. It took a while to earn the title, though. At first, I wasn't quick enough, but over time, I've gotten better. How often do you visit her? As much as I can. She's my best friend. I shrug. I don't have many friends in the city. Never had much time to make them with my job schedule and visiting my grandma. But that's okay, because the few people I do have in my life matter the most to me. He mulls that over and then says, if it wasn't for my boys, I wouldn't have anyone either. Thankfully, we get each other, and even though we don't see each other all the time, especially now with them both being in relationships, we still make time to hang out. Which is so important. I bite my bottom lip, wanting to ask a question about his personal life, but a little nervous of being turned down again. Not letting fear get to me, I ask. So Rourke and Bram are both hanging off a ledge. You can only pull one of them up. Who do you save? He looks off to the side and says, Bram. Just like that, you choose Bram? He nods. I love Rourke like a brother, but the bastard probably did something to fall off the edge of a cliff anyway. It was his time. Bram, he's much more of an innocent. He needs to be pulled up. Rourke's really that much of a bad boy? Used to be. He's settled now since he met Sutton. She levels him out. You like her? He nods. Yeah, she's cool. He directs my question at me. What about you? If you had to pull Rourke or Bram up, who would you choose? I chuckle. But I don't even know them. He shrugs. Just play the game. He's so carefree at this moment, as if he punched in his time card and can finally unclench his ass cheeks and relax. I like this side of him. Playful, not scowling all the time. Well, I guess, on looks alone, Rourke. I like dark-haired guys. He nods and then says, can't wait to tell him that. Don't you dare, I say, my voice growing loud, my heart rate already picking up from the absolute embarrassment that would create. What's said in this office stays in this office. Oh, is that so? I have a feeling something I might have said is about to come back and bite me in the ass. I hold strong and say, "Of course." I draw a little circle between us. This is a circle of trust. You and me, boss man. Uh-huh. So that's why Brute and Bulldog were asking me about the nudie books I'm reading? I snort and cover my mouth at the same time. Wrath shakes his head. Yeah, that's what I thought. Chuckling, I say, "Did they really say nudie books?" Yes, they did. I had to correct them that, in fact, I don't read those books, and also, they signed an NDA, as well as you. I gulp. If that NDA is violated, I can take away everything of yours, all the way down to your granny panties. Is that clear, Miss Bag of Dicks? He levels with me, but I can't help it. I laugh out loud. Oh, Jesus. Please refer to me as Miss Bag of Dicks from now on. That would be a dream. He shakes his head. You're so fucking weird. Gah! I grasp my chest. You just swore. Be still my heart. He's not always uptight. It's after hours. I can't be held accountable for what I do or say. He picks up his pen from the table and tosses it at me, hitting me directly in the chest. Hey, what was that for? For telling everybody I read those books. I pick up the pen and toss it back at him. Naturally, he snatches it out of midair, with his left hand, with barely a blink. Sheesh, that was kind of hot. Because you do read those books. No, I don't. I caught you reading it in the car on the way to my grandma's from the airport. Because I wanted to see if Lord Eric had a bush. Spoiler alert, he does. Wrath levels with me, and I swear I just caught a sparkle in his eyes. Apparently, manscaping wasn't a thing back then. Holy shit. My boss just mentioned manscaping. Does that mean he manscapes? Gah, even that is sexy. What were they supposed to use to trim? A machete? Seems like that would be the only thing that would cut through the nest of curls, Wrath says while using air quotes. Stop it! I laugh out loud. You know the terms! I know that term because as I read it, it burned into my brain and I gagged on my own saliva. Ugh. I fold my arms over my chest. Of course, that's all you could focus on. What about the innocent touches? The way the heroine sticks up for herself despite how much lower in class she is, or how even though their love is forbidden, they still go for it anyway. He flips the pen in his hand. Couldn't get past the nest of curls. I throw my hands up in the air and stand from my chair. You're impossible. I pack up my bag and he does the same. We leave the papers where they are so we can tackle them Monday morning, and then together we head to the elevator. We both reach for the button at the same time, our hands colliding. Oh, sorry. I nervously laugh. Looks like we're both eager to get the hell out of here. Yeah, he says, standing next to me, one hand in his pants pocket as he rocks on his heels. Feeling awkward, I say, Your hand was soft. What kind of lotion do you use? He gives me a quick once-over, shakes his head, and then on a sigh, answers. Aveeno. Does his cock smell like it too? No. His cock scent should not be the first question that comes to my mind after finding out what lotion he uses. For his hands. But then before I can stop it, an image of Wrath spread out on his desk, pants hanging by his ankles, cock jutted forward, pouring lotion in his hand crosses over my mind, and I light up in flames, my body heat skyrocketing. Where the hell did that come from? Linus. He's really getting his nipple twisted now. A vino, huh? I say, trying not to make it seem like I was just envisioning his cock, or wondering what it smells like. Because of Jennifer Aniston? Does he rub himself out with his Aveeno lotion to Jennifer Aniston? Oh, Jesus. I want to ask so bad. So bad that it actually hurts holding in the question. So painful. But I keep my mouth shut. No, because it works. He simply answers. The doors open and we step in, our shoulders bumping against each other. Because I'm awkward, I deliberately go to bump him. Or more like I sideswipe him like a linebacker, but fail miserably and topple into him, so we both crash against the elevator wall. What the hell? Oops, I laugh. You would think I was on a rocky boat, just trying to playfully bump into you. My hands fall on his chest so I can push myself up, and instead of standing tall right away, I lean into him for a few seconds, my palms flat against his pecs. What would he do right now if I gave him a little squeeze? You know, just a little tiny wink-wink to his pecs. Would he even notice? Of course he would notice. He's as stiff as a board right now. Any wink-wink would be absolutely noticeable. Instead of getting off him, I look up and laugh. Look at us, making a business sandwich, our clothes being the meat. Were you drinking when I wasn't paying attention? It would make this moment less painful if I was. I push off him and stumble back as the elevator starts to move. He catches my hand and steadies me. Seriously? Are you having a stroke or something? I'm having a bout of the sillies, if that's something. Damn these heels, I say. They always get wobbly at night. I think they turn into rubber like Cinderella turns into a pumpkin. She doesn't turn into a pumpkin. Her carriage does. Well, I huff. Who knew Boss Man Know-It-All was an aficionado on Disney princesses? I hoist my purse on my shoulder. Guess I won't be challenging you at Disney trivia anytime soon. He releases me and cautiously steps away. I don't blame him. I don't know what's going to come out of my mouth next, and frankly, I'm just as terrified as he looks. Working past 9. Not good on you. Noted. Might be best. I agree with a nod.
Chapter 13. Wrath. I miss you. Warm arms wrap around me, followed by a kiss to the cheek. God, you look good. Bram steps away, observing me, his lip print still on my face. I wipe it off quickly and walk into his apartment. I'm all for a bromance, but dude, kissing? I'm just so happy, he says, slapping me in the ass with a thwack. I haven't seen my wrathy poo-poo in a while. Don't fucking call me that. He chuckles and says, Seriously, man, I've missed you. I know, I'm sorry, work has been fucking stressful lately. Taking on more things? No, I shake my head. Just training and all that. Not that I've really trained Charlie at all, more like she's trained me. I'm using the color-coded pens for each corresponding day, doing the dishes for the both of us, watering the plants like she's scheduled me to do. Christ, I even whistle theme songs as per the added suggestion she made, and I'm pretty sure Sir Dragomir enjoys Wheels on the Bus the most. His leaves seem to be shining more ever since I started whistling that specific tune. Ah, yes, the new assistant. Still liking her? Yeah. We both walk to the kitchen and sit at the bar. She's doing a more than adequate job. That's good to hear, given your latest failures when it comes to assistants. Maybe she can schedule more meetings where I'm involved. I haven't even talked to you about the wedding. He cringes. Are you really okay with it being on your birthday? Yes, dude, I don't care. All I care about is you two getting married and having the best day ever. I point at him. And don't get me a cake. Too late. It's already been ordered and I got it with a picture of your penis on the top. Shut the fuck up, I laugh. Where would you even get a picture of my penis? Sophomore year? College? Oh, fuck. I laughed some more thinking about the night I got so wasted I ran around our frat house giving every guy not passed out a view of my helicopter. Yes, before I was Rath Weston, CEO of a billion-dollar company, I was Rath Weston flings his willy around when drunk. I thought I told you to get rid of those. I did. I got rid of them right into a safety deposit box and secured them safely in a bank to use when I need them as blackmail. And you're going to waste that blackmail opportunity on a penis cake at your wedding? How do you think Julia is going to like singing happy birthday to my cock cake on her wedding day? He scratches the side of his face. Valid point. The missus would most certainly not like that. Looks like you just saved your nudity for another day. Can't wait. I laugh. What else is going on? Invites were sent out, flowers have been chosen, so things are starting to feel official. What do you mean they're starting to feel official? You guys already paid for the venue. Did I tell you we're having a Venetian hour? Really? I've only been to one other wedding where they had a Venetian hour, and it was so fucking good. I thought I was going to vomit from eating too many sweets. That's why we decided to have one, because of you. We asked for all the exceptional pastries, so consider it a birthday present. I chuckle and don't even hide my honesty when I say, I'm going to make a fool of myself at your wedding. People are going to ask where your best man is, and there I'll be, huddled in the corner, pants undone, chocolate dripping down my face in a straight-up food coma. And I'll make sure my photographer gets multiple shots to add to my blackmail security box. Brutal, I say, helping myself to some chocolate milk. Want some? You know I do. As I'm pouring us each a glass of some pre-made chocolate milk, not surprised there's some in his fridge, the door swings open and Rourke walks in with Sutton attached at his hip, each with an arm draped around each other. I remember when Rourke started talking about Sutton. He was so caught up in her, I knew right then and there he wasn't going to be able to leave her side, and no matter how hard he tried to fight it, he finally gave in. I've never seen him happier. Hey lads, he calls out with a wave. Pour me a glass, will you? He turns and asks Sutton, Want some chocolate milk? I'm good. Confused, she asks, Is that what you guys drink now? Yep, I answer, handing out the glasses. We clink them together and start guzzling, the sweet chocolate flavor hitting the right spot. Bram called me the other night, inviting me to game night. He said he had some things to talk to me about, but wanted to butter me up with some snacks and games first. I'm tempted to pull him to the side and ask him what exactly he needs to talk about, but I know he will when he's ready. So, game night it is, and guess who's the odd man out? This fella right here. Where's Julia? I ask, thinking my sister would have already come out to give me a hug. At a conference, she's talking about the matchmaking system she's created. It's kind of a big deal. Oh, awesome. I'm surprised she didn't tell me about it. Last minute, actually, which of course she freaked out about. You know how she loves being prepared. She does. So it's just us then, I ask, clapping my hands together and moving to the living room where there are pizza bites, Doritos, pigs in a blanket, the smallest veggie tray ever, and pretzels laid out on the coffee table, as well as Pictionary cards, a timer, and whiteboard markers. There's a knock at the door and Bram says, And I invited Linus, who's bringing a +1. That should be them. The minute Bram says Linus, I get this sinking feeling in my stomach, like I might know who his +1 is. Linus, the light of my life, Bram says, opening the door. If I wasn't so enraptured and looking for his +1, I'd be mildly insulted that Bram called another man the light of his life. Thanks for inviting me. He holds out a tray of milkshakes and says, Brought our favorite. I could kiss you, Bram says, but that would create some serious HR nightmare. He looks around. Did you bring someone with you? I did. She's...
Here I am,
A very familiar voice says, popping into my line of view. Fuck.
I was tying my shoe.
Charlie holds up a box of pastries.
Thought we would bring our boss's favorite treats. Pastries and milkshakes for everyone.
Fuck. 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 There goes my relaxing night. I immediately tense up and want to punch Bram in the nuts. This is why you don't invite assistants. This exact reason. Because now I can't be myself. I'll have to put on a veil so Charlie doesn't see the real me. And I've worked so hard at keeping that veil firmly in place whenever I'm around her. Paulie's pastries. Oh, you know Wrath so well. Bram takes the box and lets Linus and Charlie in. Not even giving it a second thought, Charlie comes galloping up to me and holds out her hand for a high five. I just stare at it.
Come on, Boss Man Krabby Pants, don't leave me hanging.
That would be awfully rude, Rourke says, a giant asshole smile on his face. He doesn't even need to speak to me. I know exactly what he's thinking. I can already see it, feel his gaze. He's going to be watching me like a hawk the entire time to see how I react to Charlie. He did the same thing to Julia and Bram. He's an observant motherfucker. One of the things that makes him great at his job, but a trait that makes him a very annoying friend. Reluctantly, I give her a high five, which causes her to cheer, bouncing up and down in her green leggings and black t-shirt that says, "Game night, bitches." Of course she has a game night shirt. I wouldn't expect anything less at this point.
I'm so pumped, aren't you?
She asks, jabbing me in the side with her finger. Are you high? I ask. Her energy level is far too extreme right now.
High on life?
Linus comes up to us and says, She was worse in the taxi, Mr. Weston. Be grateful you're getting this version of her. None of this Mr. Crap, Bram says, placing the pastries and milkshakes on the coffee table as well. Quick intros. I'm Bram. This is Wrath, Rourke, his girl Sutton. This is Linus and Charlie, Wrath's EA. We call each other by our first names, got it? He rubs his hands together. Now, we're going to choose teams. Should we do 2 teams of 3 or 3 teams of 2? 3 teams, Rourke chimes in before I can even open my mouth. And I suggest it be me and Sutton, Bram and Linus, since Linus is the light of Bram's life, and then see how the new boss and assistant relationship is going with Charlie and Wrath. The motherfucker. A protest is on the tip of my tongue. Great idea, Bram says, going along with it. I have a sinking suspicion I've been set up. Standing next to me and looping her arm through mine, Charlie points at everyone and says, Team Skittle Pals is taking you all out. I shake my head. That's not our team name.
No?
She asks, turning toward me, hands on her hips.
Then what? The Lemon Curdies?
Rourke snorts.
Pretty pastry players, the historical Nancys?
Wrath and Charlie is fine.
Or Rarley?
She laughs.
You are my work husband after all, so why not have a couple name?
Because that would be massively inappropriate. Because I also kind of like Rarley and I don't want to admit to calling ourselves that. Bram steps up and says, I'm going to put you 2 down as the Lemon Curdies because, frankly, it makes me giggle so much that my penis jiggles. Can you not say shit like that? I ask, dragging my hand over my face. Why? You told me you laughed so hard the other day that your penis bobbed up in the air a few times. Dude, I say through clenched teeth, my face turning bright red. Charlie doesn't need to know that I thought it was funny when I laughed and my cock bobbed up, and that the more I laughed about it, the more it bobbed. Things employees don't need to know about their boss with an immature frat boy brain. And it's not like Rourke is any help. He's sitting back laughing. Sutton, the graceful distraction that she is, says, We'd like to be called Team Whiskey Innocence. Oh, I like that, Bram says, writing the names down on the separate whiteboard where we'll keep score. And I think we should be Brinus Brainiacs, Bram says to Linus, because we have no shame in our work relationship name. I'm really not pleased with how comfortable Bram is with Linus. First and foremost, he's my best friend, not Linus's. Got a tattoo of it on my ass, Linus says, pausing Bram in his pursuit to write down the name. Suck-ass. Shit, did I really think that about Linus? Hell, I'm so out of whack right now. Did you really? Because if that's true, I very well might throw HR out the window tonight and propose to you. Julia is hot and smart, so she can find someone else. Linus chuckles and says,
Well, if I ever want you to leave Julia, I know what to do now.
As Bram sets up the game, Charlie turns to me and pokes my arm.
You're tense. You can't be tense if the Lemon Curdies are going to take the trophy tonight. Loosen up, Wrath.
I'm fine.
Okay, sure, you're fine.
She pokes me again.
What's wrong? Are you seriously always this tense? You were more relaxed the other night.
What happened the other night? Rourke asks, butting in like the asshole he is.
Stayed late.
Charlie rolls her eyes.
This guy actually loosened up for a second.
Only for a second? Bram asks and then laughs. You should have seen him in college. The exact thing I didn't want to fall out of Bram's or Rourke's mouths tonight. You know, how about we don't talk about that shit to my assistant who needs to respect me, I say in warning.
Are you worried I'm not going to respect you?
She bumps my shoulder with hers.
Never gonna happen. Not after the koi pond present, which, by the way, my grandma called me the other day and told me she hung out with Wrath the fish for an hour yesterday. She's so happy.
Charlie looks up at me with those round, mesmerizing eyes and says,
Thank you again.
Hands stuffed in my jeans pockets, I casually say, It was nothing. Everyone around us is putting plates of food together and talking about the calorie intake we'll be taking down tonight, giving me a small minute alone with Charlie. If I knew you were going to be here, I wouldn't have shown up, I say honestly.
Why not?
Her eyes turn from admiration to confused.
I thought we were cool, Wrath.
We are, I whisper. But I look over at my guys, making brief eye contact with Rourke. My friends have no filters. They're going to say some inappropriate shit. I try to keep personal and business separate.
I can understand and appreciate that.
She presses her hand to my arm, and I swear to God, my entire body feels like it ignites into flames from her small touch. It's instant and uncontrollable, as if this attraction I've been harboring toward her somehow came floating to the surface in seconds, like something deep within me unleashed it. And I have no idea why. Maybe it's the soft makeup she's wearing, or the excitement in her beautiful features, or the way she's worn her hair half up, half down, exposing a soft slope of her neck. Or it might be the way her shirt clings to her breasts, or how I can see the definition in her legs from her leggings. Whatever it is, my body is humming, my brain is turning foggy, and I realize I could get into some serious trouble tonight if I'm not careful.
But guess what, Wrath? If we're going to have a long working relationship, we're going to have to know some things about each other, some personal things. And that's okay because it will only make our bond stronger, better.
She squeezes my arm and I have this all-consuming feeling to pull her into my chest, dip her backward, and run my tongue along her neck. Yep, I'm fucking screwed.
Trust me, for every embarrassing story I learn about you, I'll reply with one of my own.
She winks and then helps herself to some food. And because I'm the asshole that I am, I watch her bend over and take in her perfect little ass and lack of panty line. Fucking screwed. When Charlie said she'd tell me a secret about her every time Rourke or Bram revealed something about me, she wasn't lying. She's actually religiously kept her word. During the evening, to my detriment, she now knows I used to pee in hampers when I was drunk. I once got my head stuck in the staircase rails and they had to call the fire department to release me. I once wore skirts to class for a week, and I was walked in on while shaving my lower regions while sporting a massive boner. That was the one that made me want to throw myself out the window of Bram's high-rise. But in return, of course, I now know Charlie was caught giving her high school boyfriend a blowjob in her parents' minivan. She puked on her English teacher's desk in high school from a hangover. She also has peed in a few hampers in her lifetime, a bonding moment she thought was great, but I did not. And the kicker to the crotch, she has yet to know what a good licking, as she put it, feels like. It's bad enough I keep staring at her ass every time she stands up to draw on the whiteboard. Now I have the image of a sexually frustrated Charlee in my head, while her inadequate partners try to make her come with their tongues. What the fuck are they doing down there if they can't get her off? Just laying their dead tongues on her clit hoping for a miracle? To say the least, the evening has been fucking torture.
Oh my God, it's so Bull Durham,
Charlee says, whispering into my ear. And then there's that. The whispering, the touching, the friendship she thinks we're developing when, in fact, all she's doing is turning me into a horny bastard. She's good at Pictionary, really good. When other people are drawing, she gets the answers in seconds, whispering it into my ear, sending chills up and down my spine. But when it's our turn, we seem to have a disconnect. And it's all my fault because I can't seem to focus on what I'm drawing when she sits in front of me, her head at dick height, hopping up and down and shouting answers. It's as if I unzipped my pants. I could shut her up with my cock in her mouth. And I've thought about it on multiple occasions. Every time I have to draw. The thought is so vivid that I can't think of anything else. Every time I stand, I'm tempted to move her hair to the side and bring her head to my crotch. And I can't think that she's my executive assistant. But right here in this room while we're having a game night with my friends, with her on her knees before me, she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. And if I'm completely honest, I want to ravish her. Fuck. Talk about causing a reaction from everyone around us. Then again, I don't think Rourke would be surprised because he's been watching me so closely, he can probably read every dirty thought that's entered my mind. But even with my distractions, we're not the ones losing. Bram and Linus are, and let's just say Bram is not taking it well at all. Quite upset and distraught, he's resigned to shoving his mouth full of food, rather than trying to take a stab at guessing other people's drawings for the steal when the team time runs out. Your turn, Bram says, tossing the marker at me. Charlee reaches behind me and massages my shoulders, leaning forward so her breath tickles my ear.
You got this, boss man. Simple drawings, I'm a superior guesser. The win is in the bag for us.
Fuck, she needs to stop touching me like that. Or maybe move her hands forward, over my shoulders and down my pecs to my nipples. Shaking my head, I stand abruptly and pray to the boner gods that I keep things under control.
Team Lemon Curdies,
Charlee says, like every time it's our turn, and pumps her fist to the air. Fuck, she's adorable. Really fucking adorable. Her smile is infectious, her excitement thrilling, and the way she gets all handsy when playing competitively. Let's just say I can feel her handprints all over my body. Okay, focus, Weston. I pick up a card and say, it's an action. Charlee claps her hands.
Action, got it, let's go.
I glance at the clue and Bram starts the timer. Cannon blast. Easy. Focus. You've got this. I draw a circle for the wheel and then 2 lines for the cannon.
Penis!
Charlee shouts, falling to her knees in front of me like every time before and staring up, her exhilarated eyes searing through me.
Penis, big penis, small penis.
It's an action, Bram says.
Oh, right.
Charlee nods. Trying to help my cannon look less like a penis, I attempt to draw a circle for the opening, but end up making it more like a head. Fuck.
Thrusting penis, pelvic, thrusting penis, cock. Cocking up, cock. Oh, dick, it's a dick. Dicking around. Is it dicking around?
Christ. I draw another cannon, and this time I draw a circle and think it looks more like a cannon opening when Charlee says,
Penis hole, penis neck, penis... Oh, circumcising penis, circumcision. It's circumcision.
She shouts even louder, tugging on my pants. She asks,
Is it circumcision?
I shake my head, grind my teeth together, and draw a blast from the top of the cannon hole, but boy, oh boy, does that make it exponentially worse.
Ejaculation. Boner ejaculators. Boner coming. My boner is coming. The penis is coming. Oh, Coming cock! It's coming cock!
Jesus Christ, stop saying coming and cock. For the love of God, stop saying cock. I shake my head, swallowing hard.
Penis. Penis.
10 seconds, Bram calls out, and that's when Charlee puts the guessing into full force, turning me bright red as her head bobs with answers right in front of my crotch.
Wet dreams, premature ejaculation, come on my face, coming on a face, coming on tits.
She pokes my leg, looking straight up at me.
Is it come on my tits?
I am dying a slow death.
No, okay? Cock, clock, penis. Penis, penis, penis.
Time.
Mother effer, is it pre-cum?
I drag my hand over my face and toss the pen on the coffee table. Cannon blast, I say on a squeak, my libido at 100% from the onslaught of her saying cock and come on my tits.
Huh.
She sits back on her heels and taps her chin.
Yes, I can see where I missed the mark there. Guess my mind was just on the male phallus.
I got nothing. No words. Barely any breath. Nothing. Don't be hard on yourself. I was thinking the same thing. Especially since the comparison of the picture to Rath's member is uncanny, Rourke says. And the jizz? Spot on, Bram adds. He's always considered himself a canon. Remember the time you... Would you look at that? I say. Rourke and Sutton won. Game over. I pick up my water and walk toward the balcony of Bram's apartment, in desperate need for some fresh air to not only cool off, but to give me a second to calm down my racing heart and raging hormones. The door to the balcony opens and softly closes. I don't need to turn around to see who it is because at this point, I can sense her. I'm leaning against the stone wall with my forearms, my glass gripped in my hands when Charlee comes up next to me. She bumps me with her hip and says,
You okay?
Fine. You? She smiles softly at me and turns around, so her back is against the wall and we're facing each other.
Pretty sure you're never going to look at me the same after the penis parade I just had.
I'm not going to be able to look at you the same way for many other reasons, mainly because those leggings are doing all sorts of things to my imagination. Nah, you're good, I say, staring at my water glass.
Doesn't seem like it. You were beet red in there. I thought you might explode. I hope I didn't embarrass you.
I shake my head. You didn't. My friends, on the other hand.
They weren't that bad. I'm pretty sure if you gave my grandma some time, she'd tell you way worse things about me. I think you got off pretty easy.
I'm your boss.
So you like to remind me.
The wind breezes by us, picking up her soft blonde hair, sending her shampoo scent in my direction. Tea tree and lavender.
You know, it's okay if we get to know each other, Rath.
We need to keep things platonic.
We are, unless you've been making out with me without my knowledge.
I grip my glass tighter when I say, I mean, we need to keep things professional.
Why? Why are you being such a stickler about this? Have you boned your assistant before?
Fuck. I cringe, and when I don't say anything, understanding washes over her.
Oh, you totally boned your assistant before. This makes so much sense. Who was she?
I shake my head. Doesn't matter. What matters is that it doesn't happen again.
Trust me, I'm sure you're going to have an easy time with keeping it in your pants. From the way you brush me off easily, there's zero attraction when it comes to me.
I dip my head, biting my tongue, wanting to tell her she's right, but I know it will come out as a blatant lie.
Right, Rath? No attraction.
I swallow hard and tilt my bent head toward her. Her eyes widen and realization crosses over her eyes. Now she's the one who swallows hard. I clear my throat and stand a little taller. It's nothing.
It's something.
Snapping at her, I say, it's nothing. From the shocked look on her face, I immediately regret the harsh tone in my voice. Charlee.
It's getting late. I should get going.
She pushes off the wall and walks back into the apartment as I say, Charlee, I'm sorry. But the door shuts before I can finish my sentence. Fucking great. And this is exactly why I wanted to avoid after hours with Charlee Cox, because now she knows something she shouldn't. And I'm not talking about me peeing in hampers. She knows I think she's attractive. And that's the first step down the I'm fucked hole. Charlie bolted out of here quick, Bram says, resting on his couch once we've cleaned up, and everyone took off but me since Bram wanted to talk to me. Apparently she doesn't feel comfortable peeing in other people's places. That's what Linus told me as well. Sounded like a bogus excuse to get the hell out of here after having a private conversation with her boss on the balcony. What do you think? I don't answer. I lean back in the armchair and close my eyes. What did you say, man? It's not what I said. It's what I didn't deny. Oh, shit. What happened? Nothing that won't make things awkward on Monday. I shift to the side. Really not in the mood to talk about it. Just tell me what has you keeping me here late. Are you sure you don't want to talk about it? We can hash it out. Stop stalling and talk to me. He sighs and says, Okay, so you know how Julia had to tell you the wedding was on your birthday because I couldn't stomach it? Yeah, I say skeptically. Well, there's something she needs to tell you, but opted to do tradesies, so now I have the fine opportunity to tell you. You two need help. We're communicating effectively. I thought it was a winning idea. That was until I learned what I have to tell you. Must be bad if Julia referred to you. Just peel off the Band-Aid and tell me. He leans forward and clasps his hands in front of him. You know how we sent out the wedding invitations the other day? Yeah. Well, there's someone Julia's inviting that you might not be fond of. Someone I might not be fond of? I don't hold many grudges or... My eyes pop open, and I stare my best friend down, one person coming to mind. No. He winces and nods. Vanessa is invited. Why the fuck would Julia want to invite my ex-girlfriend? Because they're friends, dude. She still talks to her. Occasionally, they go out to lunch. It would be weird if she didn't invite her. She broke my heart, I say, yelling now, the tension from the night piling on top of this shitty information. You weren't the best boyfriend either, Bram points out. Come on, man. She might have been the one to break things off, but you were the one who fizzled things out between you two. I love you, but you know that's true. I drag my hand over my face. It became too much. We had to slow down for a second. And you know she didn't see it that way. At this point, it doesn't matter what happened between you two because all that matters is she's moved on. She has a fiancé and they're both invited to the wedding. Where's the goddamn loyalty? I ask, shooting off my seat. I'm the best man and the bride's brother. Shouldn't there be some goddamn loyalty toward... I pause and then turn to face Bram. Did you say she has a fiancé? Bram nods. She does. She's happy. She's moved on. Great. Just what I want to fucking hear. Glad she's happy. I'm a miserable fuck over here. Because you let yourself be miserable, Bram says. I am always Team Wrath, you know this. But there needs to come a time in your life where you're not revolving your love life around one girl who broke your heart. You need to move on. With who? Either women want me for my money or they want me for my dick. They don't want me for my soul. Or my heart. You know what it was like before you made a move on Julia. Our dating situation is different than the average person. Our names and faces are splashed all over the news in page 6. We are recognizable and women want us for the wrong reasons. How the hell am I supposed to move on with those kinds of odds? You could. You just choose not to. Fuck off. I walk toward his door, needing to get out of here. Before I open the door, I turn toward him and say, I would never do this to you or Julia. If the roles were reversed, I'd never consider inviting one of your exes to the wedding. Wrath. They're friends. What do you want her to say? She's not invited because her brother isn't over her? I'm fucking over her. Doesn't seem like it. Not from the way you're acting right now. I'm acting the way I am right now because I feel betrayed by my best friend and sister. It's never been a side thing, you know that. Both of you hurt each other. She didn't have any friends besides Julia. You can't take that away from her. I know he's right. Julia and Vanessa were very close, especially when we were dating. I shouldn't be surprised she's invited to the wedding, but I am, and I'm taking out my anger on Bram. This entire night has been one massive shit show. From ogling my assistant all night to being turned on like no other when she said come on my tits, and then not denying my attraction for her. I've fucked up so many times I can't even count them, and I hate myself for it. This has nothing to do with Vanessa and everything to do with the poor choices I made in my life. First, it was falling for Vanessa and making a move. Then it was ignoring her, trying to slow down the pace. Then it was hiring a woman I found attractive. Again. Only to tell her, hey, I think you're hot, too. Bad decisions. Bad decisions all around, and I can only imagine I'll continue to make them because, apparently, there's no way to stop me.
Chapter 14. Charlee. Why couldn't I go home? Linus asks as I unlock my apartment door and shove him inside. They don't microphone these apartments, do they? I ask, sweeping the walls and looking up at the ceiling for any signs of bugging. Are you kidding me with this apartment? Linus asks, looking around. Ugh, I should have taken the job when Rath offered it to me. I need to get Bram to buy me an apartment. Linus, I snap. Do you think Rath bugged this apartment? What? No, that would be completely illegal. Why are you worried about him bugging the apartment? Linus walks over to the windows and huffs. Seriously, these views are breathtaking. And you don't pay rent? I am so working for the wrong guy. Can you stop focusing on the apartment? Don't you realize I'm in crisis mode here? Is that why you had to leave so abruptly? You said you had to pee and you didn't feel comfortable peeing in other people's places. Was that a lie? Yes, it was a lie. I fling my arm to the air and flop down on my couch. I've peed in a potted plant in a hotel hallway once, so I can pee anywhere. Did you really? I grip my forehead and rub it. I was drunk, couldn't find my key, it's neither here nor there. What we really need to talk about is how my boss told me tonight that he finds me attractive. What? Linus takes a seat next to me. He just straight up told you that. When you were on the balcony? Well, not in a I like you way, but we were talking and it came up. He never said it, never denied it, but he sure as shit implied it. It's why he never wants to open up, because I guess the last time he did that, he boned his assistant. Linus looks up toward the ceiling in thought. You know, I vaguely recall something like that happening, but I don't know the details. Bram shares a lot with me, but when it comes to his friends, he doesn't share everything. But I do think I remember an office romance happening. Do you know with who? He pauses and then shakes his head. No, and this is going to annoy me. I should remember this. You are failing me, Linus. I'm failing myself. I guess it doesn't matter. What matters is that he confessed to thinking I'm attractive. Well, perhaps he was just being honest, which sounds like Mr. Weston to me. You're a very attractive woman, Charlee. Surely you know this. Linus. Yes, the compliment was nice, but so not what I need right now. Okay, so did he say anything else? Like I want to fuck you on my desk? I feel a blush creep up my cheeks, because that's not the first time I've thought about Rath saying that. I know. Shame on me. He's my boss. But seriously, the guy is a walking orgasm. Hot doesn't even come close to describing him. And his voice, when he wants something, it gets all dark and deep. God, it's really sexy. No, I shake my head. Nothing like that. He was mad he'd said something. He got all tense and I could see him thinking about it, inwardly chastising himself. which means things will be awkward on Monday. To say the least, I mutter. Ugh, why did I push him? I shouldn't have pushed him because now... Wait. Linus holds up his hand. Does this mean you're going to finally admit to your attraction to him? Come on, Linus, I'd be an idiot if I said I wasn't attracted to the man. He's obviously good-looking, but now this extra knowledge I have, it makes me feel all tingly inside, and I shouldn't be feeling tingly inside about my boss. What are you going to do? Nothing, obviously. I'm not going to do anything. I can't do anything. I want this job. I need this job. And I'm not about to leave because of some awkward feelings. So you're going to ignore them? I mean, do I have any other choice? I guess not. And if you can ignore the fact that Wrath fired you, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to ignore any feelings blossoming between you two. And do you know why I can do that? I ask Linus, sitting taller and feeling a sense of courage. Because I'm a professional. Because I deserve this job, and I'm not about to walk away over a weird conversation on the balcony. Or that you said pre-cum in front of him. I groan and drape my arm over my eyes. Although, do you know what else you said? I was nearly peeing my pants laughing at some of the options you came up with. Like ejaculation, boners, coming cocks. And then you started on wet dreams, premature ejaculation, cum on my face. I'm mortified. Coming on your tits. That's when I thought I was going to die from holding in my laughter. Oh my God. Oh my God. I said those words to my boss, in front of his friends. And then he raced out to the balcony. At least I now know why. I probably embarrassed the life out of him, even more than his friends. And he knew that was a possibility, which is why he hadn't wanted me there in the first place. I peek past my arm and ask, "Did you know it was Cannon Blast?" Linus shakes his head. I thought he was trying to draw an orgasm on the board. It was rather sexual, his cannon. Right? All he needed was some grass near the wheels and he would have been set. Where is that shoe? I scramble around my partially unpacked apartment, looking for the matching boot to the boots I want to wear today. The problem is, I thrive off organization and everything being neat and tidy, and for some reason, I have yet to tidy up my own space. Maybe because I'm waiting for the ball to drop, for my carriage to turn into a pumpkin, as Wrath pointed out to me. Maybe this all seems too good to be true, and instead of making myself at home in this insanely beautiful apartment, I decided to live in a state of transition rather than permanence. I glance around the apartment, one shoe in my hand, the other yet to be found, and take in the beautifully restored architecture from the exposed brick wall to the crown moldings and the refurbished floors. This apartment is a New York City dream, and I don't enjoy it like I should. After visiting with my grandma, I promised myself to start making this apartment more of a home rather than a place where I just, oh, my boot. Right next to the couch the entire time. I slip them both on just as my phone rings. I check the caller ID and see that it's my mom. Hey, Mom, how's it going? Are you visiting Grandma today? Yep, just found my boot and now I'm going to grab the cheesecake I got for her from the fridge and head out. Why? Okay, just making sure you're going to see her today and your boss didn't make you work or anything. He wouldn't. He knows how important my visits with her are. Is everything okay? I'll let your grandma explain. Okay, that doesn't sound good. What's wrong? Honey, this is your grandma's news, not mine. Please be patient and wait for her to talk to you. Easy for you to say. I mumble and grab the cheesecake. In the meantime, how's your job? Are you liking it? Does your boss like you? What? Why would you ask that? I ask in a high-pitched tone. He doesn't like me? No way. No, he doesn't find me attractive at all. There's silence for a second. I was talking about as his assistant. Does he like you as his assistant? Oh, I nervously laugh, the sound obscenely ugly and psychotic. Yeah, he thinks I'm swell. Charlie, she draws out. Yes? Is something going on with you and your boss? Why on earth would you think that? Well, your reaction, first of all. And when I spoke with your grandma, who called to talk to me about the new fish in her pond, she told me you brought him to her birthday brunch and that you two could not stop looking at each other. She thinks there's romance in the air. Damn it, Grandma. She's old. She gets confused. I sigh heavily. Would you look at the time? I'm going to be late. I'll talk to you later. Thanks for the evasive conversation. Love you. Bye. I hang up before she can say anything else. Constantly looking at each other? I mean, I know I stole a few glances here and there, but did Wrath too? I think about the balcony, what he didn't say, the way he snapped at me. Going into work on Monday is making me more and more nervous. Hey, Grandma, I say, confused why she's in bed, huddled under covers with curlers in her hair still. This is very unlike her. Very unlike her indeed. She's the 80-year-old who enjoys power walking past all the youngins on their phones. She's not the type to lie in bed past noon. Chucky, you came, she says in a weak voice. Okay, what the hell is going on? My weird conversation with my mom comes to the forefront of my mind and I become tense. Thankfully, I already put the cheesecake in the fridge, so I'm able to sit down and take her frail hand in mine. What's going on? Is everything okay? No, it's not. She clears her throat and sits up in bed as I help her. I saw the doctor the other day. Tears start to well up in my eyes as I consider the worst-case scenarios. What did he say? She squeezes my hand softly and says, I'm sick, Chucky. And just like that, everything around me turns into shades of gray. The sun fades, and the world turning into a drab, depressive state with the thought of losing my grandma. A tear rolls down my cheek. What do you mean, sick? I haven't been feeling well for a while. I always put on a good show for you, but I can't seem to hide it anymore. I don't understand. This feels like it's coming out of nowhere. What's wrong? What doesn't feel good? She shakes her head. No, I won't bother you with the details. And I refuse to give you any symptoms so you can spend your days with Dr. Google. She knows me too well. It would be the first thing I did when I left. So, what does this mean? It means I'll be visiting with my doctor who lives in the city a lot more. It's why I wanted to talk to you. Do you need rides? I'll give you rides. Anything you need, I'm here for you. Looking me in the eyes, she says, Can I please stay with you for a little bit? At my apartment, she nods. It will make the trips easier. Of course, I answer without even thinking about it. Yes, I have a spare bedroom. I wince, thinking about the disaster my apartment is. Well, I haven't fully moved in yet, but I can make you a really nice space. Anything you want. Just a place to stay for now. She taps my hand. Thank you, Chucky. You're welcome. Another tear rolls down my cheek. Are you going to be okay, Grandma? She lies back down and says, I sure hope so. I've never been in such a state of panic before in my entire life. After visiting and helping Grandma pack up a few things, I rushed back home from Long Island and started working on my grandma's room. The apartment is furnished for the most part, besides the guest room, of course. So I made the quick executive decision to move my things to the guest room, pushed boxes across the apartment because the rooms are on opposite sides of the space, and I piled everything on top of each other, got myself a twin blow-up mattress, and called it a day. I filled the master with fresh flowers, lilacs, because they're my grandma's favorite, and then spent the rest of the time making sure all boxes were cleared out of the way and shoved into my bedroom, where I made a fort of sorts to fit it all in there. I'm not even close to being unpacked, but I've created the illusion of being put together, and that's all that matters at this point. I called my parents on the way home from my grandma's place and asked them what the hell was going on with Grandma, and they knew as much as I did. That she was sick and that she needed to move into the city to be closer to her doctor. That's all she's saying. Stubborn old people. I made my parents swear when they start to get older that they won't be as stubborn. They swore, but a part of me doesn't believe them, because I remember my grandma once telling me she wasn't going to be stubborn either. Now here I am, with her moving in and no idea what the hell is going on. Taking a seat on the couch, I stare at my phone and try to figure out how to handle things with wrath. I wish I could talk to my grandma about it, but I wouldn't want to burden her with my problems, especially since they're so menial compared to what she must be going through. Once again, my throat closes up on me and tears well in my eyes as the thought of losing my grandma comes crashing down on me. She's sick. Who knows how sick? If there is a timeline on her life or if there's a cure. We know nothing, and even though we pried, trying to figure out what she's not saying, she has kept her mouth shut, encouraging us not to worry but to assist her when she needs it. What if she has cancer, or Alzheimer's, or a tumor? The possibilities of what she's going through are endless, and they're plaguing my mind, worrying me to the point that my stomach is churning with nerves and anxiety. She's my best friend, my confidant, my heart and soul. And yet, why won't she tell me? Is it that bad? I nibble on my bottom lip, trying to hold back the sob that wants to escape, but there's no use. I drop my phone and bury my head in my hands, letting it all come out, allowing myself to have this moment by myself in the quiet of my apartment. I allow myself to feel the sorrow of losing my grandma, of the uncertainty I'll be facing moving forward, of the possibility that she's moving in to spend her last days with me. On that thought, I sob some more, my body hiccuping, convulsing with grief. I still feel this came out of nowhere. It was the last thing I expected for her to say to me when she asked me to come over for a visit. I thought maybe she was going to talk to me about more fish, maybe some special fish food, who knows. But that she's sick? No, I was never expecting that. Not from the healthiest 80-year-old I've ever seen. Trying to control my uncontrollable sobs, I take a few deep breaths, swipe at my eyes, and then pick up my phone. Tomorrow I'll be helping my grandma move in, which means I need the day off. I consider calling Rath and explaining everything. But after our awful interaction on Saturday night, I think he was right when he said we should keep business and personal lives separate. So I shoot him a quick text instead and keep it simple. Charlie, taking a personal day tomorrow and maybe the next day. I'll let you know. Setting my phone down, I stare at the window and try to calm myself. But with every breath I take, every ounce of air I breathe in, it feels like shards of needles puncturing my lungs rather than filling a need to live. My grandma is sick, and right now, there's nothing I can do about it but worry. "This looks like the master suite," my grandma says, taking in the room I'm setting her up in. Lying, I say, "This apartment is super fancy and has 2 master suites. I think it's for rich college students or something." She nods in understanding. "Park Avenue types, like those gossip girls." I chuckle. "Yeah, like them." I set her bags on the bed and start to unpack them. The bathroom is fully stocked with everything you should need. The kitchen, too. I wasn't sure if you have any special dietary needs other than the ones I know about, so if there's something you need, let me know and I'll pick it up right away. She's looking out the window when she says, "Nothing at the moment, but I'll let you know." She turns to me. "I'm not an invalid. I can take care of my own bags." She takes my hand in hers and says, "Let's have some tea." Trying not to get emotional, I nod and I put a kettle of water on the stove and get 2 mugs ready. "Is peppermint okay?" "That's perfect." I busy myself in the kitchen, and once the water is ready, I pour us both a cup and sit down next to her. I smile weakly, trying to put on a good face but suffer terribly at it. And because she knows me so well, she sees it. "Let's talk about something that will put a smile on your face," she says, blowing on her tea but not sipping it. "How are things at work?" That surely won't put a smile on my face, but you have to fake it until you make it. Awesome. I love my job. Some people might think being an executive assistant is awful, but I truly love every aspect about it. That's wonderful. And it's not that bad working for such a hottie. My face heats up, and even though things are a little weird between us, I still can't help the way my body reacts to the mention of Wrath and his good looks. Because he is really that handsome. Like tongue dragging across the floor handsome. Like, just hearing his voice on the phone makes my bosom pop open the top few buttons of my dress shirt. He is good-looking, isn't he? I say, and the comment brings more of a smile to my grandma's face, which in return makes me happy. He's so handsome, and he's kind. I still can't get over the koi. Everyone is raving about them. I bet. It was very unexpected. I had no idea he was doing it. My grandma pokes my side. It's because he likes you. I can tell. She sips her tea. And you don't have to tell me because it's not my business. But there is something going on between you two, isn't there? A little hanky-panky? She holds her hand up as I go to respond. Don't tell me. Just let me have my moment. She sighs, and I really hope she's not envisioning Wrath and me having hanky-panky. You know, Chucky, with all this medical stuff going on, there's one thing that keeps sticking out in my head. One thing that makes me want to weep until all ends of the night. What? I ask, growing concerned. She levels with me, her eyes intent on mine. How you were left at the altar. I wasn't expecting that. I'm pretty sure I might need more than tea in this cup. It just breaks my heart knowing how wrong you were treated. I was waiting to see you walk down the aisle, but instead I watched you cry in my wedding dress. No grandmother ever wants to see that, Charlie. None. Grandma? I choked down a sob. It's not something anyone could have controlled. Chris had his own agenda, something we never saw coming. I know. She wipes away one single tear. But still, that was my only shot. Your only shot at what? She looks up at me, her blue eyes, the same blue I share with her, full of tears. My only shot at being at your wedding. Whoa, what are you saying? I ask, my hand starting to shake, my heart in my throat. Just that. The future is so uncertain. And my dream of watching you wear my wedding dress, marrying the man of your dreams, it won't happen. Instead, I'll have the image of you sobbing in my wedding dress, your heart cracked and broken, rather than full of love. Grandma? My lip quivers. My eyes fill with tears, and before I can stop myself, I fall into my grandma's arms and sob some more. Because yes, it hurt me. I thought I'd found the man I was going to spend the rest of my life with. And that vanished with his phone call telling me he'd never truly loved me. However, I know that's not what's breaking my heart at this moment. I survived that day because of the woman beside me. I survived and got back up on my feet because of the strength of her arms. I moved forward because of her belief in me, that I could and would do anything I wanted in life. But without her, I'm not sure of anything. And so I sob.
Chapter 15. Wrath. It's fucking Thursday. Thursday. I'm wearing green. I'm ready to make the money, as Charlie likes to say. And once again, she's not here. Another personal day is all the text said. Actually, if you really want to know, this is what it said.
Charlie, personal say.
She couldn't even spell day. It was personal say. To say I'm irritated is an understatement. To say I'm worried is far more accurate. Why am I worried? Well, because the last time I spoke to her, we didn't acknowledge my attraction toward her, as in, it was implied, never denied, and therefore it's out there. To sum it up, I made her uncomfortable, and now she's trying to figure out how to work with me. Apparently, nothing has come to mind, because for the last 4 days, I've walked into a terribly quiet office with no bright welcome or quick-witted sass. I've had to remember to water and whistle to the plants, and I know they're aware that my efforts have been lackluster at best. And I don't want her back because she feeds me and completes my checkoff list like no other EA. I want her back because she brings energy to my day. She brightens the office with her smile. She eases the tension I feel daily, trying to make sure I take care of the hundreds of employees that work below me. She makes my job easier by listening, teasing me, and reminding me to breathe. I toss my green pen on my desk and stare at my computer screen. Unanswered emails have piled up, emails I have no desire to even look at. Instead, I pick up my phone and text Rourke. Wrath. She's not here. Again. Thankfully, he texts back immediately. Rourke. Uh-oh. Trouble in paradise. Wrath. That's not helpful, not even a little. Rourke. Well, maybe if you actually define what you did on the balcony, instead of let me wonder, I would be of more assistance. Wrath. You know what happened. Rourke. I really don't. You just alluded to something. Are you thinking her absence has to do with the balcony incident? Wrath. Isn't it obvious? The girl loves work, is here every morning before me with a smile on her face. And then one night she learns I pee in hampers and I'm attracted to her and she bolts. Rourke. Scratch his chin. Yeah, I would bolt too if I knew my boss pees in hampers. Wrath. Why do I even bother? Rourke. What'd you expect from me? Thoughtful insight? You get that mental stimulation from Bram, not me. Wrath. You know we're not speaking at the moment. Rourke. Which is annoying to me because that means I have to deal with your stupid drama. Wrath. This isn't stupid. Rourke. Sure as shit is. Wrath. I recall you sending stupid drama texts to me when you were trying to figure out what to do about Sutton and your feelings for her. Rourke. This is different. Wrath. How is this different? Rourke. You're the one with the issues, not me. Wrath. Why are we friends? Rourke. A mystery I've been trying to solve for years. But if you're going to make me say something full of wisdom, I don't have much for you other than the fact that you should call her out. Wrath. That's terrible advice. Rourke. Not like, call her out, but more in a subtle way. Go to her apartment, you know where she lives. Act like you're checking up on her to make sure she's okay. And when she answers the door all normal and shit, that's when you tell her to stop being weird and come back to work. Wrath. That's aggressive. Rourke. Good thing you're a take-no-prisoners businessman, then. Don't disappoint me, Wrath. Wrath. Heaven forbid. Sighing, I set my phone down and consider his idea. I don't make house calls. Ever. But then again, I normally don't tell assistants I think they're attractive, so maybe I can bend the rules this time. Or I can stop acting like a hung-up moron and get some actual work done. The latter feels more like me, but then again, ever since Charlee stumbled into my life and ignored my dismissal, I haven't felt the same. More like this new version of me that has no idea what's going to happen on a daily basis. If I decide to go see Charlee, it's not like I wouldn't be acting like myself. It would be me trying to connect with my new self, which is way more... Jesus Christ. I drag my hand over my face. Am I really trying to justify this? Fed up with my inner dialogue and wishy-washy self, I stand from my chair, leave the suit jacket, pocket my phone and wallet, and head toward the elevator. Whether she likes it or not, whether I like it or not, I'm going to see Charlee and get to the bottom of this. This was a good idea. This was a good idea. I repeat the words over and over in my head as I stand at her apartment door, hands stuffed into my pants pockets, rocking back and forth on my feet like a nervous asshole. There's nothing wrong with the boss making a house call, just trying to make sure my employee is okay. I would do this for anyone who took 4 personal days off in a row. And if we're getting technical about this, really needing a reason for me to be here, then, technically, I am the landlord to this apartment, and I'm allowed to make random house calls to ensure there's no drug use going on. Not that I would ever think Charlee would do drugs. The only thing this girl gets high on is life. And if I'm going to be completely frank, 100% honesty, I'm fucking terrified I scared off the best EA I've ever had by telling her I find her attractive. I'm terrified she's not going to come back to work. I'm terrified I won't see her face again, or see her dancing joyfully on Fridays, or never click pens together right before a meeting. I'm terrified this beautiful, spunky girl I've started to have feelings for is going to exit my life before I even got a good feel for her. The worst part about all of this is I'm fucked either way. I'm fucked if she stays, I'm fucked if she goes. On a resigned sigh, I lift my hand to knock when the door unlocks and opens, revealing Charlee's grandma. What's she doing here? Oh, shit. Is something wrong with Charlee? There has to be something wrong if she's here, right? My stomach twists into knots as I try to keep my pulse even. Wrath! She smiles, her cheeriness doing nothing to ease the ache beating through me. It's so lovely to see you. How are you? Good. I nod, swallowing past the lump in my throat. Is Charlee here? Yes, of course. Come in. She just went to get some more tissues from the other room. I step in and quickly do a scan of the apartment, searching for any kind of clue that will help me prepare for whatever reason Charlee's grandma is here, and why. But the apartment is spotless besides a few dishes by the sink. And why did Charlee need more tissues?
Would you like anything to drink?
She asks, walking to the kitchen. I'm good, I'm just here.
Was that the pad thai?
Charlie's voice sounds off as she steps into the living room. I turn to find her in a pair of short boxer shorts and a tank top, with a box of tissues in one hand and a tissue in the other. Her eyes are puffy, as if she's been crying for hours. Her nose is red and chapped, and her hair is a tied-up mess on the top of her head, and yet she's beautiful.
No, it was your boss,
her grandma says just as Charlee makes eye contact with me. She stops and her eyes widen as she covers up her braless chest.
Jesus, Grandma, a warning.
She spins around, takes a throw off the back of the couch, and drapes it over her back and covers her chest. And hard nipples. This was a good idea. This was a good idea. She wipes at her eyes and then stiffens her shoulders.
Mr. Weston, what can I do for you?
Jesus. Fuck. Back to Mr. Weston. Charlee, can I talk to you, please? I peer at her grandma and add, alone?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just going to do these dishes. You two can talk in Charlie's room.
She winks and turns on the faucet. Great. What the fuck did Charlee tell her?
I don't think that's a good idea,
Charlee says.
That's fine. Then just have a conversation here where I can hear it.
Rolling her eyes, Charlee stomps toward me, grabs me by the arm, takes me to her room, and quickly shuts the door. At least I thought it was her bedroom, until I get a good look at it. Boxes upon boxes are stacked on top of each other, and in the far corner is a sad, half-inflated air mattress that seems to be only a few inches off the ground. Next to it is a side lamp, a charger, and her Kindle. I spin around to her. Is this where you've been sleeping? She tightens her grip on her blanket and says,
That's neither here nor there. Why are you here, Rath? Do you make house calls to all your employees?
Ignoring her, I go to the air mattress and poke it. Why is this deflated?
I'm having a hard time inflating it. The machine thing doesn't work well, and it's too loud. I don't want my grandma knowing I'm sleeping on an air mattress.
And why are you sleeping on an air mattress, and for how long?
Doesn't matter.
She sticks her chin in the air.
Why are you here?
She takes me in and her facial features soften.
You're wearing green.
I look at my shirt and then at her. It's Thursday, I say with a shrug. And that right there is the icebreaker. Or at least I thought it was an icebreaker until Charlee sinks to the floor and starts crying into her blanket. What the hell is going on? I instantly squat in front of her and tilt her chin up. Tears cascade down her face and into the threads of her blanket. Charlee, what's going on? Are you okay?
Does it look like...
She hiccups.
Like I'm okay?
She reaches for the tissues but misses them, so I quickly snag one and hand it to her. What's happening? Does this have to do with Saturday? Because if it does, I'm really fucking sorry, Charlee. I never should have said anything. I know I was a dick, and I don't ever want to be a dick to you. Ever. You've done nothing wrong. This is all on me. The apology spirals out of me in one quick unload, and I'm not even sure it makes sense. She looks up, her eyes bloodshot.
You're just going to apologize like that? Not put up a fight about who's right and who's wrong?
I shake my head. No, you did nothing wrong but be yourself. I was the one who was an asshole, and I'm sorry. Please don't be upset. She shakes her head, and a new wave of tears start to fall.
It's not about Saturday, but thank you for apologizing and for...
She sobs.
Finding me attractive. But this is so much bigger than that.
And before I can stop her, she launches into my arms and tips me back on the floor until I'm on my back and she's holding on to me tightly. Her chest presses against mine, and through the thin fabric of our shirts, I can feel her pebble nipples against my skin, making me extremely aware that she's lying on top of me, while I'm in my business attire, a stark contradiction to her nighttime wear. This was a good idea. This was a good idea. With hard nipples pressing against me, my dick is thinking it's a good idea. Stiff as a board, I lie here as she cries into my shirt, full-on, racking sobs. Unsure what to do, I awkwardly and robotically tap her shoulder as if to tell her, there. But she doesn't move. Imagine that, my pat was so comforting. And instead she buries her head into my shoulder and grips my shirt. She wiggles around, and the more she shifts over my crotch, the more excited I get. Fucking teenage boy shit. Shut it down, Weston. Gripping her sides, I still her so there's no more friction, and on a steady breath I say, Charlee, talk to me. What's going on?
I'm
Hiccup.
sorry.
She lifts and stares at me. Her eyes are puffy, snot glistens below her nose, and her cheeks are stained with tears. From the sight of her, my heart weakens, and I feel myself wanting to fix whatever problem she's having, taking it on as my own and making sure it never comes back to hurt her again.
It's been
Hiccup.
a hard week.
We both sit up and she scoots off my lap but stays close enough that our shoulders are touching. She's curled up and resembles nothing of the spontaneous, outgoing girl I know. She's reserved, sad, and is lacking the usual spark in her eyes that lights me up inside. Reaching out, I tip her chin up and softly say, Well, tell me what's going on and maybe I can help. She shakes her head.
It's nothing you can help with, but I do appreciate your concern.
Her dismissal is surprising since she's been an open book ever since I met her. Getting to the bottom of this is going to be harder than I thought. I glance around the room and ask, Does it have to do with you sleeping on this pathetic air mattress and your grandma being here? She nods. Okay, there's something. Did your grandma get kicked out of her senior center? She shakes her head.
I wish.
Okay. Is your grandma staying here with you? She nods and then bites her lip, looking me dead in the eyes.
Rav, she's sick.
And just like that, my heart slams against my ribcage and seizes, my breath stilling in my lungs, catching in my throat as a wave of worry drapes over me. Holy shit. She's sick? No wonder Charlee isn't herself right now. She's sick, and Charlee is hurting, and all I can think about is comforting her and making it better, wiping her tears away and erasing all the hurt from her eyes. I hate seeing her like this. I hate knowing she's stricken with grief and hurting. It's overwhelming, this consuming need to protect her. So before I can stop myself, I do the last thing I expected to do today, or ever, for that matter. I reach out and pull her onto my lap. She doesn't balk or try to get off, so I take it one step further and wrap my arms around her body, tightly, and I let her cry on my shoulder. I'm not sure how long we sit there, wrapped up in each other, but all I know is what I'm doing is so incredibly wrong and crosses every boundary I've ever set as a boss. And even though it's so wrong, it feels so incredibly right. Like this is where Charlee was meant to be her entire life, in the protection of my arms. Deep down, I know we both need this. She needs the comfort and ability to let it all out, while I need to feel useful to her, like she's been to me, protective, and someone she can rely on. Finally, Charlee lifts up from my shoulder and wipes at her eyes, but she doesn't get off my lap. Thank God, because I want her to stay. I want more time like this, where we've forgotten our roles and are just living in the moment.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you what was going on and made you worry about what happened on Saturday. As you can see, I've been a wreck.
I push stray hairs behind her ear, the silky strand floating over my fingertip, tempting me to find another strand so I can recreate that feeling all over again. The touch is way too intimate for a boss-assistant relationship. I know this, but with her sitting on my lap, her eyes searching mine, looking for comfort, there's no way I can stop myself from touching her. I can't hold back, not after all this pent-up energy I've had when it comes to Charlee Cox. Don't apologize. The hard exterior I usually wear around her has collapsed, and I can feel myself soften, weaken to make sure she knows I'm here for her. I can't imagine what you must be going through. Do you know what's wrong? She shakes her head.
That's the worst part. She won't tell anyone. All she asked was if she could stay here so she was closer to her doctor. I said yes without even thinking about it, but now that I truly give it some thought, I guess I should have asked you first.
Why should you have asked me?
Because this is your place, Rath. I'm sure you weren't expecting to have an elderly tenant. There are liabilities and...
I place my fingers on her lips to stop her from going any further with that ridiculous thought. I don't care who lives here. What I care about is your grandma getting better. You not sleeping on a partially inflated air mattress and seeing that smile on your face again. She glances at her bed.
The air mattress is fine.
The air mattress is unacceptable, I say with a stern voice. I'll have someone bring you a bed today.
No,
she says quickly.
No, please don't. I told my grandma my room was just like hers and she'd be devastated to know how I've been sleeping the past few days.
Charlie, I'm devastated to see how you've been sleeping the past few days. You're going through a lot and you shouldn't be sleeping on the goddamn floor.
It's the least of my worries.
You need a bed. I'm not budging on this. She sighs in resignation.
At least do it when my grandma is at an appointment. That way she doesn't know what's going on.
Fine. I capitulate and rest my hand on her leg. We both stare at the connection for a few heartbeats, and then our gazes meet. Right there, in that moment, something passes between us. I can't quite describe it, the feelings it sprouts, but this moment, this day, it alters everything moving forward. We've crossed a line. I've crossed a line, and despite my strong promise to myself of never falling for another assistant again, I know I've broken it. I know there are more than friendly feelings blooming inside of me for Charlee Cox. What's even more scary, though, as I stare at Charlie, our eyes never wavering, I think there's a slight possibility that she might be harboring the same feelings. Before I can tell for sure, she looks away, breaking our connection. Desperate for her to come back to the office, but knowing she might need more time, I say, "Take tomorrow off, too. As much time as you need. I'll be able to hold the fort down until you return." She barely smiles and says,
Thank you, Rath. I really appreciate it.
Little does she know I'd do anything for her at this point. She doesn't come in Friday, leaving me lonely and quite aware of how much I depend on her. I knew she wasn't going to make it in, but still, the thought of going through another workday without her smiling face popping into my office made it hard for me to concentrate. And that thought terrifies me, because when did I become so dependent on this girl? At what point in time did I switch from being an independent CEO to a dependent puddle of a mess? I miss her dancing. I miss her razzing. I miss her late afternoon conversations where she asks weird questions to give my mind a mental break. Fuck. I miss her. Now that it's Saturday, I'm tempted to ask how she's doing to see if she needs anything, to go to her apartment and check up on her. No, that would be ridiculous. And I'm sure as hell not going to show up with flowers either. Nor am I going to knock on her door holding 2 bags of Chinese food, because I'm not sure what she likes. And I'm sure as shit not going to have a pastry box under one arm full of lemon curd and cheese danishes. Nope. Not going to happen. Who the fuck am I kidding? That's exactly what I'm doing. Standing at her door, arms full, unsure of how to knock with a nervous jitter in my stomach from seeing her again. Lifting one knuckle to the door while juggling everything in my arms, I tap the wood loud enough to draw some attention and then step back. It takes her a few seconds, but Charlie finally answers the door, and her eyes widen with surprise when she sees me. And then they soften quickly, while a smile pulls at the corner of her mouth as her eyes take in everything in my arms. Fucking gorgeous.
Rath, what are you doing here?
Checking on you and your grandma. I wanted to make sure you're doing all right. Her smile grows even bigger and my heart trips in my chest. I'm absolutely fucking screwed.
Come in,
she says, taking the bags of food from me.
Grandma is taking a nap. She had an early lunch and decided to rest.
Oh, okay. I can just drop these things off and then be on my way. She shakes her head.
No, eat with me. Stay, tell me all the things I missed this past week.
She doesn't have to ask me twice. Quietly, we put the flowers in some water, fill up some plates with food, and then we head to her room so we don't make too much noise. I had someone deliver a bed yesterday while Charlie and her grandma were out of the apartment. I also had someone help with the boxes because I didn't like that she was partially moved in, as if she wasn't going to stay long. With the boxes cleared out and things put away, the room is much larger than before. I wish it was bigger for her, but I commend her for giving her grandma the better room so she can be more comfortable. I go to sit on the floor with my plate and drink when she asks,
What are you doing?
Sitting.
Not on the floor, sit on my bed. It's super comfortable.
She winks and hops up on the large bed. I don't want to get food on your blankets.
That's why washer and dryers were invented?
She pats the bed.
Sit, Rath.
Oh, just sit on my bed with me. It's no problem. It's a huge problem. Being on a bed with Charlie, with this attraction eating me alive, I can't trust myself. But from the determination in her eyes, I'm not going to win. So I give in, once again. I took my shoes off at the door when I first got here, so I sit on the edge of her bed as far away as I can be, practically at the foot of the bed, and set my drink on one of the nightstands. I bend my leg flat on the soft mattress and rest my plate on top of it.
You can sit at the head of the bed so you have something to lean against. Don't be shy, Rath.
Shy isn't what I'm feeling right now. Lying on Charlie's bed next to her is a bad idea, but when she looks at me with those large, emotive eyes, highlighted by her red glasses today, I can't possibly deny her. I shift on the bed and lean against a puffy pillow.
General Tso's is my absolute favorite chicken of all the Chinese food chickens.
She takes a bite and moans. Okay, we don't need sound effects. Yeah, mine too. Occasionally I'll dabble in cashew chicken as well.
Ah, my second favorite.
She nudges me with her shoulder.
We are Chinese food partners, which means next late night session, I know what we'll be getting.
Next late night session. That means... So... I swallow. You plan on coming back to work?
Of course.
She rests her hand on my thigh for a second, the touch sending a bolt of lust straight to my cock. Fuck, she has no idea what she's doing to me, how her light touch has me launching into a tailspin of inappropriate yearning.
I love my job. I just needed a moment.
Deep, steady breaths. I can understand that. Your grandma surprised you, and if she's not saying anything to you about her health, I can imagine the emotional toll it's taking on you.
Yeah.
She pushes her food around and is silent for a moment. I can sense her wanting to confess something. It's in the way she bites her bottom lip, the jittery way she can't seem to sit still. I hold my breath, wishing and hoping she tells me what's on her mind so I can fix it. I always want to fix things for her, like she fixes things for me. Finally, she glances up, nibbles on that lip a few more times, and then turns toward me, setting her plate on the bed. She crosses her legs, places her hands in the well of her lap, and says,
Remember that time I mentioned an ex-fiancé?
Vaguely, I answer, lying because I remember that comment as if she said it this morning, where she was joking about not having to worry about crazy boyfriends or ex-fiancés bending her over her desk and fucking her. Yeah, I remember that a whole lot.
Well, I said that because I have an ex-fiancé.
I set my food on the nightstand as well and turn my upper half to face her. What happened?
Just probably the worst possible thing ever.
Did the motherfucker cheat on you? My anger spikes immediately. She shakes her head.
No, he didn't cheat on me. It was worse. He left me at the altar.
He left her at the altar? Who in their right fucking mind would leave Charlie at the altar? Her grief-stricken face tearing in a white wedding dress, it cuts me deep, tensing my jaw to the point that my teeth grind on each other and I just about lose it. What? Speaking softly, she answers,
He didn't show up. Said he wasn't in love with me and didn't want to go through with the marriage.
So why fucking propose? I ask. feeling like I'm having an out-of-body experience as blood pumps feverishly through my veins. Of all the ballless things a man can do, leaving someone at the altar is high up there on the "you're a piece of shit" list.
That's the million-dollar question.
She shrugs and sadly links her fingers together and brings her knees up to her chest where she rests her chin.
It was a very miserable day for me. The third anniversary of that day was the Saturday of the office supply convention.
Fuck. I remember the exact hour I ran into Charlee. How I thought she was breathtaking. Had joy radiating off her. I remember being an ass to her, peeing all over her parade. Knowing she was suffering inside makes me want to punch myself in the face. Where I was a dick to you about taking a picture? I ask, my anger boiling over. She softly smiles and must notice how upset I'm getting, because she reaches out and quickly squeezes my hand. It's a small gesture, but one that surprisingly calms me.
Yes, but you know, even though it started off rough, it was as if you helped me turn a new page in my life. You turned a sad day into a happy day without knowing it.
I wish I wasn't such a dick in the first place, I admit. I was irritated with my temporary assistant for poorly scheduling a brief meeting at a ridiculous time. I took it out on you.
It's water under the bridge at this point,
she says with a half smile. She takes a few seconds to gather herself and then says,
Growing up, my grandma always let me play dress-up in her wedding dress. I told her one day she would see me walk down the aisle in it.
Fuck. I shake my head and lean against the headboard, unsure if I can listen to this story without my heart being torn out of my chest. You were wearing her dress, weren't you? She nods.
We had it dry cleaned and carefully altered. It was a simple, pretty gown, no extra pizzazz. Just a silk gown with a neckline cut low for her generation. She was always a rule breaker. And the back is lined with buttons with a moderate train. It's stunning, and I couldn't envision myself in anything else but that dress. When my grandma saw me in it, she lit up with tears of joy. I've never seen such a look on her face. It meant everything to me.
And then you didn't get to walk down the aisle. She nods.
I didn't. It was devastating, to say the least. I pushed the day to the back of my mind, not really accessing those feelings until this week, when my grandma talked about how she doesn't think she'll get to see me walk down the aisle in her dress now, listening to the sorrow in her voice.
Charlie's lip quivers and tears form in her eyes.
It tore me apart.
Her voice chokes up as she wipes away her tears.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cry in front of you.
Don't apologize, I say, wanting to reach out to her, hold her again, rub my hand up and down her back. But I don't move. I stay in place, knowing my boundaries. Just hearing you talk about it hurts my heart. I can't imagine what you're going through.
It hasn't been easy. It's like putting to rest an idea we've had ever since I can remember, and possibly saying goodbye to that moment we'll never cherish. The last time she saw me in her dress, I was sobbing uncontrollably. She believes that's the only memory she'll ever have.
Fuck. I'm so sorry, Charlee. She wipes at her eyes again.
Thank you.
She takes a deep breath and tries to smile, but it's lackluster at best.
It's why I just needed a little bit of time away, you know? And I'm truly sorry I left you in the lurch, Raph. It won't happen again. Her untold sickness, her comments. I needed some time to grieve the idea, which might sound stupid to some people, but it was a dream. A dream that, according to my grandma, won't come true.
Just then, there's a knock on the door and it partly opens. Her grandma pokes her head inside, and when she sees me sitting on Charlie's bed, her face lights up.
Raph, I didn't know you came to visit.
Grandma, you should be resting,
Charlee says, unfolding herself from the bed and walking over to her. Her grandma waves her hand at her.
Stop fussing over me. We have company.
She gives me a smile and says,
I hope I wasn't interrupting anything.
Just eating some Chinese food. How are you feeling? I ask, standing as well.
Oh, fine, fine. Why don't you bring your food out to the dining room table and we can all nibble together? I think I saw some pastries out there as well.
We grab our plates and drinks and walk out to the kitchen where Grandma puts together a small plate for herself.
Rath is a sucker for pastries,
Charlee says, so familiar with me.
Lemon curd Danish is his favorite.
Oh, I do love a lemon flavor,
Grandma says, taking a seat at the table.
It's an older flavor. I don't see many young people loving it as much.
My mom got me into loving lemon. I shrug. I'll pretty much eat anything with lemon in it, but Danishes are my favorite.
A man who loves sweets and has a smile like yours, that's deadly.
Charlee rolls her eyes and pokes her grandma.
Can you stop hitting on Rath?
Don't tell her to stop, I say. I like the compliments.
Of course you do.
And then she smiles her beautiful smile and, forgive me for sounding like Bram, a sap. But my heart feels full. Not seeing her all week and then seeing her so sad was just so wrong. But her smile, nothing compares. Yahtzee, I say, tossing my hands in the air when the die rolls to a 5. Charlee groans while Grandma tosses her pen.
How is that possible? You have 4 Yahtzees? That's unheard of.
I blow on the tips of my fingers and say, "It's all on the roll, ladies."
You're cheating.
Charlee points at me.
And when I find out how you're doing it, you're going down, Weston.
Oh yeah? What are you going to do? I ask, enjoying my very unexpected and entertaining afternoon. When I tried to leave after we ate, Grandma grabbed me by the arm and brought me to the board games where she told me to pick out a few. So far, we've played Life, which I won, Scattergories, which I also dominated, and now Yahtzee, which has proven to be another winner for me.
You know the smoothies I make for you? I'll put extra kale in them, so it's one thick chunk of kale that you have to slurp up.
You wouldn't.
Oh, I would,
Charlee says animatedly.
I will pile kale into that smoothie like it's salt, and then sprinkle some dried kale on top just for the hell of it.
Grandma looks between the two of us.
Wow, that's a lot of kale.
Well, I don't have anything to worry about because I'm not cheating.
You have trick dice, some kind of magnetic device that turns the dice at the right time, like in Ocean's 11.
Is it Ocean's 11?
Grandma asks.
Or is it one of the other ones?
Doesn't matter. What matters is that I will find you out, son,
Charlee says with a deep voice, causing me to laugh. Pry all you want. I'm not cheating.
You know,
Grandma taps her chin.
It might help if he lifts his shirt and pulls his pants down so we can examine for any kind of magnetic device. Strip down, Rath.
Grandma, my God, he's not going to...
I stand with no intention to strip down, but the look on Charlie's face is priceless. I start to lift my shirt to the waistline of my jeans, and Charlee closes her hand over her eyes while Grandma claps and makes a poor techno beat.
Take it off, take it off.
Oh my God, Grandma, stop.
Please, as if you haven't dingled his dinghy yet.
I pause, recount what she just said as Charlee does the same. Dingled his dinghy. The term plays on repeat in my head until I can't take it anymore, and I fall into my chair and burst out laughing. Charlie's face is red with embarrassment. Through clenched teeth, Charlee says,
I have not even noticed he has a dinghy, Grandma.
You haven't noticed the bulge in his pants? That's hard to believe.
Charlee slinks in her chair, mortified. I keep on laughing. Leaning forward, Grandma whispers,
Are you circumcised, Rath? My husband wasn't, and even though I was fine with that, it still makes things difficult on my end. Are you...
She makes a scissor motion with her fingers.
Snipped?
Don't answer that,
Charlee says, shaking her head. But just to curb Grandma's interest, I say, Yes, I am.
Oh, you see that?
Grandma nudges Charlee with her elbow.
Easy access when doing the blowies.
And I'm dead.
Charlee slinks under the table, and that's where she stays, while Grandma and I continue to play Yahtzee. I just hope she's not under there staring at my bulge, because right about now, my cock is pressing against my jeans from the thought of Charlee giving me a blowy. Charlie walks me to the door. Grandma is getting ready for bed and has already given me a hug. Because I brought so much Chinese food, we had some for dinner and polished off the rest of the danishes for dessert. Once Charlie felt she could rejoin the group, we played a few more rounds of life, this time Charlie and Grandma taking the wins.
I need to apologize.
I hold up my hand as I step outside her door, the hallway empty and lit up by lights. No need to apologize, it was a great night, and I had a lot of fun. You guys didn't have to invite me to stay. She folds her arms over her chest and leans against the doorframe.
Technically, my grandma asked you to stay for games, not me.
Yeah, but you did the initial inviting in.
Are you really going to keep track of every last detail?
That's part of my job. She shakes her head and presses her finger to my chest, quickly, before pulling it away.
No, that's my job.
So, does this mean you'll be back to work on Monday?
Miss me that much, boss man?
Not wanting to hide it, I say, yes, I did. I missed you a lot. A grin of amusement passes over her lips.
Got you with the color coordination, didn't I?
I have a hard time looking at the color green without wanting to start working my ass off. She laughs and rests her head against the doorframe, and in a matter of seconds, my aching body has this uncontrollable urge to reach out and take her into my arms. I want to feel her warmth again, the softness of her body pressed against mine. I want to rub my hand up and down her back, going low enough that I almost touch the swell of her ass, causing her nipples to harden. I want to feel those pebble nubs against my chest again. Flick them with my thumbs, see how hard I can get them. And I want to cup her jaw in my large hand, pass my mouth over her cheek, her eyes, her nose, and then settle on her lips, where I'd finally steal a kiss from her. A kiss I've wanted ever since I hired her. My body pulses with the idea, with reaching out, closing the space between us and taking what I want. It's so potent, so heavy in my veins, that I have to mentally reprimand myself and tell my legs to take a step back before I make a colossal mistake like kiss the best assistant I've ever had.
Thank you for tonight, she says, for listening to me and my stories.
Steadying my breath, I say, it was nothing, but I will tell you this. If I ever run into your ex, he'll be making a grand introduction to my fists.
You're going to beat him up for me?
She asks, humor in her voice. Yeah, I fucking am. For taking away a special moment from you and your grandma. The guy deserves a lot more than a conversation with my fists. So much more.
I like this protective side of you, Mr. Weston.
She presses her finger against my chest again, and I have a strong urge to snatch that finger and pull her in closer.
Seriously, though, thank you for listening, and I hope...
She pauses and looks me meaningfully in the eyes.
I hope you don't think I'm still pining after him.
I sure as hell hope not, I say, wondering why she wanted to make that a point. Why she keeps touching me. Why her body language is leaning into me, tempting me to think dirty, naughty things.
I'm not. My love ended for him the day he left me at the altar.
Good. Or else I would have to kick your ass, too. She chuckles and taps me with her foot.
I'd like to see you try.
Watch it, bag of dicks. I could take you down. Her eyes round in amusement.
You did not just call me bag of dicks.
That's what you call yourself all the time. I smile and her face lights up even more. And before I do something I can never reverse, I say, see you on Monday, Cox. Not giving her a chance to respond, I turn around and head to the elevator, feeling a little bit more pep in my step. Hanging out with Charlie will do that to you. It will give you energy and make you almost feel like you're walking on a cloud. If only I could return the favor to her. Make things better. Give her and her grandma the walk down the aisle they deserve. What are you doing here? I ask Bram and Julia as I open the door to my apartment, finding them standing on the other side with a box of pastries. I've hit up the gym a lot more lately thanks to all my pastry consumption.
Can we please talk to you?
Julia asks, looking very apologetic. I push the door open and walk into my living room, where I take a seat and lounge on my couch. They follow behind me and sit down on either side of me only to set the pastry box on my lap and pop it open. No danishes. But it's full of my favorite lemon drop Italian cookies topped with sprinkles. Wow. They're really sorry if they brought me these because that would mean they had to go to Brooklyn to buy them. Did you get these yourself or send someone to get them? I asked. Julia holds her phone out in front of me and shows me a picture of them at the small Italian bakery I wish I lived in, because all I would do is sit in a corner and pop these in my mouth over and over until I fell into a sugar coma. Fine. I pick one up and shove the whole thing in my mouth, letting the lemony, buttery goodness soak into my taste buds. Fuck, these are amazing. Bram reaches for one, but I swat his hand away. What the fuck do you think you're doing? Sharing? He asks. I shake my head. No, these are mine. Like a child, I wrap both my arms around the box and hold it close to me. Can you stop torturing me? Bram asks, flopping back on the couch. We haven't talked in a week and I'm having a mental breakdown. You can't be mad at us. I can't? I ask, about to go on a tirade when Julia steps in.
No, you can't. Vanessa is my friend, Raph. You both messed up that relationship and you know it. You can't act like the victim when you're both to blame.
I know she's right, but I don't really want to listen to what's right at the current moment. I want to be mad. I want to hold this against them. I want to be able to make them feel as bad as I do, because that's what mature men do. She's the one who walked away.
You're the one who pushed her away,
Julia counters while Bram just rocks back and forth next to me, hands clasped, most likely praying for this to end. I didn't enjoy fighting with Bram either. Not only was I missing Charlie, but I didn't really have anyone to talk to about it other than Rourke. And Rourke is my buddy, but he's also a sarcastic jackass most of the time, and isn't the most eloquent when it comes to advice. I miss my friend. I missed my sister. Hell, I miss these cookies. Can we please just make up already? Bram asks. I can't take the uncertainty of all this. I need to know I have my best friend back. Sighing, I drag my hand over my face and say, I don't want to see her.
Why?
Julia asks.
Are you still hung up on her?
No, I say quickly, although I'm wondering if that's true. No one wants to see their ex, especially if the other person is engaged. I don't even have a girlfriend, for fuck's sake.
That's not our fault,
Julia counters, her strong-headedness coming out.
Just because you don't have a girlfriend shouldn't be a reason why I don't invite my friend to our wedding. Did you hear that, Raph?
Her voice grows tight.
This is our wedding. When you get married, you can invite whoever you want.
Fuck, I mutter. You're right, I'm sorry, I was just caught off guard and... Fuck. I really don't want to see her, especially on my birthday.
Oh, now you bring up the birthday thing?
Julia chuckles and pulls me into a hug.
This means a lot to us, Raph, especially if you can keep it together for one day.
I nod because when it comes down to it, I would do anything for my sister and Bram, even if it means spending my birthday with my ex, who I never want to talk about. Ever. My first real girlfriend. My first real assistant who didn't let me down. My first love. My first heartbreak. Who wants to be slapped in the face by the past? Probably no one, but when it comes down to it, I will internally suffer for the good of Bram. And Julia, I guess. You owe me a really nice birthday present, more than just a cake. I want something big and expensive. I point to Bram. Do you hear me? Really fucking expensive.
We have a wedding to pay for,
Julia reminds me. Please, the money you're spending on it, we shit out in an hour. You're not going to even notice a dent. He's right, babe, Bram says, leaning over me and snagging a cookie from my box. I let him. I'm filthy rich, you have nothing to worry about. Sitting back, he says, how about you go on the honeymoon with us? Now there's...
No.
Julia shakes her head.
I draw the line at my brother spending our honeymoon with us, where all I'll be packing are 2 pieces and lingerie.
Bram's face falls in shock and then he pats me on the back. Sorry, dude. You've been uninvited. Saw that coming from a mile away.
Chapter 16. Charlee. Good morning, I say to Wrath as he steps off the elevator, looking fine as hell in a tailored navy blue suit with a white shirt and tan shoes. It's casual business attire for him, an outfit I'm sure he didn't put much thought into, but to me, it's an aphrodisiac. This past week has been an emotional roller coaster, not just because of my grandma, who refuses to tell me any information about her health, but because of the man standing in front of me, wearing a charming smile on his face. A smile I didn't experience until this past weekend, when he melted any kind of shield I'd try to keep around my heart. Not only did he visit me once last week, but twice. He came to my apartment concerned, full of compassion, and showed me a side of him I'd never seen before. He held me while I cried. He listened to me while I sobbed. He made me laugh when I was least expecting it. And, of course, he charmed the pants right off my grandma. And me. Literally, when he left, she shucked her pants and said she needed a cigarette from just being around him. Is it odd to say I felt the same exact way? Saturday night, I went to bed with a huge smile on my face. I didn't see it at first. I thought he was a robot, someone who didn't know how to feel an ounce of emotion. But I couldn't have been more wrong. Renita said he was a nice guy, but she missed the mark. He isn't nice. He's amazing. He made me feel things I haven't felt in a really long time, or maybe ever. He made me question my sanity every time he laughed. He made me swoon when he smiled. And when he was leaving, he made me feel like I couldn't take another breath if he didn't kiss me right then and there. I couldn't stop myself from touching him, from pressing my finger to his rock-hard chest, from giving him small hints here and there that if he wanted to pull me in by the waist and ravish my mouth with his, I would let him. But he didn't. And as he walked away, I dug deep and forced myself to breathe, to let go of the feelings coming at me full force. That was until he walked off the elevator. Wrath gives me a quick once-over and then studies my eyes for a few breaths. You were crying this morning. Not a question, but a statement. Why are you here? Always observant. A quality I find incredibly sexy. No one sees me like he does. Because I want to work, I need to get out of the apartment. Together we walk to his office. My grandma is slowing down more, and it's startling, so I needed some time away. Then you can leave at noon so you can be with her. He sets his briefcase on the floor next to his desk but doesn't take a seat. He sits on the edge of his desk, arms crossed, and faces me. I felt the shift in our relationship when he came over to check on me, when he pulled me onto his lap and cradled my head to his chest, stroked my back. When he stopped by on Saturday, I continued to feel the shift from business only to getting mixed up into each other's personal lives. I thrived off the shift, loving the way he relaxed and showed an unexpected layer of depth. Coming into the office this morning, I was nervous that shift would go back to what it used to be. But from his body language, his casual posture, his concern, I can proudly say the shift held. That's not necessary. She'll only be sleeping at this point. I'd rather be here, helping you. I know it's hard to understand, but I truly do love this job and the distraction is nice. Just this morning, I caught her looking through her wedding album and crying into her handkerchief. I get choked up myself. I can't be there. Have the constant reminder of what's to come and what's not to come. I can understand that. He pushes off the desk and takes a step forward. Reaching out, he pushes a piece of hair behind my ear. Were you crying this morning because of the album? The touch is intimate, loving. And when I want to push my face into his hand, he pulls away, clearing his throat, almost like he's chastising himself for reaching out. I nod. Yeah, just too raw. I sigh and flippantly say, hell, at this point, I'd randomly marry someone just to give her what she wants before anything happens to her, you know? When I look up at him, I watch as his brow pinches together. Does the idea of randomly marrying someone not meet his approval? He looks off to the side, deep in thought. I wish I could be inside his head, hear all his thoughts, rather than trying to guess what he's thinking about. Turning back to me, he scratches the back of his neck and says, "Why don't you do that? Get married." Wow, I was not expecting that. Oh, okay, I laugh. Yep, let me go pick out a guy from the hundreds lined up at my door. Not to mention, marrying someone is serious. What if it didn't have to be? He asks, his eyes running wild now, as if he's come upon a reasonable solution. A marriage of convenience. Oh, Wrath. I chuckle and shake my head. You know, I think you've been reading too many historical romances. You've sort of lost it, boss man romantic pants. I'm serious, he says, looking me square in the eyes, in earnest. You can get married, wear the dress for your grandma, and then later get an annulment. At least she'll have her moment. Under false pretenses, I argue and wonder if he's lost it. Plus, who on earth would sign up for that farce? She would never believe I'd marry any random person. Doesn't have to be a random person. He pauses, his chest rising and falling faster than before. Time stretches between us as his eyes bore down on mine. It feels like 10 minutes pass before he finally licks his lips and says, "Marry me." The room stills and only the light hum of his computer fills the silence as I try to comprehend what he just said. Marry him? He can't be serious. From the shocked look on his face, I'm not the only one stunned from his suggestion. What? I whisper. Taking a deep breath, he pushes away and paces his office, one hand pushing through his hair. Finally, with his head tilted down, he glances at me and says, "Marry me." That's what I thought he said, but I still can't quite understand why he would suggest such a thing. Why he'd want to fake a marriage with me. I know he likes my grandma, but that much? And why does he look so serious? As if he's given this great thought. As if this is one of the wisest decisions he's ever made. And why does the suggestion flip my stomach in nervous but excited nods? Marry Wrath Weston. The idea is so far-fetched, so unbelievable. And yet, I know one person who would believe it. One person who would be incredibly happy over the entire prospect. Wrath. It would help me out too, he says quickly. A wife, a fiancé would assist me with a few upcoming events. What upcoming events? I ask, folding my arms over my chest. Fundraisers, he answers quickly. The people with the bigger pockets have wives. They're more receptive to donating if I show a softer side of myself. He points at me. That would be you. He does make a valid point. I've been to those events with Mr. Danvers and noticed how easily he racked up the donations and deals because of how entertaining his wife was. And when Wrath and I were in Miami, including when speaking to female executives, Having someone by his side who could maintain and execute business conversation was a definite bonus. Mind you, some probably wished I wasn't by his side, given how close they tried to get to him, unsurprisingly. So, this would be like a business deal then? Yeah, a marriage of convenience. We both get something out of it. You get your walk down the aisle in your grandma's dress. I get a charming woman on my arm to help me with the upcoming donation season. The holidays are right around the corner. People have money to spend, and I want Weston Enterprises to be who they donate to. You think I'm charming? I awkwardly fluff my hair to lighten the mood, but he doesn't lighten up at all. He grows more serious. You know I think you're charming. Oh, God. Those eyes. I know what eyes those are. Those are promising eyes. The type that make you weak in the knees. And guess what? They're doing just that. Wafting my shirt a bit because, yeesh, it's hot in here, I say. What about, all the intimate stuff? We're going to have to kiss and touch each other. That won't be a problem on my end. He says with such confidence that it makes me wonder. Has he thought about touching me before? Kissing me? He does find me attractive, but how far has he run with that attraction in his imaginative mind? And what about your employees? I ask, feeling I need to flesh out all the details. What about them? Well, I thought you had a thing with your assistant before. Are you afraid they're going to think you hired me just to marry me? Without even showing a tick of worry, he says, I pay them well. I treat them nicely. I am one hell of an employer. I don't care what they think, as long as they do their job. Okay. There goes that theory. Living arrangements. If we get married, we'll have to live together. Your point? He lifts an eyebrow as if there's no point at all. I'm a beast, I say, really reaching. I'm unpleasant when I wake up. I hog the bathroom counter space, and I always forget to refill the coffee pot. I wake up looking like a woolly mammoth who had a rough night out, and I refuse to have to hold in my farts. They're going to happen. It's life. The corner of his mouth ticks up. Is that what this is really about? You're concerned about farting in front of me. No, I say louder than I want. This is about me, your assistant, marrying you, my boss. We're not romantically involved. I'm aware. That's a minor concern. Oddly, the more we talk about this, the more he grows confident in his suggestion. At least that's what it seems like from the outside. Who knows what's going on inside that gorgeous head of his? What's even more disturbing than his conviction is how I almost think this might be a good idea. With his casual presentation, as if it's no big deal. Just a suggestion he throws down every once in a while on Mondays. To be honest, it's not that terrible of an idea. Be married for a few months, pass it off as an epic fling, and then amicably separate. He gives me his Hamptons estate, I give him my bin of color-coded pens, done and done. Could I really do this? Could I really marry Rath Weston? He'd be easy on the eyes, that's for sure. He's also fun. My grandma adores him. He likes historical romances, and even though I know he will deny it to the day he dies, I know he talks to the plants I've put in his office. They are thriving too much. There's no way he's ignoring them. But marry him? Would we have pastries every morning over a cup of coffee? Would he make room for me in his closet? Would we share the same bed? Would he, gulp, have sex with me? Would he even be able to pretend we're a couple? That's the biggest question. When I jump into something, I go all in. I always have. So if we did this, I'd be 100% in, which means my acting would be top-notch. There would be touching and nicknames and kisses and hand-holding. Could he touch me as if he truly found me attractive? There's only one way to find out. Wanting to test him, I take a few steps forward until there's about a foot between us. He doesn't move an inch as he leans against his desk, his hands gripping the edge. You really think you could do this? Be married to me? I take another step forward and hoist on my big girl pants as I lay my hand across his chest. Rock-hard muscles meet my palm, and I try not to show an ounce of surprise as I move my fingers over the patch of skin that's exposed by his open shirt. You think you could be okay with me being this close? I close the space between us until our bodies are lightly touching. His eyes stay trained on me, his body unwavering. You think you could go to these events, hold my hand and introduce me as your wife? My fingers play with the neatly trimmed hair on his chest. Instead of answering right away, he lifts one hand and slowly moves it to my back. His touch is light, almost as if he's unsure, until he applies more pressure and moves his hand to the small of my back, just above the curve of my ass. I suck in a sharp breath when his fingers toy with the globe of my rear, but never fully moving all the way down. In a deep voice, deeper than I've heard before, he says, "I would be honored." Crap. I'm pretty sure my bra just popped open from my heaving bosom. He'd be honored. What a response! The kind of response that would normally make me drop my pants and offer up the goods. But I'm trying to hook this man into marrying me, not scare him away. Well, technically he's trying to hook me into marrying him. Hell, the lines are so blurred at this point, with the raging thoughts of him shirtless floating through my mind and the pressure of his hand on my back, that I really have no idea what's happening. That's why, as I bend down in front of him, his crotch at eye level, I wonder if I'm about to propose or attempt a blowy on my boss. Grandma is getting into my head. "What are you doing?" Wrath asks, looking concerned but also intrigued at the same time. It's now or never. I either take him up on his opportunity or I don't. And with my grandma's sickness weighing heavily on my mind, I do the one thing I never thought I'd do. I take a knee in front of my boss. Wrath Weston, my boss, my commander-in-chief, my Gucci governor. I don't wear Gucci. Go with it. I wink, feeling the wobble in my leg, the nerves bubbling up in the pit of my stomach. Mr. Big Shot, barking britches, and irritable Jesus Christ. He rubs his hand down his face, and I think I might be losing him. So I hurry it up before I lose confidence and finally come to the understanding that what I'm doing might be the stupidest thing I've ever done. Will you do me the great honor? I wobble to the side and quickly clutch his hand for support. Will you? Oh my God, why am I getting emotional? My eyes are watering. I shouldn't be getting emotional, but this is a big moment in a girl's life, and hell, I'm proposing. I'm allowed to be emotional. I'm sorry, I've never done this before. I sure as hell hope not, he mutters. And I didn't think I'd get emotional either. From the scared look on his face, I'm thinking he didn't think I'd get emotional either. But hey, this was his idea, so he's going to have to deal with my craziness. Will you do me the greatest honor of all time and be my bridegroom? His nose scrunches up. Why did you say it like that? Did I not do it right? Sheesh. I thought it was a good proposal. Did he want me to wax him poetic beforehand? Because, I could go into detail about the way he's really good at sneering at things he doesn't approve of. See, I knew I was doing something wrong. He shakes his head. No. Why did you say bridegroom? Oh, well, that's what you'd be. Has he not been paying attention to the terminology in the historical romances I've been providing him? Bridegroom is a classic term for the hero. Duh. You see, that's what they used to call men who were soon to be married. A bridegroom. But then somewhere along the way, they shortened it to groom. But if you marry me, I'd give you the great, dignified pleasure of retaining the honorable title, bridegroom. Don't call me bridegroom. Boss Man Bridegroom? I smile brightly. With a roll of his eyes, he pulls me to my feet and continues to hold my hand. You don't need to propose to me, Charlie. Well, someone needs to propose to someone if we're going to do this. Is this what you want? You want to marry me? What a loaded question. Do I want to marry him? Before this weekend, I would have thought I was crazy, proposing to a man who sneers at me more than smiles. But I've seen a different side of him. A loving, caring side. A side that I immediately became addicted to. He's protective and a fixer, and that's what he's trying to do. Fix this giant problem I have. I always thought when I married someone, I'd marry them because they're my soulmate, the person I can't live without. But then again, I thought that about Chris, and he chose the honeymoon over me. Maybe marriage isn't this grand idea of being in love. Maybe sometimes it's a convenient option to accomplish something. My inner romantic self is telling me what a load of crock that statement is. But the girl who witnessed her grandma cry this morning over a wedding album, she's agreeing. Isn't it what you want? Still holding my hand, he cups my cheek gently and says, I want you. Whoa, sorry. Didn't mean to walk in on something. I snap away from Wrath to find Mr. McCool standing at the threshold of Wrath's office in a black suit and black button-up shirt. His sinister gaze blazes through the both of us as he plays with the cuffs of his shirt. What are you doing here? Wrath asks, sounding less like himself and more like a teenage boy being caught by his dad. Just came to see how my friend is doing. He walks farther into the office. Security let me up. He takes a seat in one of the chairs in front of Wrath's desk. Wanted to catch up. He smiles. Wanted to see if you made up with Bram. He searches Wrath's desk. Wanted to steal a Danish. He scans us both. And I know he can see how bright red my face is. Motioning between us with 2 fingers, he says, What's going on here? Tongue twisted, I lose my ability to form words. I want to say nothing. I want to help Wrath out and let his friend know that there's nothing at all developing between us. But the words don't fall past my lips. Instead, Wrath lowers his hand around my waist, sending a wave of goosebumps across my limbs. He squeezes my side and stoically says, We're getting married. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Just like that, he's going to announce our engagement to his friend without even discussing it with me? He didn't even say yes to my proposal, but now we're engaged? A slow smile spreads across Rourke's face as he says, Bullshit. Squeezing me